the Pill King shouted. But the great clan elder did not reply to him, he just left boiling in anger. With the Pill King's protection, Xing was overjoyed yet, at the same time, shocked. The great clan elder left with his troops. Xing turned quickly and looked at the nobles from Blossom Heart Valley. She knelt down immediately. Thank you all seniors for helping, really thank you. Hey! Doll, what are you doing? Pill King pulled Xing up quickly. Young master is my everything. All of you saved him, that means you saved me too. Your grace and virtue will always be etched in my heart. I will repay you back one day. Xing said in gratitude. Ah, doll, you're too polite. Little friend Su Yun is in difficult times, how can I just stand aside? Pill King, who had an odd temper, laughed. Little friend Su Yun? Xing was confused. In her memories, she did not remember if old master had any connections with the Pill King. Pill King waved his hands and out came two strong and sturdy disciples from Blossom Heart Valley and brought Su Yun into the hut. Once he was in the hut, the unconscious Su Yun opened his eyes suddenly and was wide awake. Young master! Xing jumped and was in a daze. Xing! Su Yun sighed and on his face hung a slight grin. Xing hurried over and held onto Su Yun's hands. She let out a relaxed smile on her exquisite fair face. Young master, it's great that you're fine. With that, she turned and said to the Pill King, Senior Pill King is indeed well deserved of his reputation. He could cure young master in such a short period of time, it's a miracle. Cure? Ha, Su Yun laughed. I'm not sick. Xing was confused. You're not sick? This is just a small trick my little friend used. Pill King laughed. Trick? Yes. Guamo said from the side. Previously, when Master Su Yun came to visit me at Blossom Heart Valley, Pill King, and I bestowed him a token ring. Master Su Yun used this token ring to contact me and asked me to come down as soon as possible to act out the show. Show? Xing was stunned. She then suddenly saw the light. Don't tell me. Yes. Little friend Su Yun was never sick. All the words I said before was just to stop the Su family from investigating the incident of Su Yun chopping off Su Donghao's arm. This is so the great clan elder will not be able to find any evidence against him. The Pill King explained. Xing heard and finally understood. She also knew why Su Yun dared to touch Su Donghao. He had these all planned beforehand. Thanks for everybody's help. Su Yun got down his bed, thanking all of them with his fist wrapped. Just doing what I ought to. The method you told me earlier has solved a question I'd had for years. What's this small help? The Pill King laughed. I was actually afraid you'd run away for your research after hearing the method and delay whatever was happening to me. Su Yun laughed bitterly. If that's the case, even if I don't die, I might have to skin myself alive. Why would I? Zhang Mo sure said. I'm a person with principles. Guamo wiped off the sweat on his face. He. Yeah, Su Xingyang and Su Xian, you are already on the road. I believe they will arrive at Gui Valley the next day. I hope the Gui Valley can take care of them for a while and heal the injuries they have. Other than that, if it's possible, I hope the Gui Valley can take these two people in. Su Yun blurted out. They have offended Su Donghao and that means they have offended the great clan elder. They can no longer stay in the Su family. Only the Gui family can take them in. To repay you, I will study and perfect the method for the divine jaded heart pill and give it as a gift to the Gui Valley. Seriously? That's great. Zhang Yimou jumped in joy and clapped his hands like a kid. All the dignity he previously had all disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, a ray of golden light emerged from his eyes. He smiled slyly. As we're saying, Su Yun, you have offended the great clan elder too. Why don't you join Heart Blossom Valley? That won't do. Su Yun shook his head. If I really wanted to be a part of Heart Blossom Valley, why would I ask all of you to play a show with me? Why? You still have attachments with the Su family? Of course. My surname is Su. Fuck, who'd believe that? Zhang Yamosher helped dissolve the crisis, then he went to the main house to pay his respects to the patriarch and explained the entire incident. Although the great clan elder had his own opinions on the incident, the patriarch could not offend Blossom Heart Valley because of great clan elder's useless son, and so, he let this matter off. Once this matter was done, Su Yun explained to the Su family the reason why his cultivation level increased so greatly. He was sick and had been receiving treatments. After that, none in the Su family dared to antagonize Su Yun. They knew the rascal was no longer the garbage they once thought he was. Now, he had the support of the Blossom Heart Valley. All the more, he could not be offended. Main house. Within the halls of spirit medicine. Seeing his arm being attached back, and the unconscious Su Donghao on the bed, the great clan elder's face was horribly black, as if a storm was approaching from the sky. Pill King of Blossom Heart Valley. The great clan elder clenched his fist and suppressed his voice. You think you can protect Su Yun? Che, you're just an outsider and you wish to be involved in the matters of the Su family? I will not let you off. Right at this moment, a person walked in hurriedly. Reporting, Great Clan Elder, the intersex attendant, Su Shilong, wishes to see you. Let him in. The Great Clan Elder said blandly. The man waved his hands and went down. Just a moment later, Su Shilong walked softly into the medicine hall. He looked respectful. He first looked at Su Donghao, who was lying unconscious on the bed, before bowing to the Great Clan Elder. Attendant from the inner sect, Su Shilong, pays his respects to Great Clan Elder. Yes. Great Clan Elder nodded. How is Master? Su Shilong asked carefully. Nothing threatening right now. That's good. Su Shilong looked as though he sighed a breath of relief, then he wrapped his fists together, and said, Great Clan Elder, Shilong came here to confirm the list of members taking part in the distinguished meeting. As of right now, there are 10 intersect chosen ones and 20 chosen ones from the main house. May I ask if there is a need to add on any more? Distinguished meeting? The Great Clan Elder thought for a while once he heard the news. Counting the time, the triannual distinguished meeting is about to begin. All the sects, families and towering figures in the southern continent, and even the countries, would be sending representatives to attend the competition. This is a chance for the Su family to become famous. We must not delay. Yes, because we can only send the disciples. I have already asked all the inner main house outstanding disciples to be transferred over. This year's chosen disciples were much more outstanding than the one before. I believe we will be able to achieve good results. Results? Results are secondary. The most important thing is to gather the treasures. Che, I also don't know what kind of treasures would be used for the prizes of this distinguished meeting. The Great Clan Elder said and took the list of names from Su Shilong. Not too bad, these people are enough to secure victory. Hey, great. Then Master, I'll arrange according to this. Okay. The Great Clan Elder nodded and stated, if you put the Su family on the last 5 again, then you will bring your head to see the patriarch. Su Shilong trembled as soon as he heard these words. He almost knelt on the floor. He stood at where he was. He did not know if he should walk or stay. The last defeat Su family underwent almost sent him out of the Su family. If he did not help the Su family get into the good positions, this time round, Su Shilong would be in deep trouble. Oh, right. As if the Great Clan Elder thought of something, he opened his eyes slightly and asked, is Ching Er's name on the list? Su Shilong looked through the list quickly and shook his head hurriedly. No. then put Su Yun and Qing Er's names on top of it. Ah! Su Shilong was dumbfounded. Clan Elder, These contestants have to at least be a spirit core disciple. Miss Qing Er is qualified, but Su Yun, I heard he's only a spirit intermediate disciple. If he goes, wouldn't he be seeking death? With that, the great clan elder did not explain. He looked at Su Shilong quietly with his peaceful eyes, as if he was looking through him. Su Shilong was frightened to bits. He shifted his gaze away quickly to look at the man lying on the bed. He shivered and finally understood. He cupped his fist and said, I understand. Great clan elder. I understand and will act accordingly. As his words fell, he hurriedly retreated. Don't disappoint me. Then came words from the great clan elder. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120. Someone is there, so don't go in. The matter regarding Su Donghao came to an end, but the days of cultivation were not calm, as there were people from the Su family inner sect who spread that Su Yurong was enraged and agitated by the matter, and desired to take revenge on Su Yun. After all, Su Donghao was her beloved brother. She was also the one who sent people to capture Su Xinu. Su Yun chopped off Su Donghao's arm. Whether he was sick or he faked it, Su Yurong would not let it go. After hearing this news, Su Yun dared not to let his guard down. Su Donghao and Su Yurong were not someone easy to deal with. In addition, rumors said that Su Yurong had been plucking yang to replenish yin. If there was no such thing, where did these rumors come from? After a period of dripping blood, the 100-demon extermination god array was finally completed. Calculating the time, it was almost time to obtain the sprite's shadow. Coincidentally, the time could be used to avoid Su Yurong's revenge. However, Su Yun had yet to leave to look for the sprite's shadow, and Su Xinu and Su Xingyang, who he had sent to Blossom Heart Valley to be healed, came back to the Su family. In the hut, the two injuries they had sustained started to heal slightly. They stood in front of Su Yun. Why are the both of you back here again? Su Yun knitted his brows and said sternly, it's too dangerous for the both of you to stay in Su family. Isn't it better to stay in Blossom Heart Valley? It's good to stay at Blossom Heart Valley, but... Big bro, you're still at Su family, so how can we not worry? Su Xinu bit her lower lip, peeped at Su Yun's darkened face and said carefully, if Big Bro goes to Heart Blossom Valley with us, then we won't come back again. I have to stay at the Su family. Su Yun said annoyingly. You better hurry away and go back to Blossom Heart Valley. The Pill King will take good care of the both of you. Isn't Blossom Heart Valley stronger than the Su family? If Big Bro doesn't leave with us, then we won't leave either. If we stay in the Su family, we might be able to help you. Su Donghao might have lost his arm, but, with the medical skills of the Su family, it is definitely not a difficult task to reattach it. When he recovers, he might seek revenge. Moreover, Su Dongfang and Su Yurong will help him. How could we let you handle these people alone? Su Xingyang said honestly, his eyes revealing a trace of determination. This warmed Su Yun's heart, but at the moment, he did not act on impulse. He understood the both of them, and knew that forcing them to leave was impossible. He lowered his head and pondered. Suddenly he looked like he thought of something, raised his head and asked, you two really want to stay in the Su family? Both of them nodded their heads without hesitation. Good, right now I still have a plan, to let you both be safe, and even to help me. What plan? Su Xinu asked. To rely on the help of Prince Fu Su. Su Yun said softly. To rely on Fu Su, although Su Yun did not interact much with him, Su Yun could see the hidden ambitions in the depths of his eyes. As a man with ambitions, he coveted people who had astonishing and exceptional strength. Xinu and Xingyang were inner sect disciples with good talent. If they were the one who initiated the goodwill to him, he would definitely not reject them. With Prince Fusu's protection, even the great clan elder would not dare to behave unscrupulously. Moreover, Xingyang and Xianyu could seize the chance to help Su Yun investigate a few secret matters. What was the relation between the Su family and Profound Sky sect? What was the relation so that they had to painstakingly cultivate Su Qing'er? The Su family painstakingly trained Qing'er just for the sake of sending her to them? What was hidden in between all these? Could it be that it was just for the sake of having the support and connection with the Profound Sky sect, a big tree? All these suspicions were repeatedly asked in his mind that couldn't be let go, but it was not the right time to ask and think about these. Once everything calmed down, Su Yun made preparations and immediately left the Su family. In the heart of the Su family, walking a distance of roughly 7 days of time towards the west, it was possible to enter a region on the borders of the Xiling region. In the center of Xiling region, there was an brilliant and active volcano known as Shedding Flames. At the mountain pass of Shedding Flames volcano, there stayed a mystical sect. This sect cultivated the fire element of Scarlet Star Spirit Qi. They borrowed the high temperatures released from the lava of this active volcano and absorbed it. Scarlet Star Spirit Qi was extremely pure, and the sect's power was great. There was about over 10,000 disciples, and they spread all across Sky Marshall continent, becoming the first sect in the Xiling region. Hurong's cultivation might not be as strong as the Heavenly Scale Fish King, and was not considered great amongst the elders from Exuding Fire sect, but he could rely solely on his body's Scarlet Star Spirit Qi to drag the Heavenly Scale Fish King out of Tai Ching Lake alive. Just based on that, it could be seen that Exuding Fire sect's strongest aspect would be power. Speaking of power, the Exuding Fire sect was indeed the first in the southern region. Only the ones that relied on the volcanoes to cultivate did not know that there lies a shocking treasure on the abandoned mountain just right beside Shedding Flames volcano. Ka-cha! Sun Yun kicked away a rock in front of him, and began walking towards the deserted mountain road. To save time, he did not stop riding his horse and rode all the way, leaving the spirit stallion to almost die of fatigue. That was how he was able to reach this place in just 7 days. He removed the Su disciple plate on his waist, wore his oppressive mask, donned on his black Blademaster robes, took out the death sword from his storage ring, carried it on his back, hung his sword sheath, and started walking up the mountain. There was nothing in the deserted mountain. Other than the rocks, there were only soil and sand. Not even weeds were around. It should be around here. Halfway up the mountain, he stopped and looked around. He thought for a moment, then pulled out the 100,000 blood demon technique from his storage ring and walked forward. There was a small alley that looked like a concave in the middle of the rugged rock mountains. Following the alley about 10 meters, there would be a crack not too big, but just enough to fit a young man who walked in sideways. The surrounding of the volcano was suitable for the growth of vegetation. But this deserted mountain was different. There was not much vegetation. Those that managed to grow died within a few days. Even the stones were barren. There was only one reason, and that was because this deserted mountain was built on top of a person's grave. An extremely powerful martial artist's decaying grave. This person was in possession of the sprite's shadow. Who was he? Why would he have the sprite's shadow? Why did he die here? Su Yun did not know. All the news regarding the sprite's shadow were all just gossips. At that time, for the sake of finding the reason for the disappearance of his gifts, he had been to every nook and cranny of the world, and came to know of secrets much more than the average person. Arriving at the end of the alley, Su Yun threw in the 100 demon extermination god array first, before he walked in sideways, picked up the paper array, and continued walking in. Passing through the crevice, it was entirely dark inside with a very weak field of vision. The entire place was inside of the mountain. The entrance was originally very narrow, and he could enter by crawling on the floor, but the deeper someone goes, the bigger the space became, and at the end, it would suddenly open up to a wide panorama. Finally, an extremely huge cave that appeared before Su Yun's eyes. Great! Su Yun was overjoyed. He looked at the huge space, took out Thousand Deep Sword, stepped on it, and flew. When he arrived on the ground, he looked around, only to see on the right bottom corner of the ground was a gigantic black hole. Following into the black hole, there would be a great amount of abandoned dead spirits. The abandoned dead spirits were all the evil spirits that arose from the almighty martial artist's hair. Their cultivation was probably at the 5th level of Spirit Intermediate Disciple. Suyun did not check exactly how many there were, but there should be quite a few. If he could pass through these abandoned dead spirits, then he would be able to arrive at the place where the almighty martial artist was buried. And then, he would be able to seek and attain the sprite's shadow. Suyun took a deep breath in and stared at the pitch-black hole and stepped into it. He was at the 6th stage of the Spirit Intermediate realm. It should be enough to deal with all these abandoned dead spirits, but if he confronted them directly, the abandoned dead spirits would most probably siphon and absorb all of his essence and turn him into a dried-up corpse. At the front of the hole, he dared not enter. Instead, he crawled on the walls looking for something. After half an hour of work, a hole the size of his thumb was dug out. Suyun saw this and was satisfied. He remembered the person who obtained the sprite's shadow once brought this up to his friend when he was drunk. The abandoned dead spirits arose from the hairs, and there were many of them, but as they were hairs and were spirits, they did not weigh a lot. It was as if they were the weight of feathers. With a gush of wind, they would be blown away. So the best way to suppress them was wind. At this site on the walls, the man found a wind hole on accident that connected right to the outside of the mountain. He expanded the wind hole and caused the wind from outside the mountain to blow in through the wind hole and into the cavern, forming a refluence. With the help of the wind to facilitate the array, he could easily kill the abandoned dead spirits. Suyun dared not delay. He pulled out the Thousand Deep Sword and knocked towards the wind hole again and again. Kacha! 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 The small hole became bigger and bigger, the wind hole became bigger and bigger, until the wind from the hole blew out and hit his body, with its range becoming even wider. Perspiration trickled down his face, but Suyun did not stop. He did not dare to use his profound spirit chi, as any demons or animals were extremely sensitive to profound spirit chi and could sense it immediately, so pure physical strength was the most suitable for the job. Ha! Suddenly, a horrible and weird sound sounded out from the black hole. Suyun's body froze, he panicked and stopped moving, then he looked to the side. The abandoned dead spirits had not appeared yet. Means that they did not notice me, then, why did it shout? Suyun's mind was in a mess, he felt that something was amiss. After thinking for a while, he hurriedly picked up all the broken rocks and stuffed them into the wind hole, picked up the Thousand Deep Sword, and carefully went closer to the black hole. Nearing the black hole, waves of gloomy and cold chi rippled out. If anyone came into contact with it, the hairs on their skin would stand erect, swell, and lumps would appear on their body. Chi 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 chi, laugh. Subtle sounds came out from the black hole. Following, the abandoned dead spirits' wails started to sound out from the black hole. Ha! The screams did not stop, it came out at random repeatedly, extremely horrific. What was going on? Suyun, who was standing at the mouth of the cave, secretly took a breath, stared at the darkness in front of him, braced himself and carefully walked forward. Brat, don't go in. Just at that time, Sword Elder's voice came out. Suyun stopped in his tracks, and hurriedly retreated. After he left the black hole, he asked, Senior, what's wrong? There's someone there. The Sword Elder replied, and his chi is extremely strong. He is meticulously hiding his chi, but I am a spirit body, and extremely sensitive to chi. I'm only afraid I am unable to catch on to his chi. Do not go in. Quickly hide yourself. If you are found out by that person, then you're dead. What? Suyun was stunned, but he dared not think too much. He looked around and found a big stone to hide in, then he took out the Limitless Sword manual and covered the chi on his body. He never thought someone would actually come to this place. Unless, he too, wanted the sprite's shadow? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121. The Power of Sprite's Shadow. Ha! The abandoned dead spirits cried nonstop. Then with a series of explosions, the tiny and weak profound spirit chi emerged from the black hole. Suyin hid behind the rocks and stared closely at the black hole. He was nervous. Since the Sword Elder was warning him, he understood that he would not be able to withstand it with his limited cultivation. He had the Limitless Sword manual as a cover to mask his chi, so he could hide there for a while. He did not worry about the sprite's shadow being stolen by others because, according to the memories of his past life, the sprite's shadow was not stolen by others at this time. Also, no ordinary man could have opened that realm. Suyin held his breath and waited behind the rocks. Not knowing how long had passed, the cries of the abandoned dead spirits within the black hole faded. Suyin listened intently for any sounds. After about half an hour, the voices of the abandoned dead spirits were completely gone. Dawn! Suddenly, an ear-splitting sound resonated through. A layer of deep green patterns started to show up on the inner walls of the mountain. These patterns were like a protective screen, covering the entire walls of the inner mountain, including the black hole. This is the Wall of Heart Concealment Array. Suyin exclaimed softly. Wall of Heart Concealment? Sword Elder heard this and froze for a moment. Then, he was completely shocked. Can these enclosing treasures instigate a concealment array on its own? Yeah. Suyin nodded. It's one of the few spiritual array methods in Sky Martial Continent. He shifted his gaze and observed the fading patterns around the walls and muttered, after the Almighty One died, the Wall of Heart Concealment Array on him sealed the road to his grave automatically. Now, the man in the black hole is trying to break open the road, but once this Wall of Heart Concealment Array is instigated, it will be able to withstand that person's attack. It might take a long while to break this array. Oh? The Sword Elder was shocked in thought. This rascal. I, as the sect leader of Limitless Sword Sect, am knowledgeable and have seen much. Not many would know about the Wall of Heart Concealment Array. Why does this rascal know so much about this? What kind of freak is he? Dawn. It rang once again. The Wall of Heart Concealment Array rose once again. As the deep dark green emerged, it made the inner mountain look evil. Dawn. 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 It seemed as though the sounds wouldn't stop. Suyin squinted his eyes. Suddenly, he understood something. The Wall of Heart Concealment Array seemed to sense profound spirit chi. If he used profound spirit chi to attack, once it touches the wall, it would then cause such a reaction. The way he dug the wind hole was to strike without using profound spirit chi, so it did not trigger the Wall of Heart Concealment Array. Otherwise, he would not have been able to widen the wind hole. It rang off for about 20 times before finally stopping. Suyin retracted his body, and even stopped breathing. He exposed one of his eyes as he stared stealthily at the black hole. His heart was thumping hard and fast. Thud. Finally, within the black hole, footsteps were heard. It seemed like these people could not break the Wall of Heart Concealment Array and were giving up. About 2 footsteps were heard, one with the slightest faint trace, and one that was heavier. While Suyin observed the 2 walking out of the black hole, he was unable to sense any bit of profound spirit chi on them. If they weren't experts, how could they cover up their profound spirit chi so well? I never thought this rascal even has a natural place for his body to rest in. Indeed, he is someone mighty, like we heard from the rumors. The voice was cold and gloomy, but it was a familiar voice. Suyin stared hard at the black hole. 2 shadows came out from the black hole slowly. One of them was tall. He wore a black garment and a black crown. He had a pair of forest green eyes and an evil-looking green hair. On his skin, he was covered in green patterns. It was horrible. As for the black robe, the patterns on the top were actually moving as if they were alive. And beside the man was a lady in green dress. The dress was over her knees, revealing her beautiful fair legs. Her body was hot. She had big busts and a perky butt. Her figure would set anyone's imagination ablaze. How pretty would her face be? Her brows, nicely parted. She had cherry lips and her skin, fair and smooth like a paste. Her green hair fell nicely on her shoulders and her eyes sparkled like jewels. She was charming. And what's amazing was she actually had an indescribable gracefulness to her. Her temperament was impeccable, it held a noble and inviolable dignity that captured the audience's soul. Simply monstrous. Soo-Yun shook his head. If he did not carry the everlasting stone with him, he might have been subdued by that woman's charm, causing him to stand up and walk over to her, then obediently worship her. If I can't get that treasure, then all our hard work will be in vain. I must think of a way to break this realm. The lady in the green dress said. The man cupped his fists and said respectfully, Princess, this treasure is not easy to attain. This concealment array is not easy to tear down either. It's not that I'm not powerful enough. It's just that I can't find the flaws in the concealment array. If I can find the flaws, then it'll be another story. The lady in green heard this and her brows turned straight. Then, have you found the flaws yet? No. Then, do you have any plans? I've heard about the heavenly crystal. Maybe if you rely on the heavenly crystal, you can break the realm and attain the treasure. I have already sent people to investigate the heavenly crystal. Rumors say that the first people that came in contact with the heavenly crystal are the people of the Immortal Sword sect. After investigation, the heavenly crystal is now in the hands of a person named Limitless. The Immortal Sword sect and the Minging School are looking for this person, but this person is nowhere to be found. It's hard to acquire the heavenly crystal in such a short period of time. The lady in green blandly said. I have heard that the Immortal Sword sect's elder, Long Xianli, and Minging School Su Qian may have been to one place. Maybe Limitless would be there. Oh? The lady turned her fair neck and looked at him. Where is that? The Su family. The man replied respectfully. Su family? Then did you send anyone to investigate? I've already sent 2 men. Good. The lady in green nodded. Then, let them check first, as we think about other ideas here. Be it the heavenly crystal or this treasure, I want it. If this isn't done, then we will need more strength. The man knelt down and lowered his head earnestly. The lady did not even spare him a glance. With her light footsteps, she flew towards the sky like a green leaf, and flew towards the tunnel. The man noticed, he hurriedly got up and followed suit. Soo-Yun concentrated on them with his eyes. Rascal, there are quite a number of people that lust for the heavenly crystal. Their powers are not inferior to Long Xianli. The Sword Elder said. Soo-Yun nodded. I never thought that the Su family's pond is that profound. I have to be extra careful in the future and eliminate those 2 as quick as possible. Then, what do you plan to do now? Are you still going to get the sprite's shadow? Sword Elder asked. Of course. If I don't get the sprite's shadow, then didn't I just waste a trip down here? Soo-Yun said. He sat there and waited. The Limitless Sword manual was stuck on his chest. He believed that his chi would not leak out and these 2 people would not be able to sense his existence. As such, Soo-Yun sat for half a day. When he sensed that the 2 have left already, he walked out from the stone and towards the black hole. The abandoned dead spirits in the black hole were killed by the 2. When the abandoned dead spirits died, they all returned to their original state, hair. Although dead, the Almighty One would produce a new batch of abandoned dead spirits soon. The 2 had killed all of the abandoned dead spirits for him, that saved him a lot of energy. Suyun was filled with joy as he held onto the thousand-deep sword and walked into the black hole carefully. The black hole was darker than the inner mountain. Here, there was not even an inch of light. If an ordinary person was here, he would probably turn blind. Luckily, Suyun had the heavenly scale divine eye. Even in a dark place like this, he still had some vision. The black hole was not long, it was probably just over 100 meters. Along the road, the bodies of the abandoned dead spirits laid on the ground. There were close to over 100 of them. Upon seeing this scene, he felt cold sweat running down his back. If he chose to fight these on his own, he wouldn't know how long it would take to kill all of them. Maybe he might have to go on for days and nights, and it would never end. Ha! Suddenly, Suyun's gaze fell on the corpses of all the abandoned dead spirits. These abandoned dead spirits were not dead for a long time, and their corpses had not yet turned into strands of hair. Their long bodies were still glowing. His eyes fell on the center of all these corpses to see a layer of an unusual blue glow. That's spirit power. The Sword Elder said excitedly. Spirit power? Yes. The Sword Elder said excitedly. These abandoned dead spirits are just like me, they have to rely on spiritual bodies. The spirit power is not profound spirit chi. They got their source of energy from the person's soul. Suyun. Is it possible to give the spirit power to me? With this much spirit power, I can become stronger. It's beneficial to me. Why so polite, senior? If you want it, it's all yours. Suyu smiled and started picking the spirits up and throwing them into the limitless sword manual. The Sword Elder could not wait as he breathed in eagerly. Suyun was very quick as he sped through the area. The longer the abandoned dead spirits were dead, the faster the spirit power dissipated. After half an hour, over 10 abandoned dead spirits were taken and given to the Sword Elder. The Sword Elder did not give in. Once he received all the spirit power, he laid deep in the limitless sword manual and remained silent. Suyun advanced, and very quickly he was at the end of the black hole. There was a gigantic rock. It blocked off the road and no one knew what lay behind. But if he could destroy this rock, he could obtain the sprite's shadow easily. The other two must have been stuck here. Suyun sniffed the profound spirit chi that lingered in the air and opened his eyes slowly. He then took out the flying sky moon mirror, opened the skull scroll and opened the shocking 100 demon extermination god array. It all depends on you. Suyun stroked the demonic chi from the array and muttered. Jio. Right at this moment, pearls the size of green-colored eye lit up around the walls. The green eyes shot out a huge deal of light. The array in midair started to work on its own, it filled the air with a unique chi. Suyun's face was tight. This was left by the two earlier on? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122. The Power of Sprite's Shadow, Part 2. Looking at the array as it started, Suyun's heart was silent. Yes, since the opponent has already found this place, why would they not leave a defense mechanism to stop others from finding it and stealing their treasure? This array had no chi for killing. It did not look like it wanted to kill him, but the profound spirit chi floating in the air was extremely dense, as if it wanted to eliminate other chi. He could not care less, he needed to obtain the sprite's shadow quickly. Will be the victor. Suyun did not hesitate. He immediately laid the 100 demon extermination god array on the ground. After that, he took out the last ingredient from the bag and stared at the eye of 100 demon extermination god array before he pressed onto it. Click. The last piece of ingredient fitted into the eye of the array. In a few breaths, the painting on the flying sky moon mirror started to emit a blood-red mist-like material as though it was a pot of boiling blood. It started to let out rumbling noises. Suyun looked at the array as the demonic spirits that were deep asleep were awakened. His eyes turned red and started becoming weird. It was gloomy. That mysterious demonic chi cultivator's blood. Why would it have such an amazing effect? He did not know, nor did he want to know. The thing that he needed to do was to worship. He presented his own soul and communicated with the powers of the 100 demons. Demons. They were not the substitute for viciousness, nor evil. A true demon was not a serial killer in the legend. What they pursued was the same as fairies. They were noble. People hated and feared them because they did not understand them well enough. Su-Yun stepped on the edges of the flying sky moon mirror and onto 100 demon extermination god array. He took out 1000 deep sword and pulled out the death sword on his back and then stabbed through it together with the sword sheath. He supported both of the swords and, as if he had collapsed, he had no energy left. His chest rose and fell as he panted hard. Suddenly, a bloody streak of light jumped out from the 100 demon extermination god array and through the top of the wall of heart concealment formation. It penetrated the rocks, into the mountains and to the sky. Whoa! Immediately, blood-colored light started engulfing Su-Yun. An excruciating pain filled him, as he and the two swords were baptized by this bloodlight. He gritted his teeth, keeping an eye on the 100 demon extermination god array. He was surprised to see that the patterns on the painting started moving on its own. The hundreds of vicious, formidable, terrifying and frightening demons stood up all at once. They all set their gaze on Su-Yun as they dragged their blood-drenched body towards him. Kill! Kill all the injustice on this earth, kill all the unfairness in this world. Kill! No one can control you or me. From now on, you and I will be free. The darkness does not allow people to walk forward, but it can hide us perfectly well. This way, we can be safe. Be it immortals, celestials, or demons, who cares? I just hope to live a life with my loved ones. Unless, you can't give it to me? Then I'll tear the sky apart, chop the floor into pieces and show you. I'm not an ant you can trample one. Souls? Pride? Life? Can all these be realized? One after another, the shouts rang by his ears continuously. Different voices, but they all carried the same arrogance. That was the voices of the demons. What they pursued was actually very simple. Su-Yun listened intently and immersed himself in their emotions. He felt their anger, despair, sadness. All of a sudden, the demon-most front moved and fell onto him. Voila! The bloody demon turned into a fluid and splashed onto Su-Yun. Then, it quickly spun around his body before finally converging into a pattern, one that looked exactly like the one in the painting. The image was vicious, its eyes full of killing intent, as if he was the absolute demon of the underworld. Voila! The second demon pounced on him and joined into the picture. Followed by the third demon. Voila! Fourth demon. Voila! Voila! The fifth and sixth demon. When the 100th demon had penetrated Su-Yun's body, his entire being was covered entirely by the sinister and frightening spectacle. Could he still be called a human at this moment? The strong and vicious demonic chi turned the black hole into a red glimmering light. The wall of heart concealment formation started to instigate on its own and was being pushed to its extreme as though it wanted to defend against this chi. Arg! The 100 demons pattern were formed. The demons roared as it pierced through the mountain, through the rocks and into the blue dome of heaven. Vowed to pulverize heaven and earth with his palms. Shedding flames volcano. At the main hall. 6 disciples at the first stage spirit core realm donning equipment of superior quality, stood guard outside the palace hall. Inside the palace hall, several great clan elders of the exuding fire sect were present, all seated down, even the chief great clan elder Yang Gu was present. Hu Rong stood in the middle of the hall to report about the recruitment of exuding fire sect matters. For a sect to pass on to generations, it had to call in new disciples. Although Exuding Fire Sect and Guxia Sect both agreed to cultivate Scarlet Star Spirit Chi, there were ultimately some difference between the two sections. Exuding Fire Sect knew how to cultivate Scarlet Star Spirit Chi in moderation, because the Chi carried an easily irritable character. They focused on the state of mind. Exuding Fire Sect's methods and Guxia Sect's method for cultivating Scarlet Spirit Chi were not much different. The reputation of the sects, regulation etc. were all compatible with Guxia Sect. Every year, many would come forth for the test. Upon hearing Hu Rong's report, the great clan elder shut his eyes tight and thought deeply. The others remained silent and the hall was eerily silent. At this moment, Yang Gu opened his mouth. With his voice hoarse, for this year's recruitment, I have actually discussed with the sect leaders, and we might postpone it to a few months later. The great clan elder was in shock after hearing the piece of news. Why is that so? Hu Rong got suspicious. The recruitment has always been utmost importance as it has got to do with the passing on to the next generation. The recruitment of new blood cannot be delayed. Great clan elder, why are we delaying it? Fret not. Yang Gu said, the sect leaders mainly wished for us to be able to get the list of names by the opening of Heroes Ensemble so that everyone can place their focus at the distinguished meeting. Heroes Ensemble meet? All clan elders looked at him, and he looked back. All of their eyes were in a state of confusion. With my disciples' power, the top 10 is not an issue to them. The positions are all superficial. Why do the sect leaders care about them? Hu Rong asked. Yeah, those sects are greedy, but my Exuding Fire Sect is different. What's the difference between the first or the last position? Everyone disputed. But the great clan elder just shook his head incessantly. I'm afraid all of you don't know why the sect leaders place such importance in this Heroes Ensemble meet. That's because, in this meet, all precious sects will be providing treasures. If you can get the treasures, then it will benefit Exuding Fire Sect greatly. Treasures? Everyone gasped. Hu Rong cupped his fist. Please enlighten me. The great clan elder looked at Hu Rong and opened his mouth to explain to him. However, when he just wanted to make a sound, his face suddenly changed, and his entire body immediately stood up from his chair. The few other great clan elders all stood up, and looked at him with surprise. At this time, a gloomy and fiendish chi suddenly pervaded the air from inside the palace hall. As the indescribable atmosphere rippled, what a strange feeling. This is? Hu Rong's eyes opened wide, as he's starting to feel something unfathomable coming. Not good. There's a situation. Everyone's starting to panic and shout. The great clan elder's face became paler. He stared at the outside, and after thinking for a while, he bellowed, start protecting the boundaries of the mountain, and at the same time send out the order, the inner sect disciples cannot leave the sect, and let the elites of the sect be dispatched. The rest of you follow me out to take a look. See who actually dares to come to my Exuding Fire Sect and behave atrociously. When his voice sounded out, Yang Yu and the rest sprung into action, all becoming flames that flew out of the palace hall. Just then, at the nameless burial area, the night sky turned into the color of ash, as the 100-demon extermination god array was entirely attached to Su Yun's body, where his body was covered entirely by sinister and fiendish demon pictures. He ferociously gasped for breath, both of his eyes are scarlet red. He raised his pale white face, stared at the big rock in front of him, and proceeded to climb over to it. His left and right hands held the 1000 Deep Sword and the Death Sword. At that moment, both swords were covered in the demonic picture, with incomparable redness, especially the Death Sword, shuddering frantically, stirring restlessly and unstably, as though it could throw off Su Yun's tight hold on at any time. The Sword Elder did not make a sound, as he was already immune to Su Yun's random and weird surprising acts. What's wrong? Su Yun raised the Death Sword in his hand, looked at its frantic shuddering, and the corner of his mouth slowly exposed a demonic smile. You can't even bear such little chi? This is just the first transformation. As he said that, Su Yun's face suddenly became more sinister, and from his mouth erupted a roar. After that, both Thousand Deep Sword and Death Sword uniformly slashed across the big rock. The tips of the swords released a large amount of berserk undulation. Endless destructive chi converged at one point, and heart-wrenchingly clashed forward. Bang! Almost at the same time, the wall of heart concealment formation once again activated by itself, and moreover it was activated to its limit, and was no longer a deep green color, but a bright white-green color, and the entire cave was illuminated, becoming sparkling and pure. Clang! Death Sword. Thousand Deep Sword. Knocking into the concealment, it produced a loud sound. However, it was unable to expel the power. The wall of heart concealment formation kept flickering, as though it also had used up all of its power to resisting the swords with all of its power and not allowing them to penetrate through one bit. But after a breath, the demonic pictures on Su Yun's body suddenly erupted out, in the capacities of long slender threads, rushing out of his body, one after another of specters releasing mournful and fierce claws, grabbing onto the wall of heart concealment, frantically tearing it apart. 100 demon shadows. Power bursting forth. The mournful shrills sounded out from the demon specters. These were not painful shrieks, or mourns of despair, but they were mourns of anger, insane and crazy roars. Chila chila chila. It was unclear how terrifying 100 demon shadows' powers were. The thick and sturdy wall of heart concealment was torn apart by these 100 pairs of claws. The white, luminous light burst out and the wall of heart concealment collapsed completely. The entire tunnel was free from obstruction. The ferocious power seemed to be able to split open the air. This was true power. This was formidable power. Su Yun was entranced. There was a pit at the end. Within that pit lay a decomposed corpse. The treasures on the corpse were dull and lightless. These treasures stemmed from the lives of the person. Once the person is dead, the treasures would lose their luster as well. But, on the shriveled finger, sat a ring whose black ray of light was still glowing. Sprite's shadow. Su Yun's bloody eyes widened. Clank! The Thousand Deep Sword and the Death Sword fell onto the ground. He advanced with heavy footsteps, body shaking as he staggered. I finally gotten it. He took the ring off and clenched it within his hands. His bloody red eyes were filled with joy. He acquired the Sprite's shadow. And the heavenly crystal. These two divine objects together with the everlasting stone. What else would he fear? Ha ha ha. He could not contain his joy as muffled laughters came through his throat. Oh! A little dog actually sneaked in. Right at this moment, a familiar voice rang from behind. Su Yun turned his body stiffly and stared behind him to see two shadows walking towards him. They were the two green people who flew out from the black hole earlier on. This was obviously a miraculous array that supported the atmosphere. You actually destroyed the wall of heart concealment. The man in the black robe exclaimed. Aha! What a thick demonic chi! Don't tell me the wall of heart concealment eats demonic chi? The lady whom the man in black robe called as princess set her gaze on Su Yun. Without a change of expression she said sternly, Rascal, give me the Sprite's shadow. Or else, you shall die. You want it? Su Yun raised his bloody red eyes and walked over. He then plucked out Thousand Deep Sword, which was stuck onto the ground. In his right hand, he held onto the Death Sword and, on his left hand, the Sprite's shadow. He rushed forth towards them. If you want it, then I shall give it to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123. The Power of Sprite's Shadow, Part 3. The lady in green and the man had sensed an omen when he said that. Especially when this man was covered by demon tattoos and was frightening. His bloody chi could even put a man unconscious. Is he a demon? If he is a demon, why does he have chi in his body? The lady was in deep thoughts and she had her guard up. Suddenly, a black ring flew over. The lady in green and the green-haired man were surprised as they looked over to the ring. Sprite's shadow. This man actually threw the sprite's shadow. The green-haired man shook and was overjoyed. Princess, it's the treasure. With that, the green-haired man pounced over to reach out for the black ring. Come back! The green lady roared, but it was too late. Right at this moment, a razor-sharp sword chopped right through. It was a black sword with its sheath. There were evil patterns imprinted on the sword, and on top of the sword hilt was a ruby stone, glimmering like the eye of a demon. The aura was as terrifying as a storm which came in the form of sword. Humph, how dare you attack with the sword sheath? How arrogant! The man with green hair was angry now. He felt as though the opponent was looking down on him. Right away, he reached out his right hand for the sword sheath and the left hand towards the ring. Bada! He held onto the sword sheath and stopped the sword. But it was not over. Just as the green-haired man stopped the sword sheath, 100 demon shadows surged from the man that held onto the sword hilt like a flood. They extended their terrifying, vicious claws and caught hold of the man. Ah! Screams of despair, anger, and wildness resonated. The 100 of demons all screamed. With a murderous intention. Ha! The green-haired man's face drastically changed, his heart beating rapidly. The hairs on his body stood and he felt numb in his scalp. He had yet to react, but his body was already caught by the claws of the demons. The 100 demons scratched his skin and tore through his bones with their might as a destructive chi leaked out from them. Sheila! The man with green hair was torn into pieces, fresh blood, flesh and his internal organs all spilled over. A first-level spirit soul disciple. Was easily skinned alive by Su Yun. What? The lady in green frowned. Su Yun snatched the sprite's shadow in midair and turned his gaze to the lady in green. Even though he was covered in the blood of the green-haired man, in his eyes, he could not contain his desire to kill. Then, what about you? Do you want it? He extended the ring towards the lady in green and asked slyly. Good. 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 The lady in green nodded continuously, her eyes were blazing with anger. Good. You dare to touch my people. I don't care who you are. I will kill you. Those vicious words seemed to have flipped a switch. Su Yun suddenly changed his expression and dashed over. The 100 demons moved once again, their powers like rainbow as they attacked the lady in green like raging waves. It was obvious that he wanted to kill her. Humph. Do you take me as just trash? The lady in green boiling with anger. She moved slightly and disappeared immediately. When she reappeared, she was only over 10 meters away from Su Yun. She muttered a few incantations as she moved her fingers ever so slightly and the air rippled around her. A group of vicious monsters surged out and rushed over to Su Yun. The 100 demons waved their claws to catch hold of these monsters. In a blink of an eye, they tore them apart and started devouring them. After eating the monsters, the 100 demons became much more powerful. The lady in green eyes squinted with concentration. What kind of methods does this person have? Who exactly is he? How did he manage to devour my energy? And why is he so strong? Buzz! As she was deep in thought, an explosion burst out. The lady in green darted her eyes around and looked over to see a long sword piercing right towards her from midair. She quickly used a method to defend against it, but in the next second, the man with 100 demon tattoos suddenly sped up and rushed right in front. The craziness beneath the mask of the man almost seemed visible. Mask, blade master clothes, sword sheath? Are you limitless sword god? The lady in green suddenly thought of something. But Su Yun did not care about anything she said. The 100 demons moved once again, without any mercy, and dashed towards the lady in green. Right now, he only wanted her dead. Because she once said she wanted him to die. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang, then several fireballs flew right at Su Yun's body. Su Yun retreated quickly, as he was set on fire. But he felt no pain. His blood chi extinguished the fire on his body before he looked over to the woman to see the people of exuding fire sect walking through the black hole. There were about over 20 of them, all in their golden blazing clothes and their treasure weapons in their hands. They looked mighty as they walked forward. Exuding fire sect. The leaders, which were Yang Gu and Hu Rong and all the other clan elders and their other disciples, all looked outstanding. The lady in green saw what was coming for her and then to Su Yun. She thought for a while and waved her hands. A ray of green light shone over her head and the walls above her head all turned into bubbles and disappeared into thin air. A route leading to the outside of the mountain was opened by this lady solely. Without the wall of heart concealment, the mountain could easily be destroyed. After the lady created an exit, she jumped into the route and escaped. Su Yun saw this, but he did not give up. His killing intent rose. He waved his hand and Thousand Deep Sword flew to him and ran after the lady. Flying sword maneuver? Is he from the Immortal Sword sect? Someone exclaimed. He can't be. Hu Rong shouted. How can a person from Immortal Sword sect have such vicious demonic chi? He must be Limitless Sword God. Limitless Sword God? He is Limitless Sword God? Why would he appear here? All the clan elders were in shock. But no one replied to his suspicions. Su Yun's focus was all on the lady in green. Since the lady wanted to look for Limitless Sword God, and even sent people to the Su family, then he did not need to show her any mercy. She wanted the heavenly crystal. How could he let her go? Su Yun was ruthless when he finalized his resolution to eliminate her. He did not care about anything and rushed forth. The two rushed out of the mountain and landed in midair. Suddenly, the lady in green who was escaping, turned around and faced Su Yun. Her fair and long hands moved quickly, only to see her bursting forth hand signs of the mountain, river, beasts, stars, etc. The change was extremely fast, with profound mystery that was astonishing, and only after a few breaths, she had completed over 100 hand sign diagrams. Then, the lady raised and brandished both of her hands, releasing the seals which then disappeared, and after that, they reappeared on Su Yun's body. The seals arranged themselves on him, with him as the center, before transforming into a magnificent little world, with Su Yun stuck inside, planning to trap him and the demons inside. But those were not ordinary demon shadows. How firm was their mental state? How could they be affected by the lure of worldly temptation? The 100 demons were bursting with anger. The claws appeared once again and demonic chi was released. The chi turned into metal chains to trap the facade and tear it apart. They actually can't be hypnotized. The lady groaned. She would not be able to escape in such a short time, so she took out a silk scarf glowing in green color. She brandished it lightly and the scarf rippled towards Su Yun. Su Yun went close to the ripples, only to find out that, once his body touched the ripples, his flesh would rot rapidly and shrivel. But he still could not feel any pain. The 100 demon extermination god array gave him a formidable demonic disposition. He had let go of everything in his heart and what was left was his desire to kill. All the pain on his flesh was not in his conscious mind. Seeing this rascal bearing the method she had placed and rushed over, the lady was shocked. So vicious. Limitless. Exactly what methods do you use? The lady muttered. But he still remained silent. When he got near, he lashed out his sword and the 100 demons attacked all at once like an insurmountable surging wave that covered the skies. The lady jumped backwards. She was unusually agile and had an intention of jumping over 100 miles. She obviously only took a small step forward, but she was already at a faraway place. It was impossible to catch a glimpse of her shadow. Su-Yun pounded into thin air and the lady mocked at him with a smirk. She said blandly, "I can see something. The chi on your body is slightly weak, not strong at all. You seem to rely on some mystical techniques to have such powers. But, don't be surprised. Although your powers can kill someone who is a spirit soul disciple, it will be of no use to me. I am not someone you can offend. Don't be arrogant thinking you can kill me. Hand over the sprite's shadow obediently and I will let you off the hook." "Let me off the hook?" Su-Yun stopped himself as he revealed an odd look. The corners of his mouth curved slightly and he smiled. "Rascal, let's go." The Sword Elder voiced out. "Oh? Senior, what do you mean by that?" Su-Yun laughed. "You can't defeat her. I made a mistake. Her power is much stronger than what I thought it would be." "I know." Su-Yun nodded and smiled lightly. "But if I don't kill her now, when she comes to Su family, she will definitely kill me. She only knows Limitless Sword God. Not Su-Yun. Isn't that the same thing?" The wildness in Su-Yun's eyes was getting stronger, and the slyness at the corners of his mouth was getting stronger. When Sword Elder heard that, he was stunned, then he suddenly realized. At this moment, it was not Su-Yun who was illogical. It was because the methods he used on his body had caused him to lose his rationality, so he only wanted to kill. To kill. Then he would not be able to escape. Swish! The people from the exuding fire sect were flying over. When they saw the two people at the peak, Yang Gu waved his hands hastily and stopped everyone. "Great Clan Elder, I have already informed all the sect leaders. I believe they will be here soon." Yang Gu nodded as he stared at the two in front and said, "The two seem to be fighting with methods. Since that's the case, then let them fight till their deaths." "Why are they fighting with their methods? And why are they here?" Hu Rong asked. "Not sure, but we will know it soon." "Great Clan Elder, who shall we help?" Hu Rong asked again. "Help? We're not helping anyone. This is exuding fire sect's territory. They have trespassed. Doesn't that mean that they do not put us in their eyes? How can we let them off? Wait till they're done with their battle, then we'll clear up this mess." The Great Clan Elder moaned. "But, Limitless Sword God, Limitless Sword Lord once saved Madame Purple Star and the young master of Mu family at the Purple Star Academy. He holds a noble position in Mystical Mountain Range. If we touch him, I'm afraid Purple Star Academy and the Mu family will not let this matter go. The entire Mystical Mountain Range will see exuding fire sect as their enemy." The second clan elder, Su Ziying, said worriedly. Great Clan Elder face was black, and his eyes revealed he was unhappy. But without saying another word, his forehead undulated a burst of baleful look. Then, for the entire sky suddenly turned dark. "What is happening?" Everyone was surprised. They looked over to see Limitless Sword God waving his right hand as the black ring shone on his finger. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124. The Power of Sprite's Shadow, Final. Absurd! You're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. Su-Yun, can your body withstand such rapid increase in powers? Your body will just collapse. Sword Elder shouted anxiously. However, he could no longer stop Su-Yun. He clenched onto the sprite's shadow as he secretly instigated his energy to bring it alive. Like an electric current, the profound spirit chi activated the ultra-fine and strong machine. As time goes by, it will get harder for me to bear it, but if I kill all of them quick enough, then I should be fine. With that, cracks broke out of the black ring of the sprite's shadow. Then, sounds broke forth as though a water lotus was moving in all directions. After a moment of work, it turned into a black lotus ring. The flower was blacker than carbon, just like a black hole. Even the petals looked sinister. But the weird thing was, there was not an ounce of chi around it. It was just as if it was a dull ring. But right at this moment, it got even quieter and calmer. Nobody would have thought it was the rarest treasure on earth. Su-Yun looked at Sprite's shadow quietly. Not knowing why, the demonic disposition in him lessened by 30%, and instead, persistence and resolution rose in him. He regained back some rationality, and there was some life in his bloody red eyes. You really aren't scared of death. You prepared such a terrifying mystical technique, and yet you still dare to instigate the sprite's shadow. Your powers are so weak. Don't tell me you're not afraid of your body exploding, instantly causing your death? The lady in green was surprised. She never thought that this man actually did not want to preserve his life. The sprite's shadow birthed a lotus flower as if a painting floated into the air. As the sun set, a gigantic water lotus mark appeared at the dome of the sky. Voila! The water lotus sprite's shadow suddenly disappeared. And then, a black water lotus seal was imprinted on the back of the hand in which the sprite's shadow was worn on. Never mind. Rascal, since you have already decided to do it, then go all out. I believe you aren't the kind to fall down so easily. Sword Elder blurted. Su-Yun nodded. His gaze was still on the lady in green. Although the sprite's shadow was activated, but its chi did not change much. As such, people could not tell how powerful it was. Sprite's shadow. Hee, let me see how powerful it is. If it's just a piece of trash, then even I don't want it. After which, the lady in green waved her silk scarf, which then formed several huge rocks that crashed towards Su-Yun. Buzz! The water lotus mark on the back of Su-Yun's hand glimmered in black radiance. A gigantic water lotus seal emerged from the sky and left a black pattern with resounding sound waves hitting onto the huge mountains. In a split second, Su-Yun felt the profound spirit chi in his body being sucked away, and immediately, he was weak and frail. But then in a breath, spirit essence spilled out, and profound spirit chi nourished his shriveled body. He was once again energetic. What was that? Unless that was the power of Sprite's shadow? Su-Yun suspected but did not give much thought about it. He looked at the water lotus seal on the back of his hand as all the wonderful mystical techniques took over his heart. These mystical techniques were like paintings as they appeared in his mind. There were actually 99,881 of them, and each of the mystical technique was inexhaustible and formidable. He took a breath in as he stepped on Thousand Deep Sword and stared tightly at the lady in green who stood far away. In one hand, he held onto the death sword, and the other hand, which was imprinted with the water lotus seal, was raised suddenly towards the lady in green. Boom! All the profound spirit chi in his body was once again sucked out, and all his meridians were exhausted momentarily. Even the surrounding profound spirit chi of the 100 demon extermination god array were also sucked out, causing the array to weaken to some degree. After that, all the energy went through the water lotus seal, exploding outwards. A black lotus flower seal came out, flying towards the greenish jade robes. Shadow Lotus. Amongst the 81 mystical techniques from the sprite's shadow, the lethal blow definitely existed. The water lotus spread out as the petals wilted and flew in 5 directions. What a thick destruction chi! Is this Sprite's shadow's absolute lotus? How is that possible? How did Limitless Sword Lord gain the lost mystical technique? This is, at least, a profound level of a terrifying mystical technique. Rank 5. Is Limitless Sword Lord good or evil? Why does he wreak such terrifying demonic chi? And all he uses are demonic techniques? Don't let your guard down. You have to be cautious. The people of Exuding Fire sect far away exchanged words. The lady in jaded robes used her silk scarf quickly. The silk scarf turned into a gigantic iron shield and placed in front of her. The heroic iron shield acted like a heaven's wall as it divided the exuding flames volcano into two. Then, the tiny black water lotus petals came through. Bang! 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 Each of the petal exploded and the seals of the black water lilies burst out like an electric current flowing in all four directions. The 5 petals pierced through the shield immediately, making the shield crack. The lady in jaded robes spell was destroyed. The shield was back to its original form. Oh! The jaded green robe lady's chest rose up and down as color drained from her face. She took a few steps back as she looked at the man in shock. I'm afraid those who are not a Spirit Star disciple should not confront him. Yangu looked at Limitless Sword Lord solemnly and opened his mouth. Spirit Star disciple? Asterisk rank 5, 1 level higher than Soul Realm. Everyone from Exuding Fire sect were all dumbfounded, their scalps slightly numbed. This Limitless Sword Lord, just how powerful was he? Good. Limitless. You're powerful. The woman in green leaned to one side, seeing the distant Exuding Fire sect crowd, immediately understood even if she risked her life to kill Limitless Swordmaster, it would take up most of her energy, and in the end, she would still be used by Exuding Fire sect. However, she was reluctant to leave too, and stared at Limitless Swordmaster for a while, and said, Your body is unable to hold on, you forcefully activated the sprite's shadow, and you're using such a terrifying art, once the effect dies out, you will definitely collapse, you can only continue for a period of time, and when that time ends it will be so easy to kill you. Limitless Sword Lord. Do not be crazy, you are unable to withstand any longer. Once she finished speaking, she suddenly threw out her colorful silk, stepping on it, and wanted to flee. You want to leave? Not so easy. Both of Suyun's eyes flashed blood red, the entire demonic tattoos exploded out, the 100 shadows covered the sky, the baleful aura evenly flying out from his body, grabbing onto the lady in green. The colorful silk was stuck, as the 100 shadows released their strength, forcibly holding back the colorful silk from almost escaping, making her come back. Despicable. You think I, the princess, am unable to kill you? The lady in green's vicious personality was forced out, her 10 fingers retaliated back, messily moving around, only to see 10 rays of green light forming out of her fingers, heading towards Su-Yun. Dong 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 dong. The sprite Shadow's power was once again activated, as the Prince of the Black Lotus appeared again, enveloping all the green light. What? It intercepted an attack from an expert so easily. How scary was the sprite Shadow? But that was not the end. Divine Lotus Seal Concealment. Su-Yun muttered as he lifted a finger. Swish! Suddenly, a white chi knocked into the blue dome of heaven and disappeared instantly. Rumble! Something was changing. A sudden turn of events occurred at the dusky dome of heaven. Then, a thick layer of clouds suddenly split apart as the gigantic water lotus seal lowered down from the clouds at the dome of heaven. The people from Exuding Fire sect raised their head in shock and looked towards the dome of heaven to see the gigantic water lotus seal amongst the clouds was actually the base of a mountain. A boundless water lotus mountain fell from the sky towards the lady in jaded green robes. The water lotus mountain was vast and without any borders. It was like a big piece of land as it landed towards the ground. The dome of heaven turned dark as the sun and moon were covered, all living creatures crawled out of the ground. All were in shock and fear. Such force could not be withstood by human beings. The lady in jaded green robes turned pale as she widened her eyes. She stared at the falling mountains and shouted, "Treasure! It really is a treasure! It's actually this strong? What an astonishing attack! Even if she managed to ward it off, it might be to no avail and she would be at her wits' end. Not good. Flee! I must flee. Yang Gu's face took a great change, and urgently pressed everyone. Quickly scatter. Hurry and leave this place, quickly. Everyone run. Hurry, run. It is dangerous here, get out of here. When the words landed, the people from the exuding fire sect were stunned. The strike was so imposing, it completely exceeded ordinary spirit cultivators in power. Even mystical techniques were incapable of comparison. Overbearing. Domineering. Terrifying. What kind of mystical technique was that? Even an absolute expert like Yang Gu was shivering deep down. If he was confronting this attack, could he have resisted it? Despicable fellow. The lady in jaded green robes came back to reality immediately. She looked to her left and right to see that the water lotus mountain was over 1,000 miles wide. There was no way she could retreat. The mountain crashed down. She gritted her teeth and secretly took out a life-saving treasure to prepare for her last move. Bang! 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 As the water lotus mountain landed, it crashed, and with its enormous power, it crumbled the buildings, trees, stones underneath it. The mountain weighed itself down, but there was a pit formed on the ground already. But at this point in time, on the ground, the sequestered exuding flames volcano suddenly spewed a ray of soaring column of flame towards Water Lotus Mountain. The moment the soaring column flame hit against the Water Lotus Mountain's base, it turned into a sturdy, red-coiled dragon, TN, mythical creature. From the base of the mountain, the coiling dragon circled its way upwards and blocked the Water Lotus Mountain. The red coiling dragon was shaking. The dragon's eyes looked tense as it screamed continuously as if it was using all of its might. But the Water Lotus Mountain was finally stopped. Senior Sword Lord, please hold your actions. Right at this moment, a loud sound resonated. Su Yun frowned. The lady in jaded green robe saw and immediately took out her treasure and used the silk scarf to wrap around her to turn into a cocoon. She then flew away immediately to a faraway place and disappeared. The target had ran away. Su Yun turned cold and muttered, "Who?" "I come from the exuding fire sect, sect leader Zhenhua Huan, Master Limitless Sword Lord, please stop. Stop your magical powers." With that, a man with fire-red tresses wearing a blazing red robe flew and landed in front of Su Yun. The man's brow and lips were red, skin slightly tanned. There was a bit of mercuric sulfide on his forehead. He looked handsome, prideful, and what was even more shocking was he looked extremely young, yet he had a noble temperament that could not be disobeyed. The temperament this man had was only something that a powerful martial artist would have. Su Yun frowned, with the blood-red mask leaning on one side, coldly staring at him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125. Should demonic beings be hated? Under extreme pressure, Coiling Dragon, although it required a lot of energy, was forcibly supporting the entire Water Lotus Mountain. The scene of the huge dragon supporting the mountain appeared in everybody's sight. Upon seeing this, Su Yun stopped the flow of the profound spirit chi, cutting off the mystical technique. Swish! The Water Lotus Mountain dissipated. The entire mountain disappeared in a short time, and the huge coiled dragon that rushed out from the exuding flames volcano abruptly disappeared as well, burning out in the middle of the air, transforming into nothing. Everything became still, like a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. We greet the honorable sect leader. From afar the exuding fire sect people flew over, and faced the smart-looking young man dressed in the blazing red robe and respectfully paid their respects. N. Zhenhua Huan nodded his head, turned his gaze which landed on Su Yun, cupped his fist with his other hand and bowed, "Honored Limitless Sword God, I have been looking forward to meeting you for a very long time." "Nice to meet you. Why did you block my technique?" Su Yun asked in a deep voice. Jinhua Huan repeatedly forced a smile. Honored sir, this place belongs to Exuding Fire Sect, and is basically mine. Honored sir's massive and remarkable power, if you actually used it here, even though you could stop that lady, I'm afraid my Exuding Fire Sect will be buried along with her. The words were true. With the previous exchange, not only the Exuding Fire Sect, even the entire region, with the few towns and cities, would be buried under the water Lotus Mountain as well. Su Yun listened, waiting for further words, but suddenly his expression changed, and some dim sadness flitted across his eyes. He quickly pondered over the short period of time, took a deep breath, and said in his low voice, even if it was like that, that woman was my nemesis. Since you have done what you did, you practically aided her in her escape, and have become my enemy. Does you Exuding Fire Sect want to declare war against me? No, I definitely did not have that meaning. What I've done was protect my Exuding Fire Sect. Since it was like that, if I happen to meet that person in the near future, I hope that your noble sect will be able to aid me to kill her. That is for certain. The chi around her body, it was bizarre, she must be part of that group. If it is that group of people, Sky Marshal Continent people, I will definitely punish each and every one of them. Jinhua Huan said. Oh? You know who she is? Su Yun asked. Just a guess. Jinhua Huan said. Su Yun bit his lower lip, still desiring to say more, but he felt his internal body was fully used up, and apparently getting harder to be composed. He breathed in deeply, and indifferently said, since it's like that, then let's just leave it as it is. I have some matters to take care of, so I won't stay. I'll take my leave now. As soon as he said it, Su Yun stepped on the Thousand Deep Sword, and quickly flew out of Exuding Fire Sect. Swoo! The sharp sword flew like a shuttle, like it was penetrating through the day. Seeing him leaving so quickly, Hurong and the rest could finally exhale. Honorable sect leader really has remarkable powers. If that huge attack actually landed down, God knows how many lives would be taken away. Does honored limitless sword God not consider all these lives? All the elders were discussing. Yanggu gazed heavily as he watched Su Yun leave the place, and he asked, honored sir, he was simply relying on his treasure to increase his cultivation. Moreover, it was used up, he could not fight much anymore. Why did you treat him with so politely, why not keep him? Although he was using treasures to increase his cultivation, he is definitely not simple. You only saw the mask. Keep? I may not be able to keep him. Jinhua Huan shook his head, and what's more, if we touched him, we would be going against the big powers of the mystical mountain ranges sects, academies, and what's more, the Mu Clan and Purple Star Academy will definitely not let us off, so he cannot be touched. He appeared here. I'm only afraid of it concerning some secret. Even though we cannot hold him, we should at least ask him to stay to cooperate with us to investigate this entire thing. Yanggu was not satisfied. There's no way he would cooperate with us. Why is that? Jinhua Huan laughed out loud, but did not reply. Hua! One high-spirited ball of chi dissipated inside the palace. A little girl dressed in a red sword skirt, with two large snow-white wolf ears, blankly looked at her two hands, her snow-white fluffy big tail waving around on the floor, her bosom bursting in high, a young and tender yet charming look in contrast to her sweet and delicate face, a posture which was seductive yet adorable. But within her 10 fingers, there was a vague large amount of demonic and blood chi revolving, something she could not analyze, causing her to be astonished and leaking a surge baleful aura. So much terrifying and outstanding chi, why? Why is it like this? The little girl with her powdered face mumbled, watery and peach blossom-sized eyes looked in surprise. Suddenly, she thought of something. Don't tell me, it's that brat? But, that brat is obviously a weak person, this chi is so astonishing, even I cannot contend against it, but he can use such chi? Is it because he is borrowing the power of the heavenly crystal? Impossible, how can the heavenly crystal be so demonic? Even more. Such a bizarre chi, to force it into the body. I'm afraid there's no way to endure it. This asshole, don't tell me he's dead. Even before I have found that thing. Before I remove this link, he cannot die, but once this link is removed, I will pull the tendons out of your bones. The little girl tightly clenched her little fists, her eyes holding a thread of hate. She clenched her white clean teeth, seemingly thinking of something that was unforgivable, and her face quickly became white. Despicable. Plop. A melancholic sound echoed. Then came a series of violent panting. Suyun held onto Thousand Deep and Death Sword as he walked out of the exuding flames volcano. At this moment, he felt that his body was all shriveled up. Each step required all of his energy, and was painful. Especially the chi channels and spirit essence. Right now, he felt that they were very weak. Are the spirit essence and chi channels all dried up? Suyun found his own spirit stallion outside the volcano and muttered as he climbed to it. Not just dried up. Sword Elder's voice emerged, young rascal, you're brave. The sprite's shadow is not a kind one. Once it has been instigated, it will not give up, nor will it save your energy. Not save energy? Yes. It won't save you any energy. The Sword Elder said, do you remember when you instigated the heavenly crystal? The heavenly crystal and the sprite shadow are divine objects. If not, how can you use the sprite shadow to defeat the lady in Jaded Green's attacks so easily? In addition to that, you even forced the sect leaders of Exuding Fire sect to take action and make them fear you? When you instigated the heavenly crystal, weren't you making enemies with the elder from Divine Sword sect? The reason is simple, these two are spiritual. The heavenly crystal can feel that your cultivation is weak. Once it discovered that, it limited the energy it provided, otherwise, you would explode, and your body would not be able to take it. It knew that it would be fatal, so it didn't let you instigate too much energy. This was also the reason why I said that you couldn't make full use of the heavenly crystal. But the sprite's shadow is different. It doesn't take into consideration whether your body will be able to take it or not. If you use it, it will give its all. Giving its all to fight and release all its energy. It's good that you used the 100,000 blood demon technique to strengthen your body, and you have the everlasting stone to keep your heart spirit safe, or else you would be dead. I'm afraid you would lose your sanity and go crazy. So next time, when you use this item, think it through first. At least wait till your cultivation is high enough to stabilize your body. After Suyun heard that, he trembled. He never thought he had overdone it this time. Promptly, he felt a warm current flowing from the Limitless Sword manual again from his chest to nourish his shriveled body. Your spirit essence and chi channels are not just drying up, they're almost eroded. Especially your spirit essence. The sprite shadow had almost seemed to forcefully suck its profound spirit chi every single time. As such, your spirit essence could not take it and is close to collapsing. If you instigate another mystical technique, I believe that all of the spirit essence on your body will be destroyed. Then, you'll have to recultivate your spirit essence. Don't be so reckless in future, this old man can't help you every single time. Sword Elder lectured. Suyun laughed and said guiltily, thanks senior. But once the 100,000 blood demon technique has been instigated, it will not give up. It's hard to stop it since I shared my mental state with the 100 demons. How do you know of such vicious demonic array? Sword Elder exclaimed. Suyun fell silent and right after that, he opened his mouth. Senior, do you want to know? If you're willing to say. The reason is actually very simple. A tinge of sadness flashed past his eyes. I've once been a demonic disciple. With that, silence filled the air. The spirit stallion carried a man covered in blood on its back to journey a rocky road. The crisp sound of the horseshoes sounded rhythmically. That's unexpected, the Sword Elder smiled bitterly. I actually let a demon disciple become a sect leader for Limitless Sword sect. I wonder, if my ancestors found out, would they kill me? Su Yun leaned his face one side and the sunset hues fell on his disfigured yet cold iron face glimmering in the light. Demons? Should they be spurned by others? He asked while biting lightly on his pale lips. Sword Elder was shocked. He had no idea how to answer him. Su Yun forced a bitter smile, or maybe, you're right. When they were back at Su family, Su Yun's complexion was a lot better. The Sword Elder swallowed a soul and his spirit force increased by a lot. After half a day of nourishing Su Yun's body, his eroded spirit essence and chi channels were almost recovered. On the journey, Su Yun had been taking pills while recuperating on the spirit stallion. He finally slowed down. He raised his hands and looked at the closed black ring on his fingers. He caressed it and sighed. Seems like the sprite's shadow was very different from heavenly crystal. It can easily be used anytime, unlike the heavenly crystal, which required plenty of energy. Su Yun talked to himself and laughed. But you must know how to control the sprite's shadow and keep it from exhausting all your energy to use the mystical techniques. Sword Elder said. Su Yun nodded as he took off his mask, changed his Blademaster clothes and kept the sword sheath and death sword. He then rode on his spirit stallion towards the outer sect. Once he arrived at the outer sect of Su family, Su Yun returned to his hut directly. On the road to the outer sect, everyone looked upon him but no one dared to greet him. They were familiar with one another in the past. When they knew that Su Yun's talent had increased, they bootlicked him. But now, all of them avoided him like he was a plague. Seems like these people could not accept the fact that he chopped off Su Donghao's arms. After all, he was the great clan elder's son, and with a thought, he could order anyone dead. Who dared to offend him? Big brother. Just at this time, two familiar voices shouted out. Su Yun turned his head, only to see a group of people walking on the street towards him. It was the patrol squad people. He focused on them, only to see Su Xingyang and Su Xianyu running quickly towards him, their faces filled with happiness. Upon seeing this, Su Yun dropped from his horse and walked over. Big brother, where have you gone these past few days? Su Xianyu straightforwardly asked, her eyes scanning up and down, as though she was seeing if Su Yun was hurt anywhere. I only went out to complete some tasks, don't be too worried. Su Yun laughed. Seeing the group of patrol squad people, and seeing the order badge on their waists, he asked, today you guys are patrolling? Yes. Su Xingyang nodded his head, and laughed out loud, never did I expect us to have this day, it feels like a dream. Good job. Su Yun patted his shoulder, and said, the most important thing is to cultivate properly. Entering the inner sect is not an easy task. Big brother, you can relax, we will not let you down. Su Xingyan and Su Xianyu immediately nodded their heads. Su Yun laughed, and then lightly asked, right, the favor that I asked you for you too, how is it? Did that person agree? Yes, he agreed. Su Xianyu lowered her voice, moved closer to Su Yun's lower lip, and said, originally Prince Fu Su was prepared to reject, but when the people next to him informed him that we are close to you, big brother, he eventually agreed. And? Su Yun did not understand. We also found it strange. Prince Fu Su agreed to let us follow him because of you, so we didn't dare to join him for a bit, because, if Prince Fu Su has anything against you, and wants to hurt big brother, we would rather face the great clan elder's revenge. Su Xingyan was firm and persistent when he said it. Once Su Yun heard it, he laughed, but his mind felt that it was weird. If that was true, where did he get this face, to make Prince Fu Su do such a thing upon hearing his name? Are you Su Yun? Just as Su Yun was talking to Su Xianyu and Su Xingyang, a lady asked. Su Yun turned his head to look, only to see a lady with a pale face and dried lips standing behind him. Her eyes were gloomy and dark, expressionless, quietly standing behind her, using an emotionless and empty voice to ask. You are disciple Su Yun from the outer sect? The lady repeated her question. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126. I will find you again. I am, who are you? Soo-Yun frowned and asked. Only to see the gray-dressed lady taking an order badge from her waist, raising her pale white skinny hand, and emotionlessly said, I am second young Miss Personal Servant Girl. Second young Miss has ordered me to invite you to go to her personal residence to meet. She wants to ask you a few things. As she said it, 8 intersect guards walked up from behind her and surrounded Soo-Yun. Su Xianu and Su Xingyang anxiously stood closer to Soo-Yun, holding up their weapons, vigilantly looking at both sides. What do you all want? Su Xianu delicately asked. Second young Miss has ordered, she requires Soo-Yun to proceed to her residence to meet. If Soo-Yun does not comply, it is a dishabille of orders, and, under the Su family rules implementation, he will be killed on the spot. The lady in gray maintained her emotionless face and said, Family rules? Can your second young miss represent the Su family? Su Xianu was angry. What second young miss was so tyrannical? But the lady in gray nodded her head. She can more or less represent. You, Su Xianu was flustered. Who is your second young miss? At this time, Soo-Yun suddenly asked. Miss Soo-Yurong. The gray clothes woman said. When the name came out, the siblings jumped in shock. Miss Yurong? Great clan elder's daughter? Both of the siblings had an ugly look on their face. They themselves already knew the reason on why Soo-Yurong sent people to find Soo-Yun. On what matter does Miss Yurong want to find my big brother Soo-Yun for? Su Xianu looked at the gray-clothes lady and asked. But, the gray-clothed lady did not speak anymore. She quietly stared at Soo-Yun with her dim eyes, as if she was waiting for his answer. Any other person's voice, it was as if she could not hear them. Su Xianu was not angry anymore, but she was getting increasingly worried. The inner sect guards behind her were not to be trifled with. If Soo-Yun was to reject, they would definitely take action. It was said that the inner sect guards were not scary, but if the matter was to be blown up, and it was affecting the main house, then things would get troublesome. Soo-Yun and the siblings could not possibly contend against the whole Su family. Even more, the great clan elder could even use this as a pretense to bring up the old grudge and calculate them together. Although Pil King temporarily aided Soo-Yun to settle the crisis, he had already formed a grudge with the great clan elder, and as soon as information about him was obtained, he had no choice but to escape. I'll go. After considering again and again, Soo-Yun suddenly opened his mouth. Big brother. The two shouted anxiously. Xianu even grabbed hold of Soo-Yun's hand and clenched it tightly, fearing he might leave. Don't go. Su Xianu looked at Soo-Yun with her malt-like face. Her eyes were brimming with tears, but were filled with determination. This incident started because of Xianu and Xingyang. It had nothing to do with Soo-Yun, but he still stood by them. In the two of their hearts, Soo-Yun was no longer just a benefactor. He was almost their everything, especially to Su Xianu. This man always appeared when she was in danger. He gave her hope. In her heart, he was someone that could not be replaced. If there was a choice, she would rather go herself than allow Soo-Yun to go. But Soo-Yun extended his hands to pull away from that soft, small hands and revealed a cheerful smile. Wait for me. 3 simple words and that gentle smile were all it took to make her heart all fuzzy. Unknowingly, she could not refute what he said. Without waiting for Su Xianu and Su Xingyang to react, Soo-Yun said towards the lady in gray, "Let's go." The lady in gray nodded and led him the way. All these people rode with their spirit stallions, including the lady in gray. Soo-Yurong lived alone in the inner sect. The great clan elder had arranged a huge courtyard. No one knew how high Soo-Yurong's cultivation was. Once she moved into the courtyard, she had never came out once until someone exposed she was a lesbian. Then she slowly showed her face. But mainly, she exposed herself to get some contact with ladies. Someone said Su Yurong's cultivation level was enough for her to enter the main house. Of course, most of the things people said needed more investigation. Cough, cough. Right then, a series of dry cough rose from the side. Su-yun looked over to see the lady in gray at his side was getting paler and paler. She covered her mouth and coughed non-stop. She looked like she was in pain. Su-yun kept his gaze to himself and lowered his head to think. 1 hour later, everyone arrived at the inner sect. As compared to the liveliness of the outer sect, the inner sect was more solemn, more grand. On its clean paths, it was very rare to see people passing by. The ones that could enter the inner sect were mainly nurtured by the family. There was not a need to open a shop, nor work. They did not even have to worry about medication. The disciples of the inner sect only needed to cultivate and cultivate. They must not stop cultivating. And because of that, the inner sect was called the backbone of Su family. Whoever was nurtured here were the real cultivators. The lady in gray coughed continuously as she brought Su-yun to an isolated, huge mansion on the right. The guards of the inner sect stood in front of the mansion, forming a row as a form of defense as if they had no intention of letting them in. "Follow me," the lady in gray said and stepped into the mansion. Su-yun was suspicious. He put on his guard and followed her. Once he was in the mansion, it was dead silent. There were pseudo mountains, ponds, and bridge in the courtyard. It was graceful. But not knowing why, Su-yun always felt it was gloomy here. The lady in gray led Su-yun to an embroidered pavilion and stopped in her footsteps. Reporting, Mississippi, Su-yun's here. The lady in gray bowed to the embroidered pavilion and said respectfully, "Bring him in." A languid voice shouted out. The gray-clothed lady responded, walked to the front, and opened the door. The door opened, and wave after wave of cold air blew out. Su-yun's gaze tensed up as he stepped forward carefully to see that, in the embroidered pavilion, there was a bed in the middle. A woman wearing a thin layer of mesh clothes laid on the bed and looked at Su-yun with her lazy eyes. The lady was not at all pretty. In fact, she was slightly plump. She had a short hair, and, even though her 5 sense organs were quite alright, her skin was weirdly dark. Her eyes were lifeless, as if she was someone who had not awakened from her dream. But what was shocking was the chi on her. It was very cold, as if she was like a piece ice, but her cultivation realm could not be told. Su-yun put his guard up. He had just came back from the Shedding Flames volcano. After the battle, his chi was still weak and was not suited for another battle. If the situation turned bad later, it was best if he escaped as a plan. "You are Su-yun?" Su Yurong indifferently asked as she waved her hands towards the gray-clothed lady, only to see the gray her face blushing red. But she did not hesitate, walked over, and sat by Su Yurong's side. Su Yurong, with not a bit of politeness, put her hands around the lady. Both hands roamed around the lady's body, and, even more brazenly, she put her hands on the lady's breasts and private parts. Su-yun frowned, and answered, "Yes." "Ah. Ah." The gray-clothed lady let out a few restraining moans, her whole body was trembling, as if she was enjoying it. And it was as though Su Yurong had the feeling too. Her breathing was slightly hurried, and some vigor seemed to emerge from her dim eyes, as she took a deep breath and said, "What do you plan to do to resolve this issue?" "Issue? What issue?" "The issue of cutting my brother's hand off." Su Yurong shouted with more force, and the gray-clothed lady trembled even harder from head to toe, as if she had reached her peak. Finally, she released one after another reverberating moan, soon after her entire person had become soft and paralyzed. Su Yurong then casually threw her on the bed. Her eyes revealed a trace of arrogance. "If you wish to continue staying in the Su family, then you have to do something for me. This is a reminder of goodwill, you better take it in." "You want to kill me?" Su-yun directly asked. "I won't." Su Yurong indifferently said, but if I wanted to, many people are willing to help me do it. Interesting. Su Yun laughed, but I am unable to do anything for you. To cure an arm is not difficult, the spirit doctor will be responsible. I cannot do anything. What you can do is a lot. Su Yurong laughed, I heard that you are close to Su Xianyu, and she follows you obediently. If you can introduce her to me, maybe I can advise my brother, or maybe my father, not to find trouble with you. You have to know, they are not magnanimous people. What you've done to my brother, it won't end with Pill King's words. A clear threat. I know. Su Yun said, but I wish that you will give up, there is no way I'll do that. Speaking of which, he set his eyes on the lady in gray and said, I didn't believe it in the past, but seems like now, I have to. It's true that this matter of using yin to nourish yang exists. Why will I push Xianyu into this? Since it's like this, then you're seeking your own misfortune. Su Yurong's words did not have much forceful meaning. Su Yun looked around at his surroundings, his gaze focused. You want to take action now? Take action? Su Yurong laughed out loud, if you die here, I will not be able to explain myself. How can I be so stupid to kill people in my own territory? What's more, I don't wish to see you die so quickly and happily. Su Yurong raised the corner of her mouth and smirked, her eyes was full of cruelty. Su Yun did not utter a word. He knew the conversation was breaking down, and he immediately turned, ready to leave. Hey, coming back to it, if you are not willing to gift me with Su Xianyu, then Su Qing'er shouldn't be a problem, right? She is just your female servant. Although at present she has gained some power, but in the end she still listens to you. If you were to give me Su Qing'er, this matter, I will consider it written off. Su Yurong's voice sounded out. In the next second, Su Yun suddenly turned his head, and his deep eyes stared straight at her, and he coldly said, What did you say? Seeing his focused face, Su Yurong's smile became wider. I said, it'll be the same if you give me Su Qing'er. Is that so? Su Yun's angry look suddenly disappeared, the corner of his mouth bent upwards, exposing a smile. Are you certain? He asked uncertainly. What? You agreed? Su Yurong was stumped. Maybe. Give me a few days to consider. It seems that you're tactful. I can even give you a few days of time, but you better not disappoint me. Su Yurong laughed coldly. Su Yun laughed and waved his hand before turning to leave. I will come and find you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127. Hurricane Sword Technique. Returning to the Su family outer sect area, Su Yun's heart was constantly in a cold state. His mind was continuously thinking of Su Yurong's words, and it was hard to recover from it. His hand tightened on the reins he was holding, killing intent in his eyes gradually revealing. The him of the past could not kill people. Only until after Qing'er's death, when he lost everything and fled to the demon world, did his personality change. To not have regrets, to prevent the people closest to him from getting hurt, those who should die, must be killed. Seems like I still have to take action, but Su Yurong's rarely fought, even in the inner sect. It is still not an easy thing to eliminate her. I have to think of a way to lure her out. Su Yun lowered his head in thought. She was not like Su Mo Sha. On top of him being heavily injured, his spirit essence was in a weakened state, and since he did not have much defense, killing him was extremely easy. Lure, how do I lure her out? What is she interested in? Unless depend on a female? Su Yun's heart shivered as he thought about something. Hurry, take a look, hurry, take a look. The Meeting of Heroes competition's name list has been posted. Meeting of Heroes? The Meeting of Distinguished Heroes? The distinguished duel meeting that is held once every 3 years involving all the regions in the southern part? Shay. What is there to watch? All these years, our Su family was unable to attain any good ranking. This time? I think it'll be the same. Don't think it'll be the same this time. Our Su family contestants have relatively strong cultivation. Hey, wait a minute, who is this? Su Yun? Our outer sect Su Yun? No way. Su Yun? He can participate? He is just a outer sect disciple. Even if his talent has already recovered, and his cultivation increased, he should have only reached Spirit Intermediate Disciple Realm at most. The meeting of heroes requires at least Spirit Core Disciple Realm to be worthy of participation. Other than the inner sect, removing those peak elites, no one else is qualified. Why? Why did the family send Su Yun? I think they feel that he is powerful? Get out of here. Powerful? Anyone from the main house could pinch him to death. It seems to me that, this time, the meeting of heroes is our Su family's disaster. Just don't get the last position. If not, I would have no face to meet people outside. Hey, that's hard to say. The outer sect publicly revealed the plate. Surrounding it were all of the outer sect disciples, young and old. Every one of them was looking at the public signboard announcement and discussed. My name is on it? Listening to their discussion, Su Yun immediately went down his spirit stallion and walked over. Hey, quickly look who we have here. It's Su Yun. Quickly move aside. If the great clan elders people sees us, they will think that we are related to him, then we are dead. Go. The crowd hurriedly dodged aside, as if they met someone possessed by a demon, and retreated. Su Yun's gaze swept across the group, but he did not make a sound. He did not even care about them, and continued walking to look at the announcement. It was a list containing the names of the participants for the meeting of heroes. Su Qing'er? Su Yun? He was stumped, utterly startled. Qing'er was a seedling of the Su family that was meant to be groomed, and would usually not join these types of public competition. While he was just a trash of the Spirit Intermediate Disciple realm, why would the Su family send him to participate in this distinguished meet? This concerned the reputation of the Su family. Are they not afraid of losing face? Just as Su Yun was thinking, a voice sounded out, You must be Su Yun, right? We have been looking for you for a long time. Hearing that, Su Yun turned his head to see, and saw a few inner sect disciples dressed in armor with jade accessories walking towards him. Who are you? Su Yun asked with suspicion. Inner sect's elite class. The leader absent-mindedly said, after that he took a few items from his storage ring, and passed them over. Congratulations, you have been chosen to represent our Su family to participate in the meeting of heroes. These are this year's Su family's participant order badge qualifications, and the meeting's clothes. When you make your way there, someone will notify you where to go. I hope you do not disappoint the Su family, which has cultivated you with great expectations. Display yourself well at the meeting of heroes and obtain a good ranking, that's all. After that, the few inner class people yawned and lazily walked away. Su Yun looked at the object in his hands. His eyes was glistening. He placed the object in his storage ring, turned, and left quickly. Deep within the mountain range, a ruined temple stood. Rows of warriors in black armor stood tall. Deathly air surrounded the warriors, who looked dignified like evil spirits. They were covered in armors, with no skin or flesh. They held on to blades and swords, yet they had no tendons or ligaments. They were a bunch of terrifying corpse-like evil spirits. Their deep eyes lacked luster as it glistened with a ray of blood-red radiance. One wore blood clothes, with hair touching the ground. He slithered on the ground like a snake and sat in front of all the corpses. He looked at the skull spear with infatuation. Immortal skull spear? How can you use such a disgusting martial weapon? A matured voice emerged from the side. The man whose hair was long like a snake turned to look at who it was. An ugly smile appeared on the shriveled, pale face. This is my enemy's vertebrae. After I killed him, I used his vertebrae to make myself a weapon. How's that? Isn't it very pretty? He. The lady remained silent. She did not look at the weapon. Instead, she looked at the man and said blandly, I have a small issue right here, and I need to move slowly. You didn't manage to get the sprite's shadow? The man laughed slightly as he asked, before he placed his gaze back onto the skull spear. I'll get it soon enough. It doesn't matter. The Blood Prince smiled lazily. Anyway, you have never been to my satisfaction. You can stop working with us. The lady did not seem to fear him. Her voice was blatantly honest. But with just your strength, can you achieve everything? Do you expect me to rely on you? The Blood Prince did not mind at all, neither did he fear the lady's threat. The lady pondered with her head down. After a long pause, she said, Give me some time. I will contact you again. Finished, she turned and walked away. Wait. Right at this moment, the Blood Prince said suddenly. The lady stopped immediately. Who stole the sprite's shadow? He asked, squinting his eyes. Just a small ant. Oh? Then may I ask of you, my respected princess, to kill this little ant? I'm tired of waiting. The Blood Prince extended his long tongue and licked the immortal skull spear as he smiled slyly. Just wait. Su Yun's cultivation was only in the 6th level of Spirit Intermediate Realm. He was actually arranged to attend the triennial meeting of heroes to fight to the death with a bunch of experts who were of Spirit Core disciple in cultivation. It was absolutely humiliating. He was seeking death. Su Yun did not think the Su family had thought highly of him. After thinking for a long time, it probably had something to do with the great clan elder. It did not matter anyway. Since the Su family had decided to make him attend, he had to. If he could not fight, then he just had to surrender. Did the Su family set regulations that he had to win? Su Yun thought and returned back to the hut. Senior. Are you there? Once he was back in his hut, Su Yun took out the Limitless Sword manual and called out to Sword Elder. What? Sword Elder did not seem to be cultivating. Once he heard Su Yun calling for him, he came out immediately. I am already very familiar with the Snow Tang City's Fallen Leaves sword technique. Can you teach me a Limitless Sword Sex sword technique? You want to learn? Sword Elder smirked. Have you learnt all the sword techniques on the market? How many sword techniques are there on this earth? If I want to learn them all, I'm afraid I will never be able to complete them. Not bad. Seems like you're eager to learn. Never mind. I'll teach you. As for how much you can learn, that is all on you. Thank you, Senior. Su Yun was overjoyed. This sword technique is not easy to master, don't be so happy. When I teach you, you cannot neglect cultivating the Limitless Sword Manual. At the same time, you have to continuously upgrade your cultivation to be compatible with this sword technique. It's best if you can link all three of them up. Link them up? Su Yun was stunned after hearing what the Sword Elder said. The unique mystical sword techniques of the Limitless Sword Manual could link with all the other sword arts, or if he learnt the arts of the Limitless Sword Sect, it would not be the same as the usual sword techniques. Rascal, you gotta find a place first for me to teach you. Su Yun did not wait any longer. He quickly ran to the back of the mountain. This sword technique is called the Hurricane Sword Technique. As the name suggests, it is as fierce as a raging hurricane. Before I show you, you need to be one with the state of mind first, then you can place your emotions into the sword. Then, you can switch places with the sword. You'd be the sword and the sword would be you. Another thing, you need to imagine a moving track with profound spirit chi as the path, moving to be released. This is the crucial part. In the short period of time, you need to do it so the speed of setting up the hurricane sword technique will be quicker. The hurricane is invisible and formidable. Don't let the opponent catch hold of your sword. As such, you can have all the freedom to use the sword. The link between profound spirit chi and the sword must not be broken. There must be enough profound spirit chi as the backbone of support. Sword Elder explained patiently as Su Yun used the sword. He listened and asked questions. After several hours, gusts of wind started to ripple from the sword at the back of the mountain. During the day, he practically stayed there to cultivate his sword. When the sun set, he started making pills in the hut to increase his cultivation level so he could break through to the 7th level spirit intermediate disciple. A few days later, the chi channels and the spirit essence had some movements again. With the nourishment of the everlasting stone, his profound spirit chi was on the rise again. A long, dim ray of rainbow light penetrated the rough barrier, as if charging through the dome of heaven. Su Yun finally broke through to the 7th level of the spirit intermediate realm. Although he would have no enemies as a 7th level in the outer sect and was considered an expert in the inner sect. In the meeting of heroes, this level was still considered weak. He was not worried for himself. It was just that he still did not understand why the Su family sent Ching Er for the competition. Could it be they wanted to toughen her up? In the darkness, it was ever so silent. Ka-cha! Right at this moment, a light, crisp sound resounded. Su Yun lifted his head and looked over to the door. Only to see the door open on its own while a gust of chilly wind blew through. He frowned as he looked at the silhouette outside and said, "Since you're here, then please come in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 128. Getting rid of future troubles. Splatter! Slightly heavy footsteps stepped onto the wooden boards of the house, and one skinny figure appeared at the door. This was a lady who was enraged. Her entire body was releasing cold energy, her sight was very dim and gloomy, her entire body was lifeless as she gazed at Su Yun, under the night sky. She looked like a ghost. Su Yun frowned. If she did not have any consciousness, like a normal person, he would have pulled out his sword and stabbed across already. "You're Su Yurong's follower?" He opened his mouth and asked. The lady nodded, and said in a hoarse voice, "Young miss has sent me to come and ask when you will send either Su Ching Er or Su Xanu over." She had already waited until she is unable to wait patiently anymore. "I hope you are not lying to her, if not, the consequences is very dire." "Oh." A serious look passed Su Yun's eyes, he nodded his head and asked, "Then, how much more time can your young miss give me?" Cough cough, "If you don't hand over the person by tomorrow, I think young miss would most probably choose to give it up." The lady coughed a few times, her face was becoming paler as she slowly spoke. "Then let's set it that tomorrow night. Midnight tomorrow, let's meet at the obscure hill outside the Su family." Su Yun leaned on the bedside, thought for a while and said, "I will be the matchmaker, and let your young miss succeed." "Midnight?" The lady frowned. "Why choose it at midnight, and why choose it outside the Su family?" "They are thick-skinned. They are also afraid that people might say something. After all, they are two females of the same house. Matters like lovers' rendezvous will always be a shyful thing, would it not? Tell your young miss, if she wants it she will go." Su Yun waved his hand. "Remember to close the door when you leave." The lady looked at him once. She did not say anything, nor did she bother to close the door, and immediately turned and left. After a short while, the movements outside disappeared, and was once again peaceful and quiet. Su Yun sat by the window, deep in thought. He stood up, secretly opened the door by a bit, activated the heavenly scale divine eye to scan the surroundings. Seeing that no one was around, he quickly slipped out. Since he had decided to resolve the problem, to remove the disastrous Su Yurong, he had to act as early as possible. But, to meet at midnight, and to meet at such a location outside of the Su family. In retrospect, it would definitely cause suspicions. Su Yurong was not like Su Donghao, she was more vigilant. Pulling his spirit stallion and rushing wildly to the inner sect, with the heavenly scale divine eye, he already saw Su Yurong's people in the distance. Su Yun was only at the boundary between the inner and outer sect, but he already saw them entering the courtyard, heading into Su Yurong's embroidered pavilion. While dashing quickly, he kept his eyes on the situation in the courtyard. Plainly seeing was useless. He still had to listen to the verdict in the end, to find out what Su Yurong would plan. Was it to agree? Or directly seek Su Yun to send the person over? After a short period of time, Su Yun arrived at the inner sect. He immediately changed to his Blademaster clothes and put on his mask. Borrowing the darkness of the night, he stepped onto the thousand-deep sword and flew into the courtyard, falling onto the roof of the pavilion, and then he laid prone on the roof, closed his eyes, and focused on listening. He was extremely light and graceful, and did not make a single sound. After a while, soft feeble voices could be heard from inside the pavilion. Su family outskirts? Humph, I'm afraid that brat wants to pull some trick. If he really agreed to bring the two girls to be together with me, why would he go to so much trouble? The way I see it, he most likely wants to kill me. Su Yurong's voice could be heard. Young miss, how can that person have the nerve to do so? He even dared to cut off Su Donghao's arms. What can he not dare to do? Since he is hiding the intent of killing young miss, why not we directly go and kill him? No need. What if what he said was true, and the two girls are really shy, and do not dare to meet me in a public place full of people, then wouldn't I have missed the chance? Su Yun is just an ant, no need to worry, I will go and meet him. If he does not give me anything, that small fry outer sect disciple bullying my uselessly weak older brother is enough, yet he still wants to behave atrociously in front of me? He really is overestimating himself. What if he set up a trap, then what do we do? You and the rest can just follow me. Yes, young miss. Once I've obtained those two beautiful young girls, you can just watch how I train them. Young miss, you cannot just forget us servants. Relax, when the time comes to sleep, you all will serve me. Su Yurong laughed out loud. Your slaves will definitely serve you well, young Mississippi. But miss, when the two little girls come, how should we deal with Su Yun? To dare be impudent in front of me, Su Yurong, I admit he has courage, and to cut off my brother's arm, he basically does not attach importance to me. Once I've obtained the two girls, you all can go and capture him. My offerings is still lacking something, use him as replacement. Yes, young miss. The feeble sound came out non-stop. Offering? It seems like Su Yurong was actually cultivating some evil and unusual arts. How can the immortal Tao mystical techniques require offerings? Only demon Tao mystical techniques use such things, but very few demon Tao mystical techniques required the use of offerings. These kind of mystical offerings were usually extremely vicious, even people in the demon Tao rarely learnt it, so where did Su Yurong actually obtain this arts? Su Yun did not understand. At this time, oppressive and rushed moaning sounds came out of the embroidered pavilion. It was irregular and extremely alluring. Su Yun wanted to leave, but suddenly he thought of something. Judging from their conversation just now, the meeting with Su Yurong tomorrow night, since she'll be careful about it, I'm afraid I alone will not have any chance. Or maybe I could take action now. The expression in his eyes flashed, revealing an ominous glare again and again. He stretched behind his back and touched the sword sheath, and the bright, long thousand-deep sword was silently taken out. He moved lightly, dropping from the rooftop, quietly floating around the embroidered pavilion, and landing on the small hill outside quietly. In front was the embroidered pavilion. Through a small crack, he could see a few shining white bodies interweaving together, the women rubbing each other with their own soft part of their body as their bodies made contact with one another, all their mouths open widely without restraint, moaning loudly. Su-Yun converged his profound spirit chi into his right eye, and quickly, his right pupil formed layers of white light, his entire pupil shining brightly with the white light, looking very magical. Second stage spirit core disciple? Su-Yun grasped his sword tightly, quietly standing there. With the effects of the heavenly scale divine eye on his left eye, the chi on his body was quietly covered, and with Su Yurong's current cultivation level, she could not feel his chi at all. Even the sentries and guards could hardly catch any trace of him, and using the dark night, his full black blade master cloth made Su-Yun blend perfectly, hard to detect. Finally, all the delicious and delicate body around Su Yurong, their hands suddenly grabbed onto the bed silk, their faces all blushing red, bodies began to tremble intensely, their mouths opened wide, moans after moans sounds coming out. Ah! Su Yurong trembled as she screamed. Her voice was unusually provocative. But at that moment, the person in the darkness made his move. He quickly ran over, forming strong winds with him. He was unstoppable. With the death sword in one hand, he threw it over and the thousand deep in the other, piercing right through the embroidered pavilion. A breeze of pure divine spirit Q emerged like a sword being pulled out. The chi spilled all over to wreak havoc. Whoosh! The death sword flew with the sword sheath like a black meteor. Right behind death sword was a strong, tenacious intention to kill. Su! The death sword pierced through the paper window, onto the person laughing merrily. Then, clatter! A man in blade master clothes and a metal mask used his profound spirit chi to crush the wall and rushed over. Ah! The change of events happened too fast. Su Yurong immediately woke up from her happiness and stared at the swords flying to her. Without another word, she pulled a body from her side as a shield. Plop! The girl did not manage to react and was pierced by the death sword. The death sword was stalled. Its speed decreased and Su Yurong ran away quickly. Su-Yun's face was gloomy. Compared to demons, this woman's heart was even darker. The thousand deep sword flew over and followed Su Yurong tightly, such that she did not have a chance to take a breather. But a circle of black pattern flashed across Su Yurong's body. The black patterns engulfed her body like a venom. Very quickly, both the body and the black pattern disappeared. Poochie! Su-Yun picked up the sword and shot through. The thousand deep sword pierced through where the heart was. But as the edge of the sword entered the body, there was no a bit of blood. Instead, great amount of black smoke emerged. Evil chi? Su-Yun was doubtful. Su Yurong's body had turned into a pile of black smoke and dispersed before they gathered several meters away and formed the structure of her body again. Although she was naked, but she was not shameful about it. Instead, she looked at Su-Yun and mocked, "How dare you trespass? Interesting. Report your name. Who dares to send someone to assassinate me? I want to kill people, do I need a reason?" Su-Yun caressed his icy cold iron mask and muttered. Su Yurong squinted her eyes, stared at the person in front of her, looking at his dressing, suddenly realizing who he was. "You are Limitless Sword Lord?" Su Yurong was uncertain and asked. She previously thought the person was Su-Yun, but then she changed her mind. Su-Yun would not be so courageous? An outer sect disciple dared make his way into the inner sect to kill someone? But the man said nothing at all and rushed towards Su Yurong with his sword once again. "Che, you've underestimated me," Su Yurong ridiculed. At that moment, all the guards and servants around Su Yurong ran over to help her out. But all their energy were being taken away by Su Yurong and they were weak. They were obviously of no match for Su-Yun and would not cause much threat to him. Upon seeing the death sword flying towards him and encircled around Su-Yun, the pure divine spirit chi on the sword was like a fan. Su-Yun's body was surrounded by swords. None of the servants dared to get close to him. Noticing that, Su Yurong dared not let her guard down. Raising one hand, a black leather whip appeared from the ring on her finger and pounced onto Su-yun like a poisonous snake. Su-yun's spinning swords chopped it. Even so, the whip was covered by layers of frigid aqua spirit chi, so the pure divine spirit chi was not able to chop it into pieces. Frigid aqua spirit chi? Why did he sense something inauspicious earlier on? Su-yun gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he loosened his grip on Thousand Deep Sword and explored with his hand. He then grabbed hold on the spinning death sword and turned around. A long sword sheath that was covered by pure divine spirit chi and pierced through to show off its abilities. Su-yun was surprised. She quickly lashed out her whip and continued to pester the death sword. But right when she was focusing on controlling her whip, she put all her attention on the death sword. The Thousand Deep Sword glimmered and burst towards her like a huge mountain. Su-yun was surprised, as her pupils became bigger and rounder. Was that a sword technique? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129. Lost Opportunity. With her life hanging by a thread, Su-yun's mental state was stretched to the extreme. She panicked and quickly released her whip, her right hand quickly reaching onto the storage ring on her finger, retrieving a treasure to protect herself. A smooth and round bright jade-colored mirror appeared in her palm, and she quickly blocked the incoming Thousand Deep Sword. Boom! The Thousand Deep Sword smashed onto the jade mirror, crashing with an extremely heavy force. Su-yun's frigid aqua spirit chi resembled a big mountain that was crumbling, collapsing in a flash, and the mirror and her flew out together. They were flung in a perfectly straight line, crashing onto the hill outside. It was difficult to determine if she was dead or alive. Although Su-yun just reached the 7th stage of Spirit Intermediate Realm, he used Xinu's gains, swallowed a 5 life bead, and using the powerful spirit essence and the support from the everlasting stone, his body's pure divine spirit chi became increasingly thick and profound. Adding on the Thousand Deep Sword's 3 devastatingly powerful might, this attack was something that Su-yun was not prepared for. It must be said that Su-yun's choice of timing for his attacks were extremely timely. Su-yun was presently naked, and other than the storage ring on her finger, she did not have any other treasure on her, leaving her unprepared. Her fighting ability had dropped, and she could not exert all her power, so much so, that her power to resist had dropped dramatically. Su-yun was flung into the air. Following this, Su-yun made a prompt decision. He tossed the death sword and Thousand Deep Sword. His fingers were forming secret arts, releasing pure divine spirit chi, controlling both swords to fly and kill Su-yun. Shio shio. Both swords suddenly broke through the air, fiercely flying like a tiger, rushing forward. Su-yun's eyes widened. She anxiously retrieved another treasure from her storage ring, and prepared to defend herself. As the great clan elder's daughter, she definitely would have many life-saving treasures in her day-to-day life. Just at this time, a ray of gray light suddenly flew over. Following this, Su-yun's naked body suddenly spread out as layers and layers of rock stratum appeared on her body. They were just like skin, growing within moments, and were forming rapidly. Su-yun's movements were immediately impacted. She anxiously urged her chi to attack the rock stratum, and at this time, the 2 swords flew over. Damn it! Su-yun clenched her teeth and growled, and suddenly her body was inclined. Poochie! Both swords stabbed into her back, but they did not hit any vital parts, as fresh blood flowed out, dyeing the floor red. The stronger the opponent, the weaker the huge rock spirit nucleus effect would be. If it was used against an opponent of the same level, Su-yun could relaxingly use it on the enemy. Unfortunately, Su-yun's cultivation was not low. It was unexpected, but she could struggle free from the growing petrification. What was more astonishing was that she was actually so fierce, and could decisively dodge and protect her vital parts, taking the 2 attacks head-on. Su-yun's face was cold. He flung his arms and gestured with his fingers, controlling both swords to turn back and return, once again flying to kill Su-yun. Stop! Just at this time, a loud and strict shout sounded out. Following, A few figures were seen rushing over. Reinforcements are here already? Don't care. I will first seize this opportunity, and worry later. Su Yun's eyes was filled with decisiveness, as his pure divine spirit chi was urged even more ferociously. He did not have any plans to stop. So. Just then, a large amount of energy struck forward, directly hitting the Death Sword in Thousand Deep Sword. Accompanying the energy was two quick and violent purple beam. They were not strong, but their agility and quickness was superior to the rest of the attacks. They were faster by a step, directly clashing with the body of Death Sword in Thousand Deep Sword. Although it was unable to completely stop both swords, with the impact of the beams, both swords that were flying towards Su Yurong in a flash, veered off their intended path, and flew straight to Su Yurong's shoulders. Su Yurong was once again stabbed and pushed to the ground. Once again, none of her vital parts were hit. Both swords were stabbed in a slanted angle into the floor behind her, causing the floor to explode, forming two big black holes. Turbulent chi wisps, like a blade's edge, were emitting out to the surroundings. Su Yun frowned. He looked to the direction of the source from where the attack was released, and saw 5 or 6 experts rushing towards him, and the one leading them was Su Dongfang. Little sister. Don't panic. Big brother is here to save you. Su Dongfang shouted. Following behind him were 5 people who rushed forward, closing in on Su Yun. He was unable to succeed anymore, and if he continued to try to kill, even if he managed to kill Su Yurong, he himself would be unable to escape. Su Yun's expression sank. With a move of his right hand, Thousand Deep Sword flew out, and his body leaped upwards. Stepping onto the body of Thousand Deep Sword, he quickly flew. With the Death Sword revolving around him continuously, he flew towards the outskirts of the inner sect area. Chase! Upon seeing this, one of the experts immediately shouted. Inner sect guards from everywhere rushed out under that person's command, and chased after Su Yun. Please everybody, you must capture that assassin who tried to murder my sister. Su Dongfang tore off the robes of his companion next to him, and anxiously covered Su Yurong's body, and shouted out, "Hurry, call the spirit doctor and notify my father quickly, get him to hurry and invite a few elders to save my sister." Su Dongfang bellowed. "Yes, Prince." The people at the side nodded. They ran hurriedly without hesitation. Su Dongfang hugged the pale Su Yurong in his arms and asked hurriedly, "Sister, how are you? Are you all right?" "Your brother, I just passed by this place and sensed the chi, so I came over to check it out. I never thought such a thing would actually happen. Brother came too late. It's my fault. I've come too late." Looking at her, he blamed himself and looked distraught. "Wrong?" Su Yurong's face was twisted from the pain, but she did not sympathize. From her painful face, she revealed a mockery laughter. With a voice so frail she said, "My beloved brother, you stop acting. Even if you're acting this way, there's no way you're going to take that thing away from me." He. A change flickered amongst Su Dongfang's complex gaze, but his expression did not change much. He asked in a daze, "Sister, what are you talking about?" Su Yurong closed both her eyes and said nothing at all. Sweat the size of big pearls dripped down from her forehead. "Send down my orders. You must capture the man who tried to assassinate my sister. I'll never let him go." Su Dongfang turned and said to the people behind him with determination. The man, however, bit on his lower lip and said, "Master Dongfang, that might be difficult." "Why?" Su Dongfang's expression sunk. "This is the Su family. Can he still run away? Of course he can't escape anymore. This man seemed to be limitless sword lord. I heard his cultivation level is super strong and he even killed all the blood soul demons at Purple Star Academy. If we don't send the experts from the main house, we might not be able to hold him." "Limitless sword lord?" Su Dongfang heard and was shocked. Are you sure it's him? The mask and accessories can be disguised, but to control the swords and kill the enemies, I'm afraid only Limitless Sword Lord can do it, the person said as he smiled bitterly. Su Dongfang fell silent upon hearing it. Help me into the house, you useless bunch of things. Right then, Su Yurong shouted towards the servants at the side. No matter how frail her voice sounded, it was still filled with anger. Would the servants dare to rebel against Su Yurong? They hurried over and carefully carried Su Yurong into the embroidered pavilion. Someone brought helpful medicine and some made use of their qi to help Su Yurong recover by 70%. It's lucky that the important parts didn't injured, otherwise, that'd be the worst. Su Dongfang sighed a breath of relief and said as he smiled. Su Yurong shot him a look and said, Brother, please go out. Can't you see we aren't dressed appropriately? So Dongfang was taken aback. He was speechless. Dressed inappropriately? They were not just dressed inappropriately, they were literally not wearing anything. But he heard from the people here that there were girls who Su Yurong liked and usually, there weren't much restraint in their conduct and behavior. And so, he chose to turn a blind eye. Su Dongfang did not persist. He waited for a moment and left the room with the door closed. Su Yurong, who was in the room, noticed, and immediately used all her strength to pull a girl at her side and planted a kiss directly. They kissed passionately with their mouths open and tongues intertwining. The girl was resisting and struggling non-stop, but the servants around her quickly put her down to prevent her from resisting. The color of the lady's skin was getting older and wrinkly. The life in her body was getting weaker and her hair started dropping. From a 20-over young lady, she turned into a 50-years-old woman. Su Yurong released her hand and the lady fell onto the ground. She did not have much life in her anymore. After doing this, Su Yurong's complexion was a lot better. Although still weak, it was much better than when compared to how she was previously. Bring her out. Su Yurong rubbed her mouth and shouted demonically. Yes, young miss. The remainder of the servant girls stuttered. Young miss, then tomorrow night, are we still going to meet Su Yun? The person beside her asked. Of course we are still meeting him. Su Yurong breathed hard. She was still weak. Her pain was not reduced yet. Even so, she held strong. She was very persistent. All of your essences are too weak, you can't give me much energy. Xing'er and Su Xian, you all have good essence. If I can suck their essence, I can recover just like before, or even become stronger. Don't say that I'm injured. Now that I'm injured, then I have to go all the more. Yes, young miss. So, like lightning, he got into the outer sect without a sound. Su Yun shook off the inner sect people. With the heavenly scale divine eye covering his chi, they could not find his tracks even if they used some tracking talismans. After returning back into the hut, Su Yun immediately took off his disguise. It had to be said that it was a pity this time round. Why did Su Dongfang appear at that time? If he was not there, he could have easily killed Su Yurong. He might not have such an opportunity in future. He did not know if Su Yurong would cancel on him tomorrow. If she was not going, he would lose his chance. And if he could not settle the powers in Su family by tomorrow, then he would not have an easy life anymore. Very quickly, a din was heard from the quiet outer sect. The chaos in the inner sect shocked the entire Su family. The Su family's outer, inner and core sects went into lockdown, and the guards of the inner sect started to investigate. The great clan elder led a group of the patriarch's experts to the outer sect. The outer sect people who were either deep asleep or cultivating were all shocked by the din. They all walked out of their huts and inquired what was happening. The illuminating gems lit up the streets of the outer sect. Su Yun opened his window slightly and looked at the chaos outside. He was deep in his thoughts. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the sky was glimmering with blue radiance. Then, a group of people appeared from the blue radiance and landed on the streets of the outer sect. It was the great clan elder and the elites from the patriarch. That was fast. Su Yun was getting anxious. All these people all were exceptionally talented. It would be hard for him to defeat an elite from the patriarch. With so many elites now, and with the great clan elder, he might not even have a chance to run away if they fight. He had already removed all of his disguise. Even if they investigated him, he should be fine, right? He thought deeply. Right at this moment, the attendant of the outer sect ran hurriedly to great clan elder's side. He nodded and whispered something. A row of people then looked over and started to march towards him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130. You are too slow. Su Yun's expression was in disarray. He suddenly recalled something, and anxiously took out the heavenly scale divine eye from his eyes and hid them in his storage ring. Swiftly, a few people walked over, while he sat cross-legged on his bed couch, and assumed a recovering meditative posture. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, knocks on the door sounded out. Su Yun. Su Yun. Hurry and open the door. Hurry and open the door. The great clan elder is here. Hurry and come out to pay your respects. The old, yet crafty male attendant of the outer sect's voice sounded out. Su Yun opened his eyes, came down from his bed, and opened the door. Hey! Why are you so slow? If you neglect the great clan elder, then you see what you'll get yourself into. The outer sect attendant stared and snorted at him with his arrogant words. Soon after, he turned around and bent down as he rushed to the great clan elder and smiled. Great clan elder, this is Su Yun. Behind him, the great clan elder, as well as the main house elites, stood in great numbers. Seeing that the great clan elder was staring imposingly at him, he looked around. After that he directly entered the house, and surveyed the surroundings. Su Yun acted like he was puzzled, but his heart was actually stretched tight, his one hand secretly touching his storage ring. If anything were to go wrong, he had to be preemptive. Su Yun. Just at this time, the great clan elder suddenly called out. Su Yun cupped his fist with his other hand. What orders does the great clan elder have for me? The great clan elder turned around and stared at him. This night, did you go outside? Great clan elder, why do you ask that? During this night, Su Yun was here training relentlessly. He had never gone out. Su Yun's face looked puzzled, and asked, Great clan elder, what happened? The great clan elder did not reply, only his eyes had a flickering ray of light, attentively sizing up Su Yun from head to toe. Finally, he shook his head, and turned to leave. AI, great clan elder, the attendant was baffled, and immediately followed behind. He just left without saying anything? Su Yun did not understand, but he once again cupped his fist in his other hand. Great clan elder, take care. One line of people scattered out of their small houses. Only after seeing that the group had walked far away, did Su Yun finally relax and exhale. With the limitless sword manual to suppress the sprite's shadow and the heavenly crystal's chi, the great clan elder would not be able to sense it. Thank goodness he managed to take off the heavenly scale divine eye in time. If the great clan elder studied his chi and noticed he could not sense it, he would get all suspicious. Right now, his performance was just right. He would not have suspected himself to have the ability to assassinate Su Yun. Su Yun closed the doors when the great clan elder and the others left. He then continued cultivating. For about 2 hours, the ruckus caused at the outer sect was slowly settled. Su Yun did not bother. He did not leave any evidence before and believed they would not suspect him. But the only thing he worried over was if the Su family would start suspecting the identity of Limitless. Why did Limitless Sword Lord suddenly appear at the Su family? Why did he want to attack Su Yun? And last but not least, they might link the disciples of the Su family up with Limitless. On top of that, when he obtained the sprite's shadow, the lady once said she already sent 2 people to infiltrate the Su family to look for the whereabouts of Limitless. Tonight's chaos would only confirm their belief that Limitless was in the Su family. After tonight, he would have endless troubles. He needed to leave the Su family as soon as possible. The second day, Su-Yun cultivated the hurricane sword technique as per usual. Of course, as he practiced his sword, he used the heavenly scale divine eye to look out for spies in the surroundings. If there were spies from the patriarch or other people, he could only change locations in order to practice. Ripples of ruthless sword chi emerged as Su-Yun brandished Thousand Deep Sword. The sharp chi encircled around it. He had yet to master the hurricane sword technique. When he used the Limitless Sword Manual's controlling sword to activate the hurricane sword technique, the power was not strong enough. Su-Yun could only maneuver it manually. The first key point was the profound spirit chi's track. He stabilized his body and released the chi in his body. The pure divine characteristics of his profound spirit chi started to form lines covering him. The intersections were messy and complicated. Rascal, the hurricane sword technique is invisible. Just like the wind, it cannot be caught. You must not fix into this pattern. The chi tracks are set up according to the enemy's weak points. Don't think that the ripples of the storm are big and don't need any flaws to capture. That is absolutely dumb. The Limitless Sword Sex sword technique talks about giving it their all, without saving any energy. Even if your enemy is weaker than you, you must not put your guard down. Sword Elders started explaining. First off, the hurricane sword technique chi track setup is guided by the enemy you're facing. It isn't set up without any how. Your enemy's height, location of his heart, head, and lower body are all precisely captured before the chi track is built quickly. Then as the sword orders, it will move forward. Su-Yun heard and nodded seriously. Both his eyes focused and started setting up. In his mind, he imagined an enemy. That was none other than the Blood Soul. He stared at the imaginary Blood Soul's body and raised his hands up. All his pores were shooting out strong, vicious pure divine spirit chi. As his spirit essence opened up, his chi channels moved vigorously. Within a few breaths, the tracks were formed. All led to the Blood Soul's frail points. Slow. Too slow. Sword Elder said blandly, those good ones could form with just a thought. You're too slow. Su-Yun was not happy. He erased the chi tracks and started a new one. Too slow. Erase it, and set it up again. Still too slow. Erase it, and set it up again. Rascal, can you do it or not? Erase it, and set it up again. Maybe I shouldn't hand this sword technique to you. Your current powers are still not high enough. Erase it, and set it up again. Su-Yun repeated it over and over again until the sun set. He was sweating profusely and panting heavily. Half of his profound spirit chi was used up, but the speed of setting up the tracks were faster, but he still needed a breath's time. Alright, if you can persist and pull through this, it is not hard to settle, but you need to understand why I'm so anal about the speed of setting up the chi track. That's because, during a battle, your enemy will move continuously. Your chi will also move with him. If you set up the chi tracks too slowly, you will not be able to catch up with your enemy's rhythm. As such, this sword technique is useless. Understand? Senior, your guidance is noted. Su-Yun panted, wiped off the sweat on his forehead and said, Su-Yun understands. Let's end you practice here. Go and cultivate your chi. With that, the Sword Elder returned to his Limitless Sword Manual. Su-Yun took out 3 chi pills from his storage ring and swallowed them. Then he meditated for half an hour to digest all the chi pills. Once that had been done, he got up and returned to the hut. When he got back to the hut, he recuperated his pure divine spirit chi in all his body. There are several ways to cultivate qi. First, was to continuously instigate it during battles and force the spirit essence to activate the profound spirit qi. The qi channels will get wider and thicker with profound spirit qi. This was considered the martial way of cultivating qi, but because it was too difficult, not many people practiced this way. The other way was to complement it with some pills to nourish the body, such that it was suitable for the usage of qi. This was considered as a knowledge way of cultivating qi, and amongst the spirit cultivators, there were many who used this technique. Then, they would match it with a mystical technique to increase their powers. Su Yun was not afraid of hardship. Actually, when he was cultivating his mystical techniques, he used the martial way of cultivating qi. When he was tired, he then used the knowledge way of cultivating qi. As such, he would not waste any time. With the support of Everlasting Stone, his talents were better than others by a lot. On top of that, he was 2 or 3 times more hardworking than ordinary people. How could his cultivation progress be slow? Tonight, Su Yun dared not do it overboard. After all, he needed to confirm one matter. He meditated, and unknowingly, it was close to 11 p.m. TL, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. in the olden days. Su Yun opened his eyes, took a deep breath in, and looked at the moon outside. He then got up and walked out. There were a few inner sect guards patrolling outside. The Su family had met with such incidents again and again, so they had to strengthen their defense. And, the doors were closed shut at night, so it was difficult to leave the Su family. He looked over to his left and right with his heavenly scale divine eye to determine the strength of the defense set up all over the Su family. When he found a flaw, he escaped the Su family from the site into the obscure mountain on the outskirts of Su family. Nearing to the mountain, he scanned his surroundings before he sat and waited. The night light shone on his pale face. Coupled with the silence of the mountain, everything seemed eerie. He did not know if Su Yurong would come. He could only say that he was testing his luck. If she came, it meant she did not suspect he was limitless. If she did not come, because of her injuries, then he had to change his plan. Or, she could have suspicions about him. No matter which situation, he needed to make a move soon, before he had nightmares. Jingle! Right then, a series of jingles rang. Su Yun raised his gaze to see a few skinny, yellow-skinned ladies walking beside a luxurious carriage. The carriage seemed to be pulled by a purple beast. On the carriage hung 4 bells, each on one side. It looked amazing, and from the curtain at the back of the carriage, it could be seen that a lady was sitting in it. Indeed, she came after all. Su Yun sighed a breath of relief and let out a sly smile. He stood up and walked over. The carriage stopped. The beast let out a few grunts. One lady in gray on the side walked over quickly and pulled open the curtains that was hung with bells. A pale, fragile, heavily injured Su Yurong appeared in front of Su Yun. Looking at Su Yun who was walking over, Su Yurong was surprised. Her face sunk as she said, "Su Yun, I've come as I promised." "Where are they? Why is there only you?" "They did not come." Su Yun's smile became increasingly cold every step he took closer to the carriage, his hand slowly moved towards his storage ring. "You dare lie to me?" Su Yurong raged, "Don't think that my injury will give you the chance to kill me." "Want to kill me?" "I'm extremely relaxed." Once she said that, 2 rows of servants from left and right rushed out, surrounding Su Yun. However, Su Yun suddenly took out 2 swords from his storage ring. The 1,000-deep sword that proudly shows off its abilities. And the sinister and pitch-black death sword. Both swords appeared, and followed Su Yun's arm movements, directly flew into the air, straight towards Su Yurong. Upon seeing this, Su Yurong's face turned extremely pale, her eyes opened wide, her heart jumped, and her mind went blank. You are Limitless Sword Lord?" Su Yurong cried out. So. The sword tip rushed for the kill, not waiting for Su Yurong's defense, and stabbed and penetrated into her chest. Fresh blood splattered across the whole carriage. Su Yuron's body twitched. She did not manage to say anything, and instantly died. Ah! All the servant maids were stunned, their eyes startled upon seeing the dead Su Yuron. Suddenly, their faces were masked with jet-black chi, one after another seemingly becoming crazy, rushing towards him with the intent to kill. Suyun kept his twin swords, and without being polite, he started to fight with the maid servants whose bodies and spirits were completely subdued by Su Yuron. All the servant maids had their chi absorbed by Su Yuron, and were extremely sluggish. For them to defeat Suyun, who was at the 7th stage spirit intermediate realm, it was naturally simple, but to defeat Limitless, who wield the limitless sword art, was impossible. Adding that Suyun suddenly did a sneak attack and killed Su Yuron, this group was simply not his match. Very quickly, all the maid servants also fell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131. Notice to arrest the murderer. On the second day, the news of Su Yuron being murdered had traveled all over the entire Su family and stunned them. The great clan elder grieved his loss. The Su clan called everyone to gather at the main house for a thorough investigation. The Su family raised its alert to the 2nd level. Even the patriarch was shocked. The majority of the main house and the inner sex guards searched all 3 houses in the Su clan. The Su family was closed for 10 whole days. Everyone was anxious. The weird, tense situation went on for 10 days, yet they still couldn't find out who murdered Su Yuron. The great clan elder could do nothing but give up. Suyun too sighed a breath of relief. Only, just when everyone thought it was the end of this matter, a heart-dropping incident happened again. Su Yuron's corpse was gone. When the great clan elder, who washed his face with his tears, heard of this matter, he broke the entire house on the spot. He faced upwards and cried out in grief. Although Su Yuron's behavior was rowdy and had caused quite a fair bit of trouble, blood was still thicker than water. How could he hold a grudge against his own daughter? Everyone was curious. Why would Su Yuron's corpse disappear all of a sudden? Suyun was full of doubt too. They snuck into the inner sect just for this. Where Su Yuron stayed, the embroidered pavilion was also being ransacked. The devilish method Su Yuron used to replenish Yin by using Yang. It was unclear how she acquired it. Never mind, should not think so much. After this incident, Suyun wanted to leave the Su family as soon as possible. After the chaos had ended, he started cultivating. Every day, after he bought the ingredients, he would concoct a pill. Then he would go to the back to cultivate the hurricane sword technique together with the limitless sword manual. When the sun sets, he would then return to the hut and cultivate his chi. Once he started cultivating, there was no intention to stop. As he cultivated his chi, he could recuperate and relax his mind. It had the same effect as sleeping. As for his meals, he ate very little. He mainly used the pills to fill his stomach. There were many impurities in the food and in turn, they create sediments in the chi channels and block them. Of course, it was very rare. If he was craving for something, it should not be a problem. Only, Suyun was not eating a lot. He almost had to finish 1 bottle of pills each time to fill his stomach. It was not very appetizing either. If he had ingredients in the future, he could cultivate a fragrant divine immortal pill at Blossom Heart Valley. Not only was the pill fragrant, it was delicious. It was considered one of the heavenly dishes on earth, but it took a very special process to produce the divine immortal pill. As of today, only the Pill King knew how to. But the Pill King had to concoct new medicated pills daily, so where would he find the time to make something so nice? He probably had many powerful figures visiting him, bribing him with a huge amount of gold, but to no avail. Such days continued. The hurricane sword technique got purer. It was the formation of the chi tracks with just a thought mentioned by Sword Elder that was bothering Suyun. In the midst of the forest. Swoosh! Ripples of pure divine spirit chi appeared. A great amount of translucent white tracks appeared around Su Yun. Hurricane Sword Technique. Su Yun cast the 1,000 deep sword which was in his hands away, and followed the tracks. Under the guidance of pure divine chi, the sword danced at a speed 10 times faster than it usually did. It was hard to catch up to it with the naked eyes. He could only briefly see several sword shadows twirling around, and Su Yun spun continuously. The pure divine chi that exploded out of the sword tip was like a whirlwind cutting around, sand and stones flying all around the place, dead leaves scattered everywhere. The formidable power and turmoil almost reduced the entire forest to a flat land. Suddenly, Su Yun relaxed his hand, the meridians in his body and the spirit essence opened. All of the profound spirit chi in his body erupted, quickly following his thoughts onto the locusts in the air forming out. They crisscrossed in a mess like a big spider web, as it slowly spread outwards. The 1,000 deep sword that flew out, the flaming stones followed the trajectory of the chi and revolved around frantically, causing electric lights to appear, becoming faster and faster, like a tornado forming with Su Yun in its eye, sweeping everything around it. So. Strong gales rose. The immortal sword soared, its power as if it could slay an immortal. Under the sky, the dauntless and dense pure divine spirit chi scattered from the sword blade. Afterwards it revolved around in the sky, shaking as it dropped, finally landing gracefully in Su Yun's hand. Ka-cha! 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 The surrounding trees and boulders were all sliced broken, and all of them were well disintegrated. Remnants of his pure divine spirit chi continued floating in the air. The hurricane sword technique is so proficient and pure. At this time, Sword Elder's compliments came out. But your chi following the track deployment is still as slow as last time. Su Yun gazed at the 1,000 deep sword in his hands, and could not help but clench it tightly in his hands. He took in a deep breath, raised his sword up, and once again released his pure divine spirit chi, deploying and arranging the tracks. Slowly, he removed it, arranged it again, removed it, and repeated the process. Only after his body was completely empty of pure divine spirit chi, did he stop to take a rest. Seeing this, the Sword Elder was quiet. Maybe you can try another method of training, the Sword Elder said. Su Yun, who was on all fours on the ground gasping for breaths and wiping his perspiration, raised his head and asked suspiciously, another method to train? Correct, another method to train. Su Yun anxiously said, I welcome Senior to instruct me. It is also not a very high-level method, it is relatively simple, you just have to go and fight in a real combat. Real combat? You mean to fight? To actually use the hurricane sword technique to fight? Correct. The Sword Elder laughed, you have already reached a bottleneck regarding the arranging of chi, so if you continue to train, it will be very difficult for you to reach the last step, and enter the taking of form state. Thus, you can only use real combat to force yourself. When a person meets danger, often they will force themselves to release their potential, and now, as long as you can force your last bit of potential, you can reach the state of completion in one breath. Fighting, meaning utilizing battles to train? Su Yun whispered. Your current battle experience is actually not high. When a person engages in a fight with someone, they gain experience that constantly training diligently can never achieve. Especially in a deathmatch, the Sword Elder said in a serious tone. Su Yun was determined, his eyes swaying back and forth. He suddenly stood up and nodded his head. I know what to do. Once he said so, he turned and walked towards the small house. There was still quite some time before the meeting of heroes, so the representatives of the Su family were giving their all to train. If they could get the limelight in the meeting of heroes, then it would not only bring the Su family a lot of benefits, they could also gain reputation in all of the various regions and sections. The benefits were countless. The most important thing was that they could gain the uncommon treasures from the mysterious sect. The participants from the Su family trained insufferably day in and day out, as no one was willing to skive during this period. Xing in the main house was doing the same thing. In the training area, a lady was currently holding her graceful long sword and flying in the air, Her body was like a sharp tip of a spear as she was enveloped with swift wind spirit chi. Everywhere she went, the sword chi would break through, the ground would be cracked from the huge amounts of sword scars, with the sword scars appearing silently. It was exceptionally terrifying. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man standing at the side nodded his head. Very good, Xing. The overlapping violet leaf sword technique has been completely grasped by you. This sword technique is a high-level mystical technique, and is hard for ordinary people to grasp completely. For you to be able to do so in such a short period of time is very remarkable. The middle-aged man complimented with an emotionless face. Thank you, Patriarch. Xing stopped in her tracks and gasped for air. The meeting of heroes will come soon. This will be your first test, to obtain the first. Rest for a while before you continue your training. When his voice landed, his figure had already disappeared from the field. After hearing that, Xing, who was gasping for breath, slowly nodded her head. Her delicate small head was covered in fragrant perspiration while looking bitter. I wonder how young master is doing now. Is he fine? She looked at her light shivering sword, and after a while, she sighed. Her heart was already so tired. After half a day, Su Yun was riding his spirit stallion, speeding to Jinghu Town. Once he entered Jinghu Town, he immediately rushed into the notice to arrest the murderer. Notice to arrest the murderer. Many districts have put up announcements regarding the evil spirit cultivator. The notice list was formed by all sects and the city lord of the cities. They ranked the crimes the profound spirit cultivators had carried out according to the atrocities. The higher they ranked on the list, the more atrocious the crimes they committed. The list not only introduced the murderer's basic information, it would also allocate a certain amount of spirit coins. Those who managed to kill or capture the murderers and wanted men would be able to obtain the allocated spirit coins for the wanted men. Many profound spirit cultivators wanted to accumulate spirit coins, so they undertook the notice board. Some managed to earn some spirit coins, while others lost their lives for this. Many hunters would stand in front of the list of the wanted men, and if they spotted a pushover, they would fight and snatch. Usually, one wanted man could only be undertaken by a hunter. After all, the reward was only a small sum. Of course, if a group of hunters could agree to team up and split the spirit coins, that would also work. Su Yun walked over. At that moment, it was crowded at the notice board. They had gathered in a circle and sealed up the surroundings of the notice board. He squeezed through the crowd, and finally arrived at the front of the notice board. Julian District notice to arrest the murderer. First, Zhang Cha Xayan, nicknamed Heartpiercer, 1 million spirit coins, strength, unknown, mystical techniques, unknown, treasures, unknown, current position, unknown, to arrest within, unlimited. To be arrested by, none, slot available. Second name, Skeletal General of the Dead, 800,000 spirit coins, strength, unknown, treasure, Demon Horde Messy Dance, mystical technique, unknown, current location at the Dark Skeleton of the Dead Mountain, to arrest within, 1 year, to be arrested by, none, slot available. Third name, Chen Guhao, 500,000 spirit coins, strength, spirit soul disciple, treasures, unknown, mystical technique, extermination epic blood song, current location, Moon Mountain range for a generation, to arrest within, 8 months. To be arrested by, taken, no slot available. Fourth name, Air Lang Wang, 300,000 spirit coins, strength, spirit soul disciple, treasures, unknown, mystical techniques, unknown, current location, Grass Cage Plains District, to arrest within, 3 months, to be arrested by, none, slot available. Fifth name, Tong Shuat, nicknamed Sword, 1,500,000 spirit coins, strength, 5th stage of the Spirit Core Disciple, mystical technique, Sinister Cold Sword, treasures, Tongyin Blade, current position, Immortal Sword Mountain District, to arrest within, 1 month, to be arrested by, none, slot available. The notice board supplied the spirit coins rewards worth. Based on the opponent's power, there would be other people who would supply the location of where the wanted criminals were previously seen. Su Yun swept the board with his eyes. His mind was in a daze. He did not expect that this Chen Guhao would have people signing up to chase after him, and unsure of what his power was. The 5 names on the list were all expert murderers. and this was the only list put up this time on the board. Maybe after a few years, the list would change again. There was a different notice board for each region. The notice board at Julian District was indeed weaker. Hey, have all of you heard? Previously, a few men actually hatched a plan on Air Langwang. They headed over to the Grass Cage Plains district to find that bastard Air Langwang that was actually training his wolf cubs. Those rascals were attacked by hundreds of thousands of wolf cubs. They were eaten alive. What's that? I have heard of a profound spirit cultivator who went looking for skeletal general of the dead. The skeletal general of the dead is cunning and sly. He always trained the profound spirit cultivator as his living dead soldiers. Who knew, when this profound spirit cultivator went ahead, he was actually captured, had his memories erased, and he turned into a living dead soldier. The last time someone challenged him, he saw the profound spirit cultivator, TSK. So pathetic. He turned into such a state. But, may this bunch of rascals be exterminated. Since when did this bunch of people come from in the spirit cultivating realm? Everyone discussed around the notice board. Suyun scanned across the notice board's list of names. Finally, he found a target. He reached out his hand and picked up the 5th position on the list. Tong Shuezin's sword and peeled it off. Are you sure you want to obtain Julian District's target ranked 5th on the notice board known as the Yin Swad Tong Shui? The person in charge of the notice board voiced out from the side as he looked at Su Yun and asked loudly. Everyone was shocked and looked towards him. Yes. Su Yun replied expressionlessly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132. Instant Kill. Night had fallen. The moon was shrouded in gray clouds, the ground covered in darkness. It looked unusually dark and gloomy. Dong family. They were the most famous family in this Sword Mountain small town. The Dong family earned a living from their cloth business. They worked happily with the people in this town. Frequently, they would open their storehouse to feed the poor, save the common people from their sufferings, and even the profound spirit cultivators in dire straits also benefited from them. In this small town, the impact of the Dong family's reputation was beyond the mayor. But today, even the Dong family met a catastrophe. Behind the main door laid the corpses of the guards. Fresh blood flowed and covered the entire ground. Faintly, screams from the mansion of the Dong family could be heard. A strong stench of blood filled the air. Under the gloomy moonlight, it was even more eerie. Don't come over. Don't you come near me. A lady shouted in fear. Madam. All the young masters of the Dong family screamed as they laid on the ground, wounded badly. She glared and looked at the man holding a dark red sword in despair. Helplessly, she shouted, "What do you want? We give it to you. Please, let us go. Money. You can take. Take the treasures too. Please, let us go." The man had a dark red hair. It was combed back. He looked sly and hazy. The man wore a blood-red leather armor, and on his waist hung a huge ruby. He smiled slyly and looked at the trembling lady what was cornered, and had no way of retreating. He laughed maniacally and proudly. "I just want you life. My sword. Would like to drink some human blood. Hee, wait till I'm done with your madam, then I'll send the rest of you off." With that, he moved and landed in front of the lady. The lady could not even react and was taken by the man. Sheila. The lady's yellow-colored goose-long skirt was immediately torn into shreds, exposing a large part of her shining white skin. The lady's face was pale white. As she looked at her own husband's despaired expression, the fear in her eyes dimmed. To be humiliated right in front of the eyes of the person you loved the most, what could be more painful than that? She clenched her jaws, her heart somewhat determined. She suddenly moved. her neck rushed towards the bloodied sword edge on the man's hand. But the man's reaction was faster than she could ever imagine. Only to see the blood sword move, the lady pounced into air and fell to the ground. My lady, the man who was lying on the floor had tears on his face. He tried his best to stand up, but he could hardly lift his body. Want to die? The man with the blood sword grabbed the lady by her hair and gazed upon the small face drooping with tears, the corner of her mouth arching downwards. Why not choose a better way to die? To die between my legs, isn't that much happier? Bastard! The man painfully shouted. He wiggled his body, wanting to go over to stop everything, but the current to even survive would be a problem. Even as ghosts, we will not let you off. The lady held back her tears, stared at the man, and painfully cursed. Ghost? Once the man heard that, he laughed out loud. I will kill even ghosts. Finished, he released his blood sword, instantly throwing the woman on the ground, wanting to go up on her. Stop, you bastard! A mournful scream shouted out. Under the quiet night, it seemed extremely loud, and all the neighbors around were awoken in surprise. Patter! Just then, a weird noise could be heard from the outside. Following that, light steps could be heard coming into the house. The footsteps were unhurried, yet firm. Not sure what kind of creature was emitting the chi. Ha! The man who was on top of her had yet to start. Suddenly, he got up and looked out of the house. To see a man behind a ruined metal mask and a black blade master outfit. He was tall, and was chiseled as he walked in with a sword sheath. The man reached out to pull a black sword from behind. His other hand went towards the sword sheath, pulling out a bright, glimmering sword. Step by step, he got closer. Are you in sword Tong Shui? The man asked as he released his chi. It filled the air. This chi seemed like it was swift wind spirit chi, but it was stronger and sharper. Tong Shui's face congealed. He secretly analyzed the chi of this incoming man. He wanted to judge his powers only to realize he could not penetrate the opponent's chi. Who are you? Tong Shui grasped his hand and the tongyin blade flew into his hand. He interrogated with suspicion, but right after, he laughed. Don't tell me you're a hunter? Ha, you worms only know how to annoy me all day long. You sure don't know how to spell out death? Death? The incoming man raised the black sword that was in his hand and looked fierce. All of a sudden, he moved and dashed forward. The sharp chi suddenly blew up strong winds towards Tong Shui. The black death sword flew and spun in mid-air, whereas Thousand Deep Sword was in his palms, and plunged towards Tong Shui. Ha! Tong Shui saw the black sword darting around aimlessly in mid-air and his pupils constricted. He knew who he was. Your limitless sword lord? With that, the Thousand Deep Sword crashed over with a thick whistling sound. Yin blade was lifted quickly. Dang! The two swords knocked into one another and outburst ripples. Tong Shui only sensed his weapon was being suppressed by a huge mountain as a startling True Dipper chi cascaded. The ground beneath his feet cracked and a terrifying sword chi surged. True Dipper chi? Why would there be True Dipper chi when he was using a sword? What kind of chi did it belong to? Tong Shui's eyes turned solemn. At this time, the death sword spinning in mid-air turned around and pierced through. Don't underestimate me. Tong Shui looked sly as he waved his arms. Suddenly, huge amounts of blood-red fog arose from his back. With the attack of the death sword, the blood fog was thick and it blocked off the death sword in the sword sheath so that not one could enter. After that, he withstood the Thousand Deep Sword. Coup! The person's force was not in the least bit weak. Thousand Deep Sword retreated a bit, and after that forced down once again. Bang! Tong Shui's legs felt the huge impact, the ground beneath him blowing out, and the dense and dauntless force caused his whole body to feel numb. He already knew that the person in front of him was not simple. If he were to hold his hand, he would inevitably be buried. At once, Tong Shui clenched his jaws, he forced all the energy in his body, his yin blade flickered with red light, and after that, the sword body suddenly released great amounts of sinister and terrifying blood hands, holding on to Thousand Deep Sword. The person anxiously threw the Thousand Deep Sword, but the blood hand's force was not small, and did not let him struggle free. Upon seeing this, Tong Shui's eyes lit up, and he laughed out loud. "Let's see how you escape now? Ha 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 ha." When he finished, Tong Shui lifted up his left hand, and hacked towards the person. A swordless chop? What is he doing? Unless he was depending on his body to deliver a fatal blow? Just then, a weird phenomenon appeared. Tong Shui held the yin blade with his right hand, but when he waved his left hand upwards, the yin blade in his right hand disappeared for a moment, and immediately appeared in his left hand. The person's eyes constricted. This sword could actually blink. Die. Limitless Sword Lord. Ha! Tong Shui laughed fanatically, and he thrust his sword downward. Killing intent, vast and rich, blood roiling. The person was actually thrown into the center of a vortex, where it was difficult to struggle free. Right now. A tinge of sadness flashed across his eyes. Moving his left hand, his entire body released air bubbles. And out came a great amount of pure divine spirit qi to in a few thoughts, it formed a great chi wisps. Brain. Heart. Lower body. Heaven's gate. Point at the top of your head. The highest point. Innumerable chi tracks were formed that could injure his opponent. Swish. The Thousand Deep Sword that was being caught flew out, and it flew through these chi wisps at the speed of lightning. Pu chi. Pu chi. Pu chi. Chilling bone-cracking sounds resonated. Tong Shui froze, as if frozen, could not move. It was almost an instant kill. The bunch of people saw. They could not seem to catch hold of the speed of this man. They could only see that Tong Shui was being enveloped by countless swords. Afterwards, the sword shadows disappeared. Everything happened real quick like lightning. What was left was the whistling sounds of the swords. The gloomy yin blade was almost at the neck of the man and in a blink of an eye, and could slit his throat. Swoosh. The two swords encircled around Tong Q and immediately went ahead for his head. Chi. Tong Shui was beheaded with blood spewing into the sky. The man lightly pushed the yin blade away and caught hold of Tong Shui's head. He then wrapped it in a white cloth. Bang! Tong Shui's body fell onto the ground. His blood stained the floor. Upon closer look, one would see that the body was in the middle of 100 swords, and on his body was 100 over holes at places like his brain, heart, and other fatal sites. He looked pitiful, dying a horrible way. Keeping his swords, he held onto the head and scanned through yin blade to see the blade was already dark. He then shook his head and left. The fifth-ranked notorious criminal of the region, Ying Tong of Julian district, was dead. Benefactor. At this point in time, an anxious voice cried out. The metal-masked man turned and looked back to see a half-naked woman running over. On her knees, she cried, "Thank you, Benefactor, for killing this evil man. You saved the Dong family. May Benefactor grant a favor and help save my husband. My husband is badly injured by the evil man. He's in a life-threatening condition now. If he does not receive help now, he would die. I'm willing to be Benefactor's slave. Just please, help save my husband." The lady cried in despair and kowtowed to the man behind the metal mask continuously, such that her skull was almost broken. He lifted up his gaze and looked towards the pale man lying in a pool of blood. He was almost unconscious. He bit onto his lower lip and pondered. Then, he took out a pill from his storage ring and threw it on the floor. Then he brandished his arm. A sword flew out. He took a leap and stepped onto the flying sword behind and flew towards the lands far away. Seeing that, the lady kowtowed once again and thanked him incessantly. Then, she quickly picked up the pill and ran to her young master of the Dong family who was holding on to his last breath. Once he ate the pill, it quickly dissolved and worked its effects. The medicine nourished all his body including the wounds and cleared away all the profound spirit qi. Instantly, the young master looked 70% better, and he had stopped bleeding. It is so miraculous. The benefactor must be an almighty one. The young master of Dong family opened his eyes slowly. He said weakly, "Husband, it's great you're fine. This is great. Heaven must have seen the Dong family's good deeds and so he sent a benefactor to help us. It must be." The lady cried. "In the near future, we have to repay back to the benefactor." The young master of the Dong family held onto the lady's hands and asked frailly, "Oh yes, what is his name?" Hearing. Hearing from the bastard, he seemed to be called Limitless Sword Lord. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133. Let me help you. Under the vast night sky, a long, snow-white flying sword flew at a very fast speed. On the sword, a man with blade master cloth over his shoulders carried a head with blood still dripping from it. He stood straight, the wind blowing into his hair and clothes. "I never thought that you would actually save that man, kid. You have spent so much spirit coins and 10 days of your time to concoct that synthetic meat pill. You only have that one pill. Why did you give it to him? That is so not like you." The sword elder's surprised voice came out. "How is it not like me? Isn't saving people good?" Su-Yun said indifferently. "Are you not the demon?" The sword elder asked curiously. "During the day you were so vicious and cruel, you kill people without blinking your eyes. Why did you do such a kind deed today?" "Demon?" Su-Yun frowned, and gently shook his head. "Those that do evil and malicious deeds, merciless and cruel, they are more demonic than the demons that they speak of, yet they claim to be humans. What do you have to say about that? Demons are not a cold-blooded, savage existence. They have their own dedications and their own bottom line. When facing their enemies, they will be fierce and cruel or evil, regardless of everything, but when treating their kin, they will give it their all to protect them. I'm not addicted to killing, but at times, I have to kill." Once he finished, Su-Yun sped through the skies. The sword elder did not speak. After a while, he suddenly laughed, and laughed with a deep intent. The Dong family and the other small towns were not far from Jinghu town. Before the sky got bright again, Su-Yun already reached the inside of Jinghu town. Tong Shui, who used the Tongyin blade weapon, which was a treasure, was actually Shui Tong's life treasure, connected to Shui Tong's life. When Shui Tong died, the Tongyin blade would become an ordinary weapon. Su-Yun originally wanted to take it for himself to use, but understanding that point, he gave up. In this fight, although Su-Yun's cultivation level was lower than Tong Shui with it only being at the 7th stage, Su-Yun's sword arts and treasures were actually a few levels higher, which was why Tong Shui lost so badly. Especially the last fight where he gave it his all, the hurricane sword technique was unexpectedly used perfectly, the sword chi was unpredictable. In a blink, Tong Shui was killed. He did not even have time to defend, it was the proper use of technique. But the battle could be considered disturbing. In the critical moment, the hurricane sword technique's chi trajectory arrangement reached the completion under one breath, which was considered completed smoothly, and killed the opponent. If the chi trajectory was like before and slow, then the one who would have died would not be Tong Shui, but Su-Yun. The Tongyin blade would have cut his head off in a heartbeat. It has to be said that on a battle where life and death was put on the line, a person's latent talent is most easily drawn out. Although he had achieved completion under one breath during that fight, he was still not skilled enough with it yet, so fighting to complete it was rash. For someone exceeding the 5th stage spirit core disciple, it might be a challenge, but if he was of the 6th stage, it would most probably be even more difficult. The thousand sword landed on the ground, and the person entered into Jinghu town, and headed straight to the notice for murderers. It was in the wee hours in the morning, not even daybreak yet, so there was not much people there, only around 10 people, all huddled together, discussing about the last 20 names on the list. The supervisor in charge of the notice for capturing of murderers yawned, and stood there awaiting the group of guys. Su-yun carried Tong Shue's head, and slowly walked towards the notice. The snow-white cloth was already dyed red, the blood overflowing dripping on the floor. "I'm here to hand over the list." Su-yun threw the head onto the floor, and from his hand he took out the list from his storage ring. "Whose head is this?" The supervisor consciously swept the head with his eyes, and asked indifferently. "Tong Shui." Su-yun, who was taking out the list, said. The surrounding noise, in the silent night, suddenly became even quieter. "Tong Shui." The person in charge opened his eyes wide. All the hunters around the board were stunned, all their line of sight uniformly landed on Su-yun's body. The supervisor was apparently not convinced. He rubbed his eyes, his pupils becoming larger, as if they were going to drop out. After confirming that the list was definitely released from the notice, he proceeded to exclaim in surprise, "Is that really Tong Shui?" Someone already ran to the clothed-wrapped head and opened it. After seeing the features of the face, he cried out in shock, his chest undulating, difficult to stop. "Money!" Su-yun walked towards the list and demanded. "Oh. Please. Please wait, master, please wait." The supervisor was shocked, and immediately stammered. After that he hurriedly retrieved a bright silver small key, and inserted into the hole of the notice. Following, he took out the sticker of Tong Shui out. On the sheet of polished paper overflowing on the board, the moment the supervisor took it out, the paper immediately transformed into small twinkling lights and disappeared. Following, a bizarre space opened up on the board, and a piece of spirit check flew out. The supervisor anxiously picked it up. With both hands, he respectfully passed it to Su-yun. "Congratulations to you, master, you have successfully helped the city to remove the disastrous Tong Shui. This is the reward the citizens have compiled for you, a total of 1,500,000 spirit coins, please keep it well." N. Su-yun nodded his head, and placed the spirit check into his storage ring on his finger. After receiving his reward, he did not rush off to leave, only to begin looking at the list once more, his eyes finally locking down to the sixth name, Shi Hongdian. Shi Hongdian, nickname Goblin, was rumored to have weird powers like a goblin. Get strong at times, then light and swift. His cultivation level, 5th stage of Spirit Core Disciple, reward, 140,000 spirit coins. Treasures, undetermined, mystical techniques, undetermined, location, Turquoise Mountain. Shi Hongdian was rumored to have captured 17 low-level spirit cultivators and held hostage in Turquoise Mountain. He intended to make use of the hearts of these spirit cultivators to cultivate his goblin powers. He was vicious. The notice board is ranked according to the crimes and the rewards. That meant that Shi Hongdian's powers might not be lower than Tong Shui. But, if he did not try, or take the gamble, how could he cultivate completion under one breath? After thinking, Su-yun reached out and took down the name of Shi Hongdian from the list. The person in charge was shocked. "Master, you want to exterminate this goblin Shi Hongdian? What's that?" Su-yun did not understand. "This," the in charge smiled, then added, "this goblin, Shi Hongdian, always worked in solitude, was mysterious and kept his contact to himself. He always cultivated in the deep mountains, and he used raw flesh of spirit cultivators as his ingredients. It was brutal. Everyone wants to put him to death. It's just that, the information on this notice board regarding him was last updated half a year ago. The goblin Shi Hongdian is unlocated as of now." Half a year ago? Su-yun was surprised. There were a few people who had taken up this task before, but there was no news. After the period of time, we deemed them as failures. Maybe they were unable to find Shi Hongdian. The supervisor laughed bitterly. Unfounded Shi Hongdian? He was probably dead. If they could not find Shi Hongdian, it would be only right for them to report back. Su-yun nodded as he heard the in-charge words. Then, he was deep in thoughts. The people at the side was still discussing as they set their gaze on Su Yun. Could this man be the legendary limitless sword god? Seems like it, but there are many who dress up like limitless sword god too. Those are just imposters. To be able to kill Tong Shui so easily, it can only be the almighty sword lord. If it has anything to do with climbing up the ladder, then everyone will definitely benefit. If we can get him to assassinate all the targets on the notice board, we might still get some spirit coins. Broly, you're thinking too much? Why would Master Sword Lord be partners with Burden like us? A few whispered. Just at this time, a call suddenly sounded out from behind. If you can't find Shi Hongdian, I can help you, Master. Everyone looked over to see a decent, honest-looking man walking over. No one knew where he appeared. He donned on simple clothes, with just a piece of gray leather armor. He did not have much treasures on him. He had a blade hung around his waist. He was about 30 over years old, and was an 8th level spirit intermediate disciple. Although, he was one level lower than Su Yun, but Su Yun believed he could easily kill him. Your help? The icy cold metal-masked Su Yun looked at the straightforward man and asked, how would you help? The simple-looking man looked sad, then his face was painted with anger and pain as he muttered, just half a month ago, my younger brother was captured by Shi Hongdian, so I know where Shi Hongdian is now. His cultivation level is high, but I can't outdo him, so I've been waiting here. I know my brother is probably half dead, but the only thing I can do is to wait here. If Almighty can help me kill Shi Hongdian, I'll be willing to lead the way. And help Almighty kill Shi Hongdian to avenge for my brother. Su Yun listened and nodded. It's good that you waited patiently for a good chance to make a move. It's a good strategy. If you had rushed over initially, you might be in the underworld with your younger brother. Who would have thought? The sawdust-looking man was so cautious and thought so carefully. If it was him, would he have gone ahead and get killed in the fight? Su Yun thought about it. This man cupped both his fists and bowed seriously. Please allow me to lead you, Master. I will definitely help you in killing Shi Hongdian. I don't want any spirit coins, I just want to avenge for my brother. This man sounded honest and respectfully. He looked calm and had no fear in his face. The ones at the side saw and was moved. The person in charge came back to reality and said, Master, since he knows the whereabouts of Shi Hongdian, you might as well let him lead you there. As such, you can save up a lot of energy, right? Su Yun pondered and stated, all of you are right. Since that's the case, then I shall look for Shi Hongdian with him. After that, he walked over and helped him up and asked, what's your name? Reporting to Master, my name is San. The simple and honest person laughed. San? Su Yun frowned, but he didn't ask more. From the storage ring, he took out a bag of spirit coins and threw it away. He said, now, you shall go and buy 2 spirit stallions and wait for me at the northern side of the town. We will set out immediately to look for Shi Hongdian. San was shocked when he heard this and said, Master, you had just handed over Tong Shui's head. Aren't you going to rest and prepare first before you look for Shi Hongdian? Not a need to. There's a limited time, the longer we delay, the higher the chances there are changes. If we rest for a few days, and Shi Hongdian changed his hiding location, then it would mean trouble. Quick, go! Su Yun urged the man. San took the bag over and hesitated for a while before he left hastily. As there are people looking over the notice board 24 hours, usually, there would be spirit cultivators handing over in the middle of the night. The shops around the notice board were open throughout the night. Very quickly, San brought the 2 spirit stallions to the north gate of Jinghu town. Su Yun was already there waiting for him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134. Familiarity and Unfamiliarity. Ka-cha. 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 The sky lit up and the sound of horseshoe rang as they traveled along the small route towards Absolute Forest. It was the 5th day. The two had been riding the horse for 5 consecutive days. Is Shihongdian in Absolute Forest? Suyin scanned the proud sun that was rising in the sky, then looked towards Asan, who was riding the spirit stallion in front of him, and asked. Yes. He is in Absolute Forest. Asan nodded and shouted. After my brother had been captured by Shihongdian, Asan had been stalking him. Along the road, I have had many thoughts about saving my brother, but I was always stopped by Shihongdian's powerful methods and was forced to give up every single time. I then made a turn into the Jinghu town, hoping to get help from Almighty. From the first advancement of Shihongdian, he is definitely in Absolute Forest. The Absolute Forest was located over 1,000 miles from the northern side of the Jinghu town. This was an obsolete piece of forest, the leaves were huge and the forest was dense. The forest was dark. It was rumored that spirits and souls would come out in the Absolute Forest, which was why people rarely came close to the Absolute Forest. No one resided there, and no one dared enter. Once Suyin heard that, his eyes moved. He thought for a while and said, if we go to Absolute Forest, isn't it faster to go from Kongming Street? Why did you choose such a dark, misty road like this? This route is curvy and uneven. It is hard to walk on. If we walk from here, we would be delayed by a day. Is that so? San was stunned. He scratched his head and laughed shamelessly. Sorry, master, I'm not too familiar with Absolute Forest. Is it faster to go through Kongming Street? Then let's change to Kongming Street. No need. Suyin smiled bitterly. We're already here, what's the point of changing? Once we finish this road, and arrive at Absolute Forest, then we can start preparing. Okay. San nodded and he looked solemn. Oh, yes. Since you've met Shihongdian, then do you know his methods? Tell me about him. Suyin suddenly said. Methods? San thought and held his chin. Then he said, Shihongdian is very powerful and he changes very quickly. But according to my observations, his weakness is his lower body. Lower body? Suyin was surprised. For a martial artist so powerful, how could his lower body not be stable? Master, if you think this way, then you're wrong. For a normal person it is the case, but for Shihongdian, it's different. Shihongdian is known as the Goblin. That power he possessed changes frequently. How could it be treated with a normal eye? Right? What you said it logical. I must be a woodblock. Suyin agreed with his saying, but he never said a word again. The spirit stallion quickened its pace and pranced through the Absolute Forest continuously. The closer one headed towards the Absolute Forest, the darker and dimmer the surrounding became, as light seemed to be unable to penetrate through. Only a few big birds flew out of the forest, with layers of decaying smell coming out. While the two-person get closer and closer to Absolute Forest, the smell became heavier and denser, causing them to feel uncomfortable. Very quickly, a huge forest appeared in front of Suyin. The forest looked odd. The leaves were black and deep within the forest, many green-colored beams of light shone. He could not tell what they were. His scalp went numb upon seeing them. San got down the stallion and placed the spirit stallion aside. He said to Suyin, Master, follow me. Suyin nodded and got down the stallion and followed him into the Absolute Forest. Gwa gwa. Gwa. Weird noises emerged. A few odd-looking birds flew out like eagles and into the sky. Suyin looked at the birds and pondered for a while before following San. San, as if he was familiar with the route, led Suyin, both of them slowly walking deeper into Absolute Forest, the surrounding light rays getting dimmer and dimmer, and the temperature of the air becoming colder and colder. The atmosphere was very weird. San, where are you bringing me to? Isn't this Absolute Forest? We are not familiar with the place. It would be better to lure Shihongdian from the outside. it would be better, I am not familiar with this place. Su Yun shouted. Master, follow me, I know where Shi Hongdian is, that Shi Hongdian is definitely cultivating right now. If we don't take this chance and do a sneak attack, rather than fighting straight on, maybe we can handle this problem much easier. Ah San said seriously. Oh. Su Yun's expression showed a you're right look and nodded his head. Ah San looked at Su Yun with a simple and honest smile, and continued walking and leading. Poochie. Just then, a sword suddenly pierced from behind, running through the chest, drawing flesh blood that dripped down the blade. Ah San's body froze, his eyes widening, as he looked at the sword in his chest, startled, his eyes was filled with surprise. With difficulty he turned his head, only to see the man in the mask coldly staring at him. Master. You? What are you doing? Ah San said with difficulty. His corners of his mouth stained with blood. Why put on the show? Su Yun said blandly, initially, I thought you were someone who thought about things carefully, but I never thought you could be so careless. Careless? Previously, you told me you weren't familiar with Absolute Forest and had taken a longer route. I believed in you. But once we arrived, you told me you knew Shi Hongdian's whereabouts. If you knew this person, how can you be unfamiliar with Absolute Forest? How can you not know that Kongming Street can allow us to reach the Absolute Forest faster? So, don't try and lie to me. You've brought me via the smaller road just to stall some time. You have informed Shi Hongdian to ambush and kill me, right? Su Yun stated and moved his arms. Thousand Deep Sword then spun around Ah San's body after piercing through him. Ah San shivered. The honest-looking face suddenly changed and rippled. Then, a young face appeared. This face was about 27 or 8 years old. But his face was twisted and he was in so much pain. I never thought that you could see through this. Not simple. Indeed, you're not a simple man. Cough cough. Ah San started to look pale as he said weakly. Such a simple plan? I can't believe you tried to put on a facade. Seeing Ah San's face started to change, Su Yun saw the light. If I didn't predict wrongly, Shi Hongdian has already ambushed at the place in which you knew. And he is waiting for me, right? The reason you're stalling for time is because you needed to give Shi Hongdian time to prepare, correct? That's right. Ah San's mouth expressed a smile. He lifted up his shivering hands and grabbed onto the sword's body, weakly laughing. I am actually the disciple of Shi Hongdian. He taught me the absorbing spirit technique, and the only criteria was that, every month, I would bring someone with considerable strength, a spirit cultivator that he can defeat, and with the two of us joining hands, we would kill the person, and using his absorbing training technique, every time I would disguise myself and lure the spirit cultivators. To prevent the supervisor at the board from noticing, I would always appear at staggering times. The board in the span of 12 hours would have 4 different supervisors taking turns to keep watch, so I stagger the timings, and have successfully lured so many times before, but I did not expect that you would see through me. Saying this, Ah San's eyes flashed a hint of dissatisfaction. When did you start suspecting me? Letting you buy the stallion horse, there were misgivings in your eyes. Su Yun said indifferently, when I allowed you to buy the horse, preparing to leave immediately, your eyes was not the kind of person who was impatient to get his revenge, but it was more of worried apprehension. This led me to suspect you, a person who is full of hatred. Why would he not want to go and take his revenge sooner? Because of this, you caused me to have suspicions in my heart. Merely based on that one judgment? That's enough. Ah San was shocked. After a while, he let out a miserable laugh. The blood in his mouth was increasing more and more, following that his lips kept moving, but he did not feel any pain. Just at that time, his hands grabbed onto Su Yun's hands, and smiled sinisterly. You were very clever, but you have still made one wrong move. This was already Shi Hongdian's territory since a long time ago. Entering here, you're considered dead, haha. No way to escape, no way to escape, ha 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 ha. When he finished laughing, Asen's mouth suddenly spat out a blood arrow, shooting it towards the sky, and immediately disappeared. Suyun noticed and tried to stop the blood arrow. But it was too late. His heart sunk. Right away, he pulled out his 1,000 deep sword and chopped towards him. Asen's body was being chopped into halves. All his internal organs fell to the ground. His bones were crushed. Asen died right away. Groaning, Suyun kept his sword. As such, Asen was Shi Hongdian's disciples. Ever since Shi Hongdian had been enlisted in the notice board, it meant that he was in constant danger. Frequently, there would be hunters looking for him. For a safe and peaceful cultivation, he had tried to minimize his tracks. The way he went about doing it was to choose those people greedy for methods to become his disciples. With his disciples as his bait, he could lure some high-level spirit cultivators who wanted to kill him and ambush to kill for his cultivation. Sen fell into the trap, but he was not angry. He patiently stalled the time with Suyun. A blood arrow shot out from his mouth and into the air. It seemed as though it was reporting to Shi Hongdian. Shi Hongdian probably knew about Sen being exposed and was rushing over. Since that was the case, he might as well ambush him first. Never mind. Suyun moved and leaped towards the big tree at his head. He flew through the dense forest and hid behind. With the heavenly scale divine eye to cover up his chi, he just needed to ensure he isn't found and no one would know where he was. Usually, the high-level spirit cultivators would use chi to identify, but it was useless against Suyun. The surrounding was dead quiet. The green-colored odd spirit flames floated within the forest and casted an eerie-looking atmosphere in this gloomy forest. He hid behind the big tree for a whole day and he still did not see Shi Hongdian. Sen's corpse had started decomposing. He did not receive the news that Sen had died? Or, he had already been exposed? Suyun doubted continuously. He still dared not let his guard down. He hid behind the big tree and observed everything under him. Could it be Shi Hongdian was waiting? Waiting for him to continue deep into the forest? At this time, he needed patience. Suyun would not dare to advance forward. After all, Shi Hongdian's power was much greater than him by several levels. It would not be a big issue if they were confronting one another face to face. If the opponent was attacking him sneakily, or had set up a trap, then it was the end. Ka-cha! Just as Suyun drifted away in his thoughts, and was thinking of his next step, a weird sound emerged from the quietness. Suyun moved his ears and quickly looked over to see a shadow coming closer to him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135. Challenging again. Seems like Shi Hongdian was finally unable to remain calm. Suyun inhaled deeply, quietly took out 1,000 deep sword, and stared intently at the figure. Only to see in the depths of the dusky forest, a yellow-armored, skinny human walking out. The person looked like he was 40 years old, his long beard was messy, bloodstains on his face, extremely sloppy, and both of his hands wore metal gloves. The gloves' knuckles had purple gemstones embedded in it, looking very dazzling. He walked over with heavy yet soundless footsteps as he scanned his surroundings with caution, as if he was taking precautions against something. Then, the surrounding was quiet as hell. Not even a bit of wind breeze. Suyun squinted his eyes. He clenched his hands even tighter, ready to make a move any time. But, in a moment time, Shi Hongdian, who was walking over, stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and looked over to Suyun. Suyun suddenly felt uneasy. Right at that moment, a huge amount of green gem-like objects on both his side. These objects were like a mouth of a ferocious beast and they were coming for Suyun. Suyun tensed up. Fixating both his legs, he jumped down from the tree. The mouth took a big bite of the air. Bada! He fell to the ground. But in a split second, a silhouette appeared in front of him. Then, with two strong gusts of wind that were so strong it could move the mountains, two fists punched over. Suyun's pupils dilated slightly and hurriedly blocked off with his thousand deep sword. Swoosh! The two fists landed on Thousand Deep Sword's body. A tremendous power burst out and they both flew out, hitting onto a huge, crude tree before he stopped. Key. Suyun coughed slightly and stood up slowly. He. Your reflexes ain't too bad. You could still stand up after taking a strike from me. Although I can't determine your cultivation level, I figure it isn't low either. Hongdian walked over, face calm, smirking. Seems like you have identified my location right from the start. Suyun wiped off the blood from the corners of his mouth and took out a pill from his storage ring, then ate it. He looked at Hongdian with gleaming eyes. The moment that idiot disciple of mine died, your location is locked down by me. I have marked his heart that once he died, the fresh blood that stained you will follow you wherever you go. I will know where your location is until the fresh blood is dried. With that, Suyun realized, the great amount of green-colored spirits around him were like souls that had surrounded him. There were about 20 over of them and were all at least a third-level spirit intermediate disciple. After seeing that, Suyun understood. You've obviously captured my location, but you had not make a move. I believe you must be preparing to kill me. Suyun kept his gaze and muttered. Well, of course. Hongdian nodded peacefully as his mustache moved. You're a big prey and can help me break through the 5th level of Spirit Core Realm. On top of that, my goblin powers would increase by folds. If I don't prepare properly and prevent you from running away, wouldn't I be losing out? Oh. Suyun nodded and scanned his surroundings. Then he asked, are you relying on these fellas to stop me from running away? Hongdian looked down, is it not enough? Of course it isn't. Suyun muttered. Suddenly, he brandished both his hands and pulled out Thousand Deep Sword and Death Sword just like two rapid dragons. They circled around him and pierced the bodies of the green spirits. In a split second, the aura that was released was just like a sword that just came out from the sword sheath, cold, sharp, fierce, piercing and numbed people, causing their hair to stand. What a strong swift wind spirit chi! Hongdian's face changed. He had never seen such an odd maneuvering sword technique. He immediately operated on his spirits and made them form a line of defense. The spirits then created a green-colored wall to fend off the piercing swords. But, the wall was like a piece of wood. Kaase. It was pierced thoroughly. The spirits fell to the ground and lost their will to fight. Seems like this isn't enough to stop you. Hongdian's face turned sly. With a footstep, a ball of fire emerged from beneath his feet, and like a fire arrow, it rushed over. The thick and vicious fist came through again. The aura were boiling like an active volcano. Humph! Suyun had no fear. By moving his fingers, the Thousand Deep Sword flew over and landed in his hands. Then, with a strong aura, all the pure divine spirit chi was being passed onto the Thousand Deep Sword as it flew towards the two fists. Swish! The sword and the fists collided just like a meteorite that collided onto Earth. It sent ripples to all directions and the trees all collapsed. The entire absolute forest was being cleared to a treeless region. The two gave their all and confronted each other. Thousand Deep Sword, second phase. Suyun clenched his teeth. Without letting his guard down once. Even though his strength and cultivation level was lower than Hongdian, the Thousand Deep Sword and his will to stay vigilant were suppressing the opponent well. Ah! Hongdian screamed. All the pure divine spirit chi was being squeezed in, and with the cackling sounds of metals hitting against one another, the Thousand Deep Sword's capacity to withhold energy had increased. Suyun only felt that his bones were being pushed to its limits. If they were to withstand it for another minute longer, they would fracture. It was the goblin power for real. If an ordinary person experienced such powers, they would probably been crushed into a jam. Suyun thought and quickly made use of the third phase of the Thousand Deep Sword. Voila! The Thousand Deep Sword's radiance grew. The sword was overflowing with true Dipper Chi and floated towards Shi Hongdian. Shi Hongdian's arms were trembling as he was stunned to experience such startling powers. But very quickly, he had a weird smile painted on his face. The smile was very cunning, but Suyun caught it. Could it be? You wanna fight with me? Good. Great. I'll let you see what true power feels like. With that, Suyun felt all the energy in Thousand Deep Sword collapse. Such an odd scene. It was as though a ray of exquisite, limitless energy penetrated into Thousand Deep Sword and dissolved all its energy and swiftly, entering into his body. He loosened his grip quickly and threw Thousand Deep Sword away and retreated. Swift power? Could this be your renowned absolute swift power? Suyun frowned. Shi Hongdian's fist was flowing in radiance, gushes of green light flowed out. When one person can't even maximize his powers, what's the point of fighting with me? Shi Hongdian laughed. And it was taken that he agreed. The thing about swift power was that it was unbreakable. He had no intention of letting it go. Neither was he giving Suyun time to think of how he could deal with the swift power. He waved his fists and punched forward. Full of true Dipper Chi. It was not any ordinary true Dipper Chi, great amount of green Chi circled around the center. It was swift power combined with true Dipper Chi. Suyun dodged hurriedly and rolled over several times. Swoosh! Swoosh! Every time the true Dipper Chi struck ground, it exploded right away. Suyun only managed to climb up after several moments. He looked like he was in a bad state. It was practically impossible to fend off a true Dipper Chi that was blended in with swift power. Any kind of defense would probably be dissolved by the swift power. Other than dodging, there was nothing he could do. The huge rock spirit nucleus could not stone this person. After all, his cultivation level was higher. Stoning him was just temporary. He had to rely on the storm sword technique. He asked for this, to use this chance to practice sword, and practice chi. Suyun maintained calm and kept his gaze on Shi Hongdian. Then, he stabilized both his hands and waited for a chance to attack. Swoosh! Shi Hongdian attacked once again. Suyun immediately pushed all the pure divine chi in his body to avoid the attack and dashed towards Shi Hongdian. His speed was crazy, people could merely catch a glimpse of his shadow. When he got near to Shi Hongdian, the death sword which was encircling in mid-air, and the Thousand Deep Sword in his hand shook and pierced towards Shi Hongdian. One sword without being pulled out of its sheath, the other sword without much chi, and you want to rely on them to fight with me? TSK, you really don't know how to spell death, do you? Shi Hongdian was unhappy. He swung both his hands towards the ground and the energy dispersed. He was surprised to find the ground being covered by a stone array right in front of him. Spread. When Suyun heard that, he suddenly moved his finger. Heaven-splitting sword technique. The Thousand Deep and the Death Swords divided themselves into two and turned into a ray of sword shadow. Circling the stone, and aiming to pierce the back of Shi Hongdian's head. Ha! Shi Hongdian was shocked, then he fell back quickly. Pushing out huge amount of true Dipper Chi towards the two flying swords with the intention to bring the swords down, but the swords were agile and light. They could move left and right to dodge the attacks. Don't underestimate me. Shi Hongdian could no longer avoid. He moaned and suddenly, he fixed his feet on the ground and stood in a horse stance. With a roar, his skin was shining with a layer of turtle-like armor prints. Dang dang dang. Two solid swords and two pseudo-swords crashed into the body, but it was hard to pierce through. Instead, sparks grew and they bounced back. Power is not all about attacks. It can also be used as a defense. Don't think your speed is fast and I can't do anything about it. You can't even break through my flesh and skin, how do you even think you're going to hurt me? Shi Hongdian looked at the swords that bounced off and mocked. Bada. Right then, Su Yun, who was running over, suddenly stopped a few meters away from Shi Hongdian. He looked tense. And all of a sudden, he raised his robes and lifted his right hand, pointing towards Shi Hongdian as if he was instigating something. Shi Hongdian was shocked. Without reacting, he could feel that he was being locked down by over hundreds of thousands of chi strands in a breath's time. Heart, brain, lower body, the heaven's door. All the places that could inflict serious injuries were all being tracked by chi. This is bad. Shi Hongdian's heart stopped. He got up quickly and rushed towards Su Yun. But at that point in time, the death sword rushed over and pierced towards Shi Hongdian, and the thousand deep sword was just spinning continuously towards those transparent chi track. Inch by inch, it got closer. Slowly entering. The edge of the sword glistened in radiance and was almost a part of the chi. Ah! Shi Hongdian instigated a great deal of power to push the death sword away. Then, he raised both his fist and all the true Dipper chi in his body and pounced towards Su Yun. But, in a blink of an eye, the thousand deep sword was already in the chi tracks. Then, a ray of snow-white light like a lightning shot along the tracks. Shi Hongdian did not see anything. He only felt his vision blur as hundreds of thousands of sword shadows encircled him. It was like a blossoming lily. Dang dang dang. The skin that was being filled with true Dipper chi was being sliced by the dense sword shadows. Sparks flew and a huge amount of pure divine spirit chi rippled out. Ah! Ah-ha! Shi Hongdian screamed in pain as he was being skinned alive. They started slicing his stone-like skin, making flesh and fresh blood spew all over the place. After several breaths, the body was being pierced by 1,000 swords. He was turned into a blood man, and the defense on his body was crushed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136. Vanishing Spirit and 10,000 Grief Pills. Approximately at the same time, there were many rumors concerning the Limitless Sword Lord appearing in Julian District. The fifth name and below on the board were not drawn out yet, but they were all killed by Limitless Sword Lord. Great amounts of evil people were being killed, their heads hang beside the board. Whoever it was, as long as they were targeted by the Limitless Sword Lord, they could not escape. These kind of events seldom appeared, even hunting the wanted people could not be done in such a short period of time, and what's more, so many of them. As such, the first 5 on the notice board had been on a restraint recently. After all, Limitless Sword Lord could even kill the bloody soul. Who knew if he would set his eyes on the first 5 listed on the notice board? The frequency of crimes had been on a decline recently because of this. Therefore, the citizens were all deeply grateful to the Limitless Sword Lord. Even the spirit cultivators became more and more respectful and worshipped this mysterious and strong Sword Lord. Adding on the incident at Purple Star Academy, Limitless Sword Lord's name immediately spread across the entire southern region, his famed sword. Su Yun. Where have you been this whole time? Don't you know that the meeting of heroes is about to begin? On the main streets of the Su family's outer sect homes, Su Yun carried his sword sheath on his back with his head lowered, running towards the little house. The inner sect guard captains immediately shouted at him from the side of the road. Su Yun stopped, raised his head and looked at him. The captain sized him up and said, "Inner sect manager Master Su Shilong has been looking for you many times. You are the only one with qualifications to join the meeting of heroes from our outer sect, and that is a great thing. You better not neglect it. Go and perform well at the meeting of heroes. If you neglect it and throw our Su family's face, you'll see what happens after." Understood? Su Yun heard him, and when a few people passed between them, he lowered his head, and without making a sound, he carried his sword sheath and left. "You asshole!" The captain was angry, and was about to go and pull Su Yun, but he was stopped by the person behind him. "Captain, forget it. Forget it. Don't quarrel with him. Let go of me, merely an outer sect disciple, he dares to be so arrogant." The captain bellowed. "Outer sect disciple? Captain, don't get it wrong. He is someone who even dares to kill the inner sect disciples, even daring to harm the main house disciple, the master's son. He must not be provoked." Yes, heard that little kid's current cultivation is very deep, and had long entered the spirit intermediate disciple realm, and I heard that he and the head of the Blossom Heart Valley are in friendly terms. Don't see that he is just an outer sect disciple, he is powerful. The squad people beside him anxiously warned him. Hearing all that, the captain's face changed and became somewhat spiritless, but seeing that all around him were the team members patrolling, feeling that he was not acting well, he snorted, "So what? Outer sect people are outer sect people, my position is higher than his, he should just listen to me." Yes, Captain is right. The hearts of his team members were like mirrors, but they were not broken, only agreeing with him. After a month of staying in the Sioux family, other than training his sword or chi, he would be concocting pills. Sometime soon would be the opening of the Meeting of Heroes. Although he had no wish to join, the Sioux family signed him up for it, so he couldn't not go. Thinking of a method to overcome everything would be good enough. Soo-Yun sighed, went back to his house, took out his pill surface, and planned to continue concocting pills. The entire time that he was constantly finding the experts on the board of murderers to train his completion under one breath, his training and battle experience increased, and his gains were bountiful. On top of that, he also earned a satisfying amount of spirit coins, roughly about 700,000 spirit coins, which he used to participate in the Heavenly Sun quarterly auction to obtain a few good ingredients, along with a high-level purple cloud pill furnace. The spring crystal furnace was slightly low-leveled, and the time it took to concoct higher-level pills were longer. Also, it could only use lower-level cultivating pill arrays to expedite the process, and was unable to offer guarantee with high-level pills, having a higher rate of failure. He bought many good things at the auction, but he spent around 600,000 spirit coins, an astonishing amount. Luckily, Soo-Yun did not see money as something important. Money was just a tool to obtain another item. To him, life-saving pills had more value. 2 top-grade pills were reflected in his mind, the entire time floating left and right inside his thoughts. They were recorded in the secret texts the Blossom Heart Valley ancestors left behind. Removing desires and abandoning love, all for personal gains, nothing to fear, transforming into power, a formless road, spiritless heart, the only clear road, release of the physical world. These were the description of Blossom Heart Valley's secret pill, Vanishing Spirit Pill. The Vanishing Spirit Pill was not some heaven-defying pill. Its function was, after the person ingests the pill, it would open all of the spirit essence and chi nodes of the human body, increasing their volume, and releasing a chi that runs in the opposite direction, transforming into an absorbing power. Spirit essence was a spirit cultivator's extremely magical tissue in the body. It was distributed to the different big chi meridians and arteries, and had some unexplainable, mystical powers, so when it was used to release in reverse and absorbed, it would give rise to an unprecedented result. When all of the spirit essence were completely absorbed, it would cause the surrounding profound spirit chi and surrounding spirit cultivators to be leaked and absorbed, taking their profound spirit chi as your own. That meant that, the Vanishing Spirit Pill's appropriate usage, would result in something unthinkable. While the other pill, was one uncommon pill that came from his devil sect. 10,000 Grief Pill. To concoct this pill, the ingredients used were not the ones he obtained from the auction, but using the hearts of evil people. The very hearts he obtained from killing those people on the board of murderers. An evil person's heart was different from a normal person's heart. Their heart was filled with huge amounts of killing intent, grievance, and the nightmares formed from the people they have killed. These things were not present in a normal person's heart, and they were the main ingredients needed to concoct the 10,000 Grief Pill. The use of the 10,000 Grief Pill, after consuming it, would allow your body to enter a state of immortality and grievance that cannot be extinguished, and grows without restraint. Although the strength of the pill could only last the time for an incense stick to burn, half an hour, in that period, it was a life-saving magical pill. As long as the one taking the pill is not beheaded, any limb that gets cut off could be quickly regrown. The rest of the time, Suyun spent the entire day held up in the house concocting these two rare pills, paying no attention to any other things. The date of the meeting of Heroes of Meeting was getting closer, and the outside was getting more rowdy. Under the brightly glistening vast sky, the heavenly palace drifted. Below, a group of people wearing snow-white Blademaster clothes were on a leveled sword field practicing their swords. All around them the white clouds floated, in the distance many gold pillars stood erect, and an enormous large stone sword stood in the center, the sword hilt almost breaking into the clouds. It was extremely majestic. All around the sword field were passages filled with carvings of vivid and lifelike images of dragons and phoenixes, and on the enormous sword field was a humongous array that was gracefully moving. The sword chi grew without restraint, rays of light luminously glowing. The disciples were either exchanging pointers, raising their chi, or cultivating chi alone. No one was goofing off. This was the Immortal Sword Sect's elite disciples' training grounds. Just then, a ray of rainbow flew down from the sky towards the heavenly palace, directly at the high stage in front of the sword field. Lightly dropping, a gorgeous and absolutely stunning female appeared in front of all the disciples. The female's black eyebrows were refined, she was very beautiful, her body disposition was detailed and fine, black hair and white silk dress, head to toe she was just nice, add a bit more, and it would be excessive, remove a bit and it would be too less, she was just like a fairy. When the people saw her, they quickly stopped the training, turned and cupped their fist in their other hand, and bent down to greet, "We greet third clan elder." The shout shook the sky, and was earth-shattering. The beautiful lady raised her pupils which looked like gemstones, scanned across all the disciples, and lightly said, "My disciples, please rise, I greet you." "Thank you, clan elder." All the disciples kept their greetings. The lady in white looked at everyone, and her gaze landed on a few disciples at the front, her delicate lips gently moved. "Soon, it will be the Southern Region's triennial meeting of heroes. Our clan have been participating for the past few years, and yet our successes were not good enough. Especially against the Swallowing Heavens sect. My Immortal Sword sect, in every competition, will be defeated and lose face. This year's meeting of heroes, I myself will personally go with all of you and support you, so all of you have to make my Immortal Sword sect proud, defeat the Swallowing Heavens sect, and take victory in this year's meeting of heroes, understood? Disciples will not turn our backs on clan elders' hopes and expectations, and not turn our backs on our sect's great hopes and expectations." The disciples of Immortal Sword sect anxiously shouted. Especially the male disciples, they all wanted to stand out. "Good." The lady dressed in white nodded her head, her eyes swept around, and stared at the group of disciples right at the front. "Yen Shan. Your disciple is here." A young lady dressed in Blademaster clothes immediately walked out of the group, and cupped her fists. "The great clan elder's wishes and expectations of you, this time, I myself have received. The remaining few days, you have better work harder to train, and don't let your master and me disappointed. Understand?" "Yen Shan understands." Bai Yen Shan said softly. "And, later on you can come to Clear Jade Palace so I can gift you some pills to aid you in your cultivation. Other disciples will also receive magnificent heart 3-point pills, and the attendant disciples will be responsible for giving them out." Once she finished, the lady in white lightly stepped, her body rose, and formed another ray of rainbow, and flew out. "We respectfully send off the elder." The disciples anxiously shouted. The magnificent heart 3-point pill was a treasured pill. Never expected that the third clan elder would give some to them. The disciples were all ecstatic, and were filled with even more reverence towards their third clan elder. "Junior sister Bai, you are sure lucky. Great clan elder has high regards for you, the clan treats you so well, you must definitely take the first for the meet. Yes, senior sister, you're gifted with special skills, although your cultivation period is shorter than the other senior brothers and sisters, your cultivation has soared so much. You're definitely our immortal sword sex genius. This time's meeting of heroes, the other sex disciples are definitely not your match. Senior sister, go go go. Senior sister bye, you can do it. Our immortal sword sect will definitely gain victory. Victory is ours, the treasure is also ours. Every one of the immortal sword sect disciples were shouting in excitement. On a vast land, stood an extremely huge nation that covered a big area. The nation-occupied area was exceptionally vast, the human population was around several millions. And there was a regular spirit cultivator army, with countless commanding officers taking watch. There were even more big sects stationed inside, merged into the nation. This nation was the South's #1 superpower, Long Ao Nation. In the palace, the monarch Long Batian sat imposingly and solemnly, watching the gold-dressed young people that were kneeling. There were males and females, all of them had a stern expression, devout, their forehead had a golden dragon print, all of them were like deities with their dazzling imposing manner. Reporting to His Majesty, this is our this year's selected chosen individuals, all of them chosen are at least of the third stage spirit core disciple. Comparing in our state, we are stably pressurizing the other sex power in the southern region, and are the first in power. A eunuch dressed in a court eunuch robe spoke in his tapered voice respectfully. Not bad. Long Batian nodded his head, his voice heavy. In all the previous competitions, my Long Ao Nation has always been first, in this next competition we cannot falter. However, obtaining first is still not enough. I want all of you to thoroughly thrash those other sects. Let them feel the fear of my Long Ao Nation. Let them know the power of my Long Ao Nation. This is of importance to our Long Ao Nation's expansion in the near future. Understood? We obey your orders, my Emperor. All the court officials, military leaders, and the selected disciples below kowtowed and shouted loudly. Receive your rewards, set out at sunrise. Long Batian stood up, waved his big hand, and shouted. All the different sects were busy preparing, and the tensed moment was quickly coming. In a small house in the Su family outer sect. Bada! A light sound sounded out. A man slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the pill furnace in front of him releasing a green smoke that was appearing to be rising in spirals. He stood up, and walked towards the pill furnace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 137. What is the meaning of this? A few days later. Announcements were pasted all over the streets of the Su family's main, inner and outer sects. The opening of the meeting of heroes was about to begin. And it was known that the participants from the Su family were going to leave and head towards the competition location. The person in charge of them was the Su family's second great clan elder, Su Tai, and the inner sect administrator Su Shilong. At noon the next day, all the disciples would gather outside the outer sect. The disciples taking part in the competition were mainly the disciples of the patriarch and the inner sect elites. As for the outer sect, only Su Yun would be taking part in the competition. Night time. Su Yun was still seated on his bed, eyes closed and recuperating, waiting for daybreak. He did not prepare much, from the way he saw it. As long as he could mingle, it would be fine. Originally it was meant for him to show his rank in battle, but he was disinclined to participate. Do. Just then, there were light knockings on the door. Su Yun opened his eyes, came down from his bed and opened the door. Only to see Su Xanu and Su Xingyang, whom he had not seen for a long time, standing at the door, facing him and laughing. Upon seeing this, Su Yun smiled. What are the two of you doing here? We miss Big Brother, so we came. Su Xinu laughed. Su Xingyan scratched his head, laughed foolishly, and did not say anything. Come in and sit. Su Yun turned, and went over his table to grab a flask, and poured the two of them some spirit tea. How is it? How have you two been doing recently? How is Fu Su treating you too? Suyin passed over the tea and laughed. Prince Fu Su is treating us very well. Su Xianyu took the cup and lightly said thanks and continued, the prince is very kind and is treating us very well. Every day he would give us some treasured medicinal pills and even allowed us to enter his private training area to train. He does not have arrogance and treats everybody like brothers and sisters. Oh. Upon hearing that, Suyin was stunned. Usually, a spirit cultivator's personal training grounds were for their own use only, and would not allow other people to enter, but Fu Su is so generous? And he even allowed inner sect disciples, who are of God knows how many ranks lower than him to enter. He only allowed you two to enter, or? Can everyone enter? Suyin asked suspiciously. Of course he treated others the same. As long as you follow Prince Fu Su, you can use his training grounds. Xingyang chided, Big bro, you don't know how great the training grounds Prince Fu Su has. It's spacious and huge. It's almost the size of half of the outer sect. The boss had layered on a few layers of arrays that facilitate cultivation, and it's a lot faster to training there. It's amazing. Xingyang got carried away and he looked overjoyed. When Suyin heard this, he fell silent. Not just that, when Su Donghao and others came to find trouble with us, they were all stopped by Prince Fu Su. If not for Prince Fu Su, I'm afraid we would have been killed by Su Donghao and the rest. Su Xin you mentioned. They were considered the lower ranks in the Su family. How could they ever be a match for Su Donghao? Oh, Suyin remained silent before he nodded. If that's the case, then I suggest the both of you follow suit with Prince Fu Su. Train and cultivate well under his guidance. But, at the same time, do keep your guard against him. Don't trust him too much. Understand? Why? Xingyang did not understand. The prince is a good man. But Su Xianyu was fast in her thinking. She asked carefully, Big bro fears that Prince Fu Su is trying to win us over? I'm just speculating. Maybe it's not a speculation. Su Xianyu said, when we first went over to the prince, the others loathed us for having poor features and essences, and kept us outside. But the prince knew we had good relationship with Big Bro, he agreed to it immediately. I feel that the prince not only wants to win us over, he maybe wants to win Big Bro over. I don't want to be one-sided about this. Suyin smiled bitterly and shook his head, I've only met Fu Su once, how can we talk about winning over? Moreover, what's the motive for him to win us over? We're nothing. Never mind, let's not talk about this. Just be careful. Su Xingyu did not continue the topic. The three of them inquired more about their recent developments, and then Su Xianyu entered another topic. Big brother, when you go to the meeting of heroes tomorrow, you have to be careful. Careful? Careful of what? Su Shilong, of course. Su Shilong? Big bro, don't tell me you've already forgotten? Su Shilong is one of the great clan elders people. You chopped off Su Donghao's arm for us, so the great clan elder bears a grudge on you and has wanted to exterminate you since long ago. If it wasn't for Blossom Heart Valley's senior pill kings please, big bro, you'd probably be in deep waters. Although the great clan elder can't do anything to you, Su Shilong can do anything to bootlick the great clan elder. Big bro, you have to be extremely careful. Su Xianyu said with a worrying tone. Both of them coming by at night was most likely to remind Su Yun about this matter. Su Yun thought for a moment then smiled without saying another word. The three talked for 2 hours before Su Xianyu and Su Xingyang bade their farewell. Su Yun was to set off tomorrow, the two dared not disturb him for long. After Su Xianyu and Su Xingyang left, Su Yun sat down quietly for a while. Finally, a deep sigh came out of the house. The sky was not bright yet, and a din stirred in the outer sect. Shouts and horseshoe sounds resonated. Some disciples of the Su family were long waiting outside of the outer sect. After noon, the disciples of the Su family then gathered around the door. The outer sect housekeeper brought along several of the outer sect disciples and single horned bulls to line up at the door. When the disciples that were taking part in the competition came by, they would choose a single horned bulls to ride on. The Sioux family did not provide any replacement tonics for the competition. All of them had to prepare on their own. All the disciples who were participating used their best treasures, even their clothes were different. Some wore multicolored glistening gowns, some wore thick armor, and some hung big and small jewelry treasures around their bodies. All of them were fully armed to the teeth, increasing their battle power by a fold, leaving all the outer sect disciples drooling at their mouths. Gwai, what are all the grades of these treasures? It's so bright it's blinding me. Let us train well, and in the future we can definitely use these treasures too. AI, don't think too much, wait till you join the inner sect then start talking. If you can't even join the inner sect, why even think about all these treasures? All of the outer sect disciples were mumbling. After changing into a clean set of white Blade Master clothing, Suyun walked out of the small hut and followed the main streets walking towards the outer sect big gate. On the way, he saw countless groups of inner sect disciples walking together, while the main house people were walking with everyone following behind them, towards the big gate of the outer sect. All of the disciples joining the competition had an awe-inspiring presence while walking with arrogance. Suyun was alone mingling in the crowd, not saying a word. All of the competition participants, please follow me here to obtain your single horned bulls, and after that wait for the clan elder and administrator outside the gate. The outer sect person in charge shouted loudly. When the participants heard, they walked in an unorganized manner showing signs of languid towards the person in charge. The outer sect disciples behind immediately drew out the single horned bulls, respectfully and cautiously handing the reins over to the participants' hands. The participants did not bother looking at the outer sect disciples, and only held onto the single horned bulls and left. Suyun looked, and went over. However, when he went over, the person in charge of the outer sect acted like he did not see him, and shouted loudly, "Next!" The person behind walked over, each and every one of them drew their own beloved harnesses. The outer sect people were continuously given, but Suyun was disregarded from the beginning to the end. Suyun frowned. "I too am a participant of this year's competition," he said. But the opposing party did not care, and acted deaf. Suddenly, Suyun raised his hand, and a long gloomy and cold sword was unsheathed from the sheath on his back, and instantly like lightning it was aiming at the neck of the outer sect disciple that in charge of the mounts. Everyone was stunned. Only to see Suyun grabbing onto the outer sect person in charge's lapel, with one hand holding Thousand Deep sword. His face was gloomy. "Do you want to give me the single horned bull, or shall I cut off your head?" His voice was sinister, killing intent overflowing. The disciples behind were stunned. Under bright daylight, Suyun dared to do such a thing? Suyun! What are you doing? You've got the balls to dare come here and behave atrociously. Someone shouted impatiently. Suyun gazed up, and it was long time no see Su Dongfang. Behave atrociously? Suyun snorted. "Although I am an outer sect disciple, I am this year's participant disciple of the Meeting of Heroes. These single-horned bulls that the Sioux family have supplied, all the participants are able to retrieve one, but this person is not giving mine to me, and is disobeying the Sioux family's orders. As an offender of the Sioux family, I have the power to kill him." Finished, Suyun immediately grabbed his sword, and was about to cut down on the Sioux family outer sect person in charge. Everyone had cold sweat, their hearts madly palpitating. It was as the rumors say. Suyun was really a fierce and spicy character. Stop! A few main house people saw this. How could they dare to hesitate? They urgently leaped out, brandishing their treasures, hitting away the Thousand Deep sword that was aimed for the outer sect person in charge's neck. Chang! Thousand Deep sword deviated from its original position, and dropped onto the floor. Suyun released his hand, retreated a few steps, and stared at Theme coldly. "Good. Not bad. I did not expect all of you to disobey the Sioux family, and become a traitor of the Sioux family. Very good. I will report this to the main house." Finished, he turned away. Wait, Su-yun. A main house disciple anxiously blocked him. This is a mistake, he did not say he would not give you your single horned bull. This is a mistake. The person said. Mistake? Su-yun turned his head, and stared at the outer sect person in charge, who was frightened to death, and asked, is this an accident? Seeing that Su-yun was looking at him, the outer sect person in charge became quick-witted, twitched a bit and immediately nodded, yes, this is a mistake, a mistake. Master Su-yun, I have prepared to give you the single-horned bull, how do I dare not to? Right? He. The outer sect person in charge rubbed his hands and put on a smiling face. If that is the case, then everything's good. Su-yun slowly sheathed the thousand deep sword. Seeing that Su-yun did not make the matter worse, everyone all secretly wiped their sweat. After all these, who would dare to harm Su-yun's face? Quickly! Bring out Master Su-yun's beast! The outer sect person in charge anxiously shouted. Oh, okay. The other person in charge immediately moved. After a while, D. Sharp and clear hooves knocking on the floor sounds could be heard, and a tall saddled horse was brought over by someone. Su-yun gazed, but just one look. His just recovered face immediately became gloomy again. He once again raised his hand, unsheathed the thousand-deep sword, and coldly looked at the outer sect person in charge, and asked, what is the meaning of this? The outer sect person in charge was scared, but could not explain. Just at this time, a loud shout could be heard outside the outer sect big gate. This is my intention. You can go ahead and use it. Once the voice landed, everyone turned their heads to look, and sounds of exhalation came out. Second grade clan elder Su Tai has arrived. Inner sect administrator Su Shilong has arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138. Left behind. Rows of well-equipped and uniformly dressed main house guards walked out. There were around 20 of them, assembled in twos, following behind 3 purple-horned beast carriages, and headed out. In the first carriage was Su Tai, second great elder of the Su family. The purple-horned beast of the elder's carriage was bigger than normal, with strong vigor and intrepid profound spirit chi, and this beast has attained the 5th level of spirit intermediate disciple. The other 2 were just at the 3rd level. In the middle carriage was Su Shilong, the administrator of Su family. He drew up the curtains and turned to Su-yun, with a smug look in his narrow and long eyes. And the last carriage was the prized carriage of genius Su Ching-er, who was meticulously groomed by the main house. When Ching-er was brought into the main house, she was given the honorable title of Big Missy. Although she was born in the outer sect, she was gifted and hardworking. Coupled with the accumulation of powers in the main house, she has now become extremely powerful, and even the ordinary main house disciples had to be respectful to her, not daring to step on her toes. Just as the carriages were about to leave, the curtains were rapidly drawn up, and a lovable girl with exquisite appearance dressed in Blademaster clothes hurriedly jumped down the carriage, strode open her tiny feet and trotted towards Su-yun, her pink little mouth calling, "Young master." Ching-er. Su-yun's eyes lit up. Ching-er was about to jump into Su-yun's embrace, but halted when she was nearing Su-yun, for there were so many pairs of eyes surrounding them. If she jumped into Su-yun's embrace now, not only will she get into trouble, but so will Su-yun. She has so much to say. She took a deep breath. As she was about to speak, she heard Su-yun mumbling. Ching-er, you are now part of the main house. There are too many people here. Tongues will waggle. Let's talk later if there's anything important. Ching-er, stunned for a while, upon hearing that, nodded docilely. She looked towards the side. When she saw the outer sex person in charge bringing a spirit stallion, she was furious. Lord Su Shilong, what's the meaning of this? Ching-er raged. What do you mean, what's the meaning of this? Su Shilong jumped down from the purple-horned beast carriage, and asked bewilderedly, Miss Ching-er, what are you talking about? Ching-er was furious and humped. Other contesting disciples are given single-horned bulls. Why arrange a spirit stallion for my young master? What do you guys mean? This? Su Shilong was stunned momentarily and suddenly gave an awkward laugh. This time, there are a total of 50 contesting disciples from the Su family, but their resources are limited, hence unable to supply that many single-horned bulls, only 49, so we'll have to subject Su Yun to inconvenience and temporarily use the spirit stallion instead. How is this possible? Ching-er could not believe it. Such a big Su family, will they lack just one single-horned bull? This is impossible. Miss Ching-er is high on top. You don't know the hardships of the lowly people. If you have the ability, you can go find a single-horned bull yourself. Su Shilong laughed. You, Ching-er gasped, her tiny body trembled, and with a wave of her hand, she snorted, if that's the case, it's alright, young master, you can take the same carriage as me. When she finished her sentence, everyone was shocked. Although Ching-er did not mean anything, she obviously did not understand the different status and identities between Su Yun and herself. A man and a woman, if they were to be in the same carriage together, Ching-er's chastity would be tainted. Although Ching-er would not mind, the Su family would definitely be against it. Su Ching-er, I dare you to. Without waiting for others to speak, a loud holler came from the foremost carriage. Ching-er was slightly stunned. Upon looking up, she saw a skinny man with a small goatee, who looked like a monkey, alighted from the purple-horned beast carriage. This person donned luxurious clothing, with various kinds of jewelry and treasures on his wrists, fingers, neck and ears, except his teeth. Greetings to Second Elder. The surrounding crowd noticed a problem, and hurriedly bowed down. Greetings to Second Elder. Ching-er was no exception, and paid her respects. Second Elder walked over haughtily, hands behind his back, glanced at the sides, and lightly said, You may all rise. Thank you, Elder. Everyone cried out. Second Elder started to survey Su Yun and Ching-er, and an odd radiance flashed in his pair of monkey-like eyes. Su Ching-er. Second Elder, Ching-er's here. Ching-er replied. Do you know your status now? Second Elder frowned. Ching-er did not reply. You are now the Miss of Su family, a part of the main house, someone that the patriarch painstakingly groomed, do you understand? And he. Second Elder Su Tai pointed to Su Yun, shouting, He's just a disciple of the outer sect, the disparity in your statuses are too wide. How could you carelessly let him into your carriage? How could you address him as young master? Su Ching-er, don't you have a bit of realization, a bit of reservation? On hearing that, Su Yun's eyes flashed coldly. As he was about to speak, Ching-er interrupted. Second Elder, what's important now is not this matter, but the matter of us Su family going for the meeting of heroes. Su Yun is the representative of the contesting disciples of our Su family. If he rides the spirit stallion, he would definitely not be able to catch up with us. If this causes any delays to the contest and affects our reputation, it will be a major issue. Compared to the reputation of the Su family, what's this bit of personal reputation to Ching-er? So the priority now is to find a stronger single-horned bull for Su Yun. If everyone can't get a single-horned bull for Su Yun, to protect the reputation of the Su family, Ching-er will have to inconvenience myself. Ching-er calmly said. Upon the completion of her speech, everyone instantly understood. So, inviting Su Yun into her carriage was just a trap that Ching-er set up. This way, Ching-er has the upper hand. She even brought out the reputation of Su family. What else can be done? You? Second Elder was stumped silent by Ching-er's rebuttal. He could not agree, but if he disagreed, Ching-er would bring Su Yun into her carriage, which would make matters worse. My Ching-er is indeed intelligent. Su Yun felt as though he had drank honey, sweet and good. Second Elder was stuck in a dilemma. After a long time, he flung his sleeves angrily and snorted, Su Ching-er, I don't care, you are the main house missy, you can't ride a carriage with other men. As for the single-horned bull? Sorry, I don't have it too, Su Yun. Either you ride this stallion to attend the meeting of heroes, or I will take it as you defied the orders of Su family, and punish you according to the Su family house rules. Do as you deem fit. You, second elder, this is not right of you. How can you do this? Xing'er was furious. But she was still just a miss of the main house, ranked lower than the elders, and unable to speak reason to him. Second elder was insistent, and did not care how Su Yun and Xing'er felt, not even caring if Su Yun will take action. When he was absent, Su Yun dared to be haughty. Now that there are so many main house guards here, he has nothing to be scared of? If Su Yun disobey, he can take action. Forget it. At this moment, Su Yun sucked in a deep breath resolutely, and lightly said, since this is what they insist, let's accept it. I'll just be half a day later than you guys, it's alright. But, young master, this. It's alright, Xing'er, we'll just casually deal with this contest. We'll be leaving the Su family soon. He lowered his voice and directed it to the girl, turned around and walked towards the spirit stallion in the middle of the single-horned bulls. Xing'er opened her mouth, looked at Su Yun's breezy voice, sighed and did not speak eventually. When everyone was accounted for, the 3 luxurious carriages pulled by the purple-horned beasts went ahead of this 50 contesting disciples, and second elder Su Tai walked out of his carriage, looked at everyone, and began his assumingly fervent and rousing speech. Su Yun was at the very last of the crowd, looking at the other disciples riding on the strong and big single-horned bulls. He felt doubtful. The matter has been blown out of proportion. By right, second elder and the rest should not have insisted on their ways. Wouldn't changing a single-horned bull for him resolve everything? Why were they so insistent? Given Su family's size, they would not lack a single-horned bull. This meant, they must have purposely arranged so. Was it to embarrass him? That was unnecessary? Su Shilong and second elder Su Tai were such boring people? Something must be wrong. Su Yun pondered. But after half a day, he still could not think of the reason behind their actions. On contrary, second elder Su Tai had blurted everything. Soon, a low ringing voice rang out. Set off! Woo! Drums and horns sounded outside the Su family outer sect. The gigantic Su family flag atop the carriage of second elder unfolded in the wind. The procession started to move. The contesting disciples were led by Su Dongfang this time. The procession bustling moved ahead. Although they were slow, they were extremely neat. The 3 carriages were encircled by the contesting disciples, under the protection of the main house elite guards. As for Su Yun, he was left far behind. The spirit stallion was the most common mode of transport. Purchase of it would not spend too much spirit coins as well, but compared to the single-horned bull, its speed and endurance was on a lower level. When everyone in the procession used single-horned bulls, the shortcoming of the spirit stallion would be exposed. The spirit stallion that Su Yun was riding on had been traveling at its fastest speed, but was still unable to catch up with the procession. Not only that, when the other single-horned bulls were just warmed up, the spirit stallion was already fatigued. Things cannot continue like this. Su Yun looked at the continuously progressing Su family's procession, sighed, and reduced the speed of the spirit stallion. If this continued, the spirit stallion would die from exhaustion. The procession was in the middle of an empty grassland, with no villages or shops nearby. If the spirit stallion really died, he will have to travel by foot. But, once the spirit stallion slowed down, Su Yun was left far behind by the procession. But what made him suspicious was, the procession paid no heed to him and continued onwards, as though they did not realize that someone had fallen behind. Whatever, so be it if I ran late. Since you gave me the spirit stallion, when they start blaming, I can push the blame to you. Su Yun shook his head, flipped down from the stallion and walked it, to let it take a breather. Since he knew the final battle location of the meeting of heroes, going alone made no difference. The Su family had set off 5 days in advance, when in actual fact it only takes 4 days to reach. If the spirit stallion is used, 5 days would be sufficient. There was still ample time. The location of the meeting of heroes was the extreme peak, located along the central area of the southern regions. According to Su Yun's prediction, there should be areas of mutual destruction of 5 elements grounds around the extreme peak, not far off, and these grounds were bigger and stronger than the entwining secrets district. just that the extreme peak was surrounded by mountain ranges. What's difficult about searching for the mutual destruction of 5 elements grounds? To reach extreme peak, one must pass Langyi City. He can search for a single horned bull inside the city. If there is one, it would be wise to switch to it soon. Suyun was deep in thoughts as he walked the stallion. But at this time, heavy hoofsteps were heard up front. Suyun was stunned. Raising his head, he saw 3 armored and well-equipped main house disciples coming his way. The single horned bulls were at their fastest speed. The trio seemed aggressive and mighty. "Oh, you guys finally realized that I was left behind?" Suyun noticed something was off and smiled. "But it's no use even if you guys found me. I'm riding a spirit stallion. Its speed is limited. There's no point in you guys coming. There's no way you guys can raise its speed, right?" He walked towards the trio as he spoke. But after a few steps, he stopped in his tracks, and his smile was rapidly gone. These 3, why are they not responding? Besides, what was with their expression? Suyun's heart became tense. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139. Wushuang City. 3 pairs of ice-cold eyes filled with killing intent locked straight onto Suyun. They were just like fierce wolves on the verge of attacking. After having been through so many battles, Suyun was not like the Olden, who was like a baby bird, immature and pale with lousy battle experience. The opponent's ferocity, how could he not feel it? At once, his hand went up and took out Thousand Deep Sword. The 3 main house disciples rode over with the single-horned bulls. The single-horned bulls had a strong presence. They were barbaric and terrifying. But he only saw one person looking fierce, directly brandishing out a blazing pike, rushing towards Suyun, his mouth angrily shouting, "Suyun! You have injured Master Su Donghao, despised the great clan elder, ignored the rules of the Su family, trampled on the Su family's dignity. I offered my life to the great clan elder, and have specially come to behead you. Kill!" His thunderous voice fell, his pike tip aimed and killing towards him, like a meteor blazing towards him. Suyun realized suddenly. Why did he let himself rode on a spirit stallion? Why did he not change it? He mainly wanted to be left behind so these people could slaughter themselves. This was no longer the Su family's territory. Even if he died, they could had 1,000 excuses to cover up. Good. It's actually the great clan elder's idea. Good. Suyun was angry and his eyes was blazing red. His voice cold as a blade and said fiercely, "If that's the case, then I shall not be merciful." With that, he brandished his death sword. The sword rose into the sky, instigating the heaven-splitting sword technique. 2 real and 2 pseudo-swords rippled through. What? The 3 main house disciples was stunned when they saw this scene. Maneuvering swords to kill? Was that not Limitless Sword Lord's technique? Could it be? The 3 main house disciples' heart dropped. But things had turned out this way. They had no road to back off. They could only kill Suyun. Fire guns hit the ground and exploded. The grass patches were set on fire. Suyun leaned his body. His hands would not stop moving as he changed the movement of his fingers. All of his pure divine chi was spewing out as he used it to control the 2 swords. The 3 divided themselves and attacked in 3 directions. But he was not anxious. With the huge rock spirit nucleus, a ray of gray light shot out from his eyes and onto the main house disciple on the left. Ka-cha! The disciple was momentarily petrified, while in that instant, Death Sword and Thousand Deep Sword flew over. Not good. The person in the middle expression changed. He wished to grab the disciple beside him for protection, but how could his speed compare to the flying swords? Poochie! The flying swords penetrated through the disciple's chest, and the man immediately fell down, dead. Upon seeing this, the hearts of the other 2 trembled. They were stunned beyond words. They did not attack anymore, but actually retreated. What relation do you have with Limitless Sword Lord? The main house disciple holding on to the blazing pike clenched his teeth and asked, "I am Limitless Sword Lord." Su Yun maneuvered the two swords and walked towards them. The two had witnessed his flying sword techniques and now, they could not be kept alive, or else, if they told anyone that he was limitless, then the Immortal Sword Sect, Su family, Profound Sky Sect and all other sects would not let him go. After all, he had the heavenly crystal and everlasting stone. Limitless Sword Lord? The two heard and colors drained from their face. No wonder. No wonder you dare to touch young Master Su Donghao. No wonder you have such a good relationship with the Pill King. No wonder you dare to offend the great clan elder, you're actually Limitless Sword Lord. One of them muttered with his face painted with fear. I never thought the person that the great clan elder wants us to confront is actually you. The man who was holding a blazing rifle moaned and said, but since things have turned out this way, the others and I have no other way out. Even if you are Limitless Sword Lord, one of us will have to die. It would definitely be you guys. Su Yun said blandly. Then with a bend, he landed in between the two. In his palms, a huge amount of pure divine spirit chi emerged and in a blink of an eye, it pierced through the hearts of the two people, the brains, the Tianling meridian point. Swoosh! 1,000 deep sword flew and slashed over 10 million times. Just like a raging storm. Creak, creak, creak. Whoa, whoa. The purple-horned beast pulling onto the carriage released a low sound from its throat, after that entering the flourishing vast city in front of them. Wushuang City. The only city at the bottom of Wushuangju Peak. At present, all the different sects, powers, and families of the southern region cities gathered in the center of the city. One after another, there would be people leaving the interior of Wushuang City, towards the Wushuangju Peak, showing initiative to enter the venue. But following the customs of the meeting of heroes, all the different sects would usually allow their disciples to take the lead to entire the Wushuangju Peak, letting them stay there for a day and a half. After that would the person in charge, the elders, enter the Wushuangju Peak. The reason for doing this was naturally simple, to leave them alone to fight, leave them alone to arouse their views, allowing them to temper themselves. The opening of the competition, everyone from all sects and families were confident, prideful. No one bowed down to another. Of course, that was between the disciples and even the clan elders. If they were here, then they were representing their own sect and power. If they were not there, and there were only a bunch of young disciples who were vigorous, they merely wanted them to fight. It was normal to sustain injuries. If they won, then they can gain some pride, and if they lose, then they would be embarrassed. The spirit cultivators called this a warm-up competition. Usually, it was the one that attracted much attention. Right at the front of an accord, the person in charge entered and arranged the rooms. The following day, Su Taihui and Su Shilong would enjoy themselves here and wait for the opening ceremony. Whereas, the other disciples taking part in the competition would be led by Su Qing'er and Su Dongfeng towards the Wushuang summit. At the gates of Wushuang City, Qing'er stood tall in a snow-white Blademaster clothes. She tipped her toes to look far to see heads moving and silhouettes getting closer, but they were never the person she longed to see. Qing'er. A gentle, warm voice emerged from behind. Su Qing'er turned her head, to see Su Dongfan bringing two other main house disciples walking over to her. Su Dongfang, with his smiling face, together with his handsome and magnificent gown, seemed to have an implicit charm, leaving all the other female disciples of the other sects on the road to constantly look at him. With her back facing him, Su Qing'er's delicate appearance flashed a thread of bitterness and astringent. In a flash it disappeared. She turned her body, and had already remained a calm and emotionless expression. Young Master Dongfang. Qing'er bowed lightly. Why are you so formal, Qing'er? Just call me Dongfang. Su Dongfang smiled and said gently, what are you doing here? It's messed up here, it's dangerous for a girl like you to be alone here. Qing'er remained composed and said lightly, young master, you've overworried. Although Qing'er is a girl, but I have some cultivation level as well. Ah, That's right. Qing'er is the genius of Su family. Su Dongfang laughed and turned his eyeball and asked, Qing'er, there's still an hour before we have to head toward the Wushuangju summit. Before that, I have prepared a ball for everyone to have a feast. Like a pre-celebration feast. I'm excited this would turn out good. Would you attend it with me? Su Dongfang's eyes glistened and was sincere. Without an ounce of pretense. Just that. Su Qing'er was as emotionless as before. She slightly leaned her head to one side, her eyes gazing at the other person, and muttered. Young master has yet to reach Wushuang City. With the speed of the spirit stallion, he should be reaching soon. I want to wait for him here, wait for him to come back. And then we can talk about it. Su Yun? An extremely strong and dense grievance flashed past Su Dongfang's eyes, but he did not express it out, and gently said, Let us go to the banquet to wait for him. It's the same, I believe he will be here shortly. Let us go ahead first. Finished, Su Dongfang extended his hand out, seizing Su Qing'er's fragrant shoulder. But Su Qing'er cleverly avoided it, and she softly muttered, Young Master Dongfang, men and women should not touch, please conduct yourself a little better. Su Dongfang was startled. He gave a hollow laugh, and said, Qing'er, do not be mistaken, I do not mean it that way. This being the case, then forget it, I will go first, wait until Su Yun is back, you can bring him over. When he finished, Su Dongfang did not linger, and turned to leave. While Su Qing'er stood at the big gate, as if she was an Amarok, waiting for someone from far away. She refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. She is just a servant in the outer sect. In terms of status, how low is she? I never thought she would dare to disobey you. The main house disciple said angrily. This lady has a short temperament. She despised young master. Young master, why are you still so nice to her? You're the son of the great clan elder. She's lucky that you see something in her. What's so good about Su Yun? She's sure blind. Young master, since this lady is so stubborn, you might as well push her to her limits. Let's see how she holds up. Yes, young master. You're of noble status. Why do you fear her? The two disciples continued each other's sentences. Shut up. Su Dongfang bellowed, his face black. The two men shivered and zipped their mouth. He looked up to see these two men looking dull. He groaned and walked away without saying a word. Weird. The two main house disciples looked at the distant Su Dongfang and was full of doubt. Qing'er stood at the gates. Several seniors from other sects flirted with her as they passed the gates, but she always rejected them politely. Then, she continued waiting until the time had come for the disciples to leave for Wushuangju summit, yet that person had not appeared. Qing'er sighed and turned to leave. The time was up. The disciples of the Su family lined up. With Qing'er and Su Dongfang as the leaders, they started their journey towards Wushuangju summit, leaving Wushuang City behind. The troops gradually distanced themselves. Su Tai and Su Shilong were still at the front door quietly looking out. To the left and right of them were the main house experts, with extraordinary imposing manner. I wonder what position we can achieve this time. Su Tai exhaled, with an optimistic look he blurted out, Don't look so ugly. Our Su family cannot be compared to the other sections. Su Shilong heard and smiled. He dared not answer to that. Seeing the disciples walking far, the two turned around with the intention to head back to the accord to rest. Dee-da, dee-da, dee-da. Right at this moment, a series of horse hoof sounds resonated. In this quiet streets of the accord, it was sharp to the ears. The two looked over to see a man wearing a white-colored Blademaster cloth covered in blood riding onto a spirit stallion. An evil smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he came through. That man's eyes was staring at the two men. The eyes were deep, sly, and cold. When Su Tai and Su Shilong saw him, their pupils constricted and their face turned pale. This is impossible, Su Tai muttered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140. This fast and you can't recognize me already? Both of them were stunned as he approached, increasing in heart rate. Even if the main house was surrounded by elite guards, and they were all strong and powerful, the two of them was still tense and anxious. It was as if they had confronted an undefeatable giant. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The single-horned bull walked over slowly with Su-Yun riding on it. He looked down and stared at the two of them deeply. In the abyss of those deep, dark eyes manifested evil, and the need to kill. He didn't even conceal anything, not holding back, but telling the two of them his intention. Outer sect disciple Su-Yun greets the two masters. He retracted his smile and said lowly, his voice hoarse as if he was hiding billions of blades. You? How did you come back alone? Su-Tai swallowed his saliva, his bead-like monkey eyes revealed shock. He asked as he trembled, and you? What's all that blood on your body? What? What exactly happened? Su-Yun gazed at the blood on his Blademaster clothes and muttered, I've met some thieves along the way and I killed them. As to why I'm alone? I'm riding on a spirit stallion, my speed isn't as fast as the others. Also, it wasn't easy for me to exchange my spirit stallion for a single-horned bull at a city. After that, I rushed over. If I wasn't coming back alone, is Master expecting me to bring a few others back with me too? After he ended his words, he pushed his face forward and whispered so softly such that it could only be heard by these two, or maybe, Master would like me to come back with 3 others, am I right? Woo! The two swallowed their saliva helplessly, only to feel their back break out in a cold sweat. When the cold wind blew, they shivered. Looking at the devilish, barbaric face, Su-Tai started to fear this man's cultivation was actually not that low. He set his tone firmly, recovered to his own self and shouted, Su-Yun! How dare you not pay your respects when you see Master? How dare you still sit on top of this single-horned bull? Are you looking down on Master? Look down? Su-Yun pulled onto the ropes and smiled, of course not. It's just that now the other disciples who are participating in the competition have left for Wushuangju Peak. I'm a representative for the Su clan, how can I lag behind? I still can make it to Wushuangju Peak. I'll bid my farewell first, two masters. With that, he whipped the ropes, rode on the single-horned bull and galloped towards the peak. The galloping sounds of the single-horned bull resonated. The man wearing white Blademaster clothes which were stained blood-red soon disappeared at the end of the road. Seeing that situation, Su-Tai and Su Shi sighed as if they were relieved from one's burden. Su-Tai turned over. With a congealed face, he walked into the accord. Oh no, this is bad news. Su-Yun is still alive, oh no. Once he sat in the hall, the servant passed him a cup of spirit tea. He signaled them to leave. Then, he took a sip to relax. Su Shi panted heavily and opened his eyes to ask, does Hua Fang and the others know? Why haven't they returned? Haven't returned? Su-Tai moaned, can't you tell? Su-Yun had killed all 3 of them. The blood stained on him were Su Hua Fang's and the others' blood. Impossible. Su Shi almost jumped from his chair. He bellowed, they are the disciples of the main house. How can Su-Yun possibly fight against them? Since when had he ever won over a main house disciple? And, it was 1 versus 3? Impossible. Impossible? Su-Tai looked confused, he shook his head, I hope this is all fabricated too. But there's one thing I need to tell you. Although, my cultivation is the lowest amongst all the clan elders, but I'm also a 5th level spirit core disciple. Even so, I can't tell what's Su-Yun's cultivation level. Can't tell? Su Shi was surprised. He dared not look straight into the eyes of Su-Tai. Su Tai nodded frustratingly. He might have some treasure that could hide his cultivation level. Or, he had already surpassed a 5th level Spirit Core disciple. I'm not sure, but I know, the other 3 are most probably dead by now. Su Shilong slumped down on the chair, his mind in disarray. But right after that, he regained his own mental state. Then, he looked at Su Tai with a stern face and said solemnly, "Second clan elder, no matter what Su Yun's cultivation level is, no matter how strong he is, so what? We have so many experts from the main house, it's either we give up or we go through it to the end." Su Shilong touched his neck, and his eyes was filled with the desire to kill. Su Tai saw and fell silent. After a long while, he then said depressingly, "Su Yun offended the great clan elder, he deserved a death sentence. It was also great clan elder's idea to let him die outside. But, if we can't kill him openly, then we shall do it under the table." Now that he had left for Wushuangju Peak to gather with other disciples of the Su family, we don't have a chance to make a move. What is second clan elder worrying about? Su Shilong laughed softly, although he bought a single horned bull and was much faster than Spirit Stallion, but we have 2 purple horned bulls on our hands. If we send 2 experts amongst the guards to ride on this single horned bull without halting, they might have a chance to intercept that Su Yun if he hasn't met up with the other disciples and could use that opportunity to exterminate him. The experts in our guards all at least have a 6th level of Spirit Core disciple. With the 2 and the purple horned bulls, they can definitely kill him. When Su Tai heard that, his eyes lit up and immediately, he slapped on a board. Good. If that's the case, then we'll do as you say. If we don't kill Su Yun, it'd be hard for us to report to the great clan elder. Quick, arrange for Bai Dian and He Guang to leave. Quick. Don't worry, master. Leave this matters to Su Shilong. Su Shilong rose and nodded before he left. When Su Tai saw, he took a deep breath in. The matter had been solved and he was much relaxed now. Then, he sat down gracefully on the chair and slumped downwards. He was a person who loved to enjoy. To be able to sit in this position, he had gotten much help from his father who nurtured the Su family, and so he managed to clinch this position. Su Tai did not like to cultivate. Had a penchant for pretty girls, and because of that, he had the lowest cultivation amongst all the great clan elders. But, he was a smooth person. When Su family needed some things to be settled, the patriarch and the great clan elder had not much to complain about. Once Su Yun, this rascal has been exterminated, as long as I casually attain a ranking that is not too bad, we can head back to the Su family. Then I can really enjoy myself once again. Su Tai stood up and went back to his own room. Right now, nothing was more comforting than a good night's sleep. Ka-cha! The door opened. The room was decorated with grace and elegance. In it was an aroma that was intoxicating. The decorations within the room was luxurious. Each utility was perfected with an array. And on top of the gigantic, fragrant bed, a voluptuous body had her back facing him, her face was tilted slightly towards him. Obviously, this was the woman that was arranged to serve second clan elder. When Su Tai saw her, golden beams shot out from his eyes. He rubbed his palms and licked his lips a few times. The outer sect is still smart. They know my taste so well. Su Tai smirked and took off the treasures on his body as he walked hurriedly towards the bed. Beauty, I'm here. Su Tai ran over to the edge of the bed eagerly and massaged the back of the shriveled hands of the lady. Then, he turned the lady over to shower her with love. But, when the lady turned over, Su Tai was surprised to see her eyes were fully shut. There was not an ounce of energy in her. She had fainted. What? Su Tai's heart rate sped up as if he had thought of something. He stood up quickly and turned to leave. But just as he turned to leave, 2 swords flew around within the room and chopped towards his neck in a split second. Su Tai tried to wave his hands to instigate the treasures he had to fend off this sword, but once he lifted his hands, he went pale when he realized that he had taken off all the treasures on him earlier on. Those colorful, luxurious treasures were all casted on the ground. It was just right in front of him, scattered just a few meters away from him. Poochie! A wrist flew up. Ah! A shrilling scream resonated. Su Tai broke out in a cold sweat and screamed. In the next second, the cold sword pressed onto his neck. One wearing a black blade master cloth, standing behind an icy cold steel mask, stood in front of him silently. Shoo! The steel-masked man placed his fingers at his lips to gesture him to stay silent. Su Tai noted and clenched his teeth, bearing the pain, not making any sounds at all. Bang bang! Bang! A series of knocking came at the door. Second Clan Elder, what happened? Second Clan Elder. Second Clan Elder. Are you okay? Su Long ran over with his guards. They knocked and shouted incessantly at the door. Shoo them away. A low voice emerged from this man's mouth. When he finished his sentence, the blade that was on his neck pressed slightly deeper and harder. Su Tai's face was pale as ever. He swallowed his saliva. How could he bear to hesitate? Quickly, he shouted with his shaking voice, I'm okay. All of you, back down. I'm fine. Go away quickly. Oh? Is that so? But... that voice. All of you, just go away. The second clan elder bellowed. Yes, subordinate. Subordinate bid farewell to you. Su Long and the others dared not interrupt. Hurriedly, they replied and backed off. They probably thought that Su Tai might be doing something, so they all smirked and then, all of them left. The outside of the house regained its peacefulness. Good. The man behind the steel mask nodded. From his storage ring, he took out a pill. Without saying a word, he stuffed it into Su Tai's mouth. Originally, Su Tai wanted to keep his mouth shut so he would not eat this pill, but he felt the sword pressing onto him again as if it wanted to cut open his throat, so he opened his mouth right away. Gu Dong. The pill entered his abdomen and immediately, he felt a burning sensation. When the man behind the steel mask saw, he kept his sword. What did you feed me with? Su Tai brought his hand up to his throat and screamed painfully. Poison. He picked up Su Tai's arm, which was lying on the floor, and pressed it back on. Using profound spirit chi, the flesh merged in form back, but the tendons and bones inside was still broken. You can't help me, I need a better spirit doctor. Su Tai cried. I did this so that no one can tell I'd broken your arm. When the meat is over, you don't need it. The man behind the steel mask loosened his grip. Su Tai held onto the limp broken arm, gritted his teeth and looked at the man behind the mask. He asked, You, who are you? Second clan elder, how can you not recognize me? It's only been so long. The man behind the mask extended his hand to take off the mask, and off he went, revealing a sly face. When Su Tai saw, he turned into a stone. He was completely dumbstruck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141. Wu Shuangju Peak. Su Yun, how can it be you? Su Tai cried out, his both legs could not stop shaking, his voice trembling. Didn't you head towards the Wu Shuangju Peak already? Although Su Tai was of the 5th stage spirit core disciple, but he was sneaked upon by Su Yun when he did not have any treasures on him. Not only did he lose an arm, but he was being controlled. Even if he tried to retaliate, it was useless. He was not in a joking situation. But Su Yun casually sat on the chair, looked at the half-naked second elder, and said, Go to Wu Shuangju Peak? I was about to go, but I'm afraid I would die halfway there. Su Tai's face changed, but he did not say anything. He understood too. It was definite that Su Yun knew that they would still use underhand methods, so he simply returned back halfway, infiltrated the elegant pavilion, and directly found him to take revenge. The thing you gave me to eat. What was it? Su Tai suddenly asked. Didn't I say it? Poison. Su Yun poured tea for himself and said indifferently. Su Tai's face changed from white to green and anxiously said, Hurry and give me the antidote. Antidote? Su Yun laughed. There is no antidote, but there is a pill to temporarily suppress the poison in your body. If you eat the pill, you can live a few more days, but if you don't, I think by tomorrow you'll die suddenly. Upon hearing that, Su Tai was completely dumbstruck, his heart went numb, and he clenched his teeth. Under what conditions will you give me the antidote? If you help me do some things well, I will give you the antidote, and let you have a chance to live. Su Yun said. Some things? Su Tai hurriedly asked, What things? I will tell you in time to come. I have to see if you are willing to be obedient and help me. Su Tai was suspicious. He hesitated for a while, and then he asked, Why should I believe you? What if you lie to me? Lie to you? Are you afraid I won't give you the antidote? Su Yun continued, I can concoct a few pills to alleviate the pain in front of you. What's more, I have no enmity with you. Why should I kill you? I know, you want to kill me is entirely because of the Great Clan Elder's request, isn't it? If we remove the Great Clan Elder from the equation, we are still people from the same family. Yes. Su Tai quickly nodded his head. Since it is like this, I have no wish to kill you. As long as you agree to help me, you can live, I can live too. Su Yun patted his shoulders and continued, My end goal is to leave the Su family. As far as whatever grudge or hatred, I do not care. If you think carefully and get rid of her, I can help you concoct the temporary suppressant pill to suppress the poison. If you have not thought it through, I will just go to the Wushuangju Peak to participate in the competition, but I hope tomorrow our Su family person in charge would be able to ensure that I climb up the mountain safe and sound. Since Su Yun had said it, what else could Su Tai say? Immediately, he agreed. Bearing the excruciating pain coming from his broken arm, he walked over to the lady to wake her up as Su Yun suggested, and sent her away. Once she was gone, he closed the door. Very good. Su Yun nodded. He was not kind either. Straight away, he took out Purple Cloud Pill Furnace from his storage ring and placed it in the room. Then he took out other ingredients and started cultivating a pill. First, he matched the medicine. Then, he corrected the dosage. Crash! A drop of blood leaked. Su Yun was unexpectedly so familiar with the steps, which confused Su Tai. How did Su Yun learn how to concoct a pill? I heard he had a good relationship with the people of Blossom Heart Valley. Did he learn from the Blossom Heart Valley? But he was just merely an outer sect disciple. Why would he mingle with the people from Blossom Heart Valley? Su Tai did not understand. Then, Su Yun, who was concocting a pill, was also in deep thoughts. Now that the Great Clan Elder wanted him dead, it seemed like he could no longer stay at Su family anymore. He had to leave the Su family earlier. Although the second clan elder was considered a clan elder, he was short-sighted and had low cultivation. Maybe he could make use of him to leave the Su family. He had formed a good relationship with the Pill King from Blossom Heart Valley. When he leaves Su family, he could hide at his place for a while. After he prepared well enough, he would change Qing Er in his surname so that no one would know about them. Never mind, Su Yun still could not make a decision. After half an hour, the ingredients were all prepared. Su Yun used his profound spirit chi to heal the wounded area on his wrist and placed the bowl of sticky ingredients that were mixed with his blood into the furnace. He then started to draw his array and patterns. Everything was easy and familiar. When the array was born, he started instigating it. The fumes from the furnace was unusually thin and black. Su Yun opened the windows to let the fumes out. Under the instigation of profound spirit chi, no one would notice it. 2 hours later, the furnace rang. The pill was cultivated. Su Tai noted and ran to the side of the furnace eagerly. He shouted, "Quick, open the furnace!" Aha! Su Yun nodded. He switched off the stove and opened the furnace. He watched Su Tai place his hands eagerly into the furnace to bring out the shiny, black pill, then stuffing it into his mouth. That look of his was like he had not been eating for several days and he had seen carcasses and corpses. Gu Dong. The pill entered his stomach. Su Tai chewed and licked his lips. He said amusingly, "So sweet." "Of course." Su Yun noted, "The good medicines are the ones that are bitter. The sweet kinds are obviously poison." "Poison?" Su Tai turned green. "What are you doing?" "I'm sorry." Su Yun laughed awkwardly. "Actually, I came back for revenge. I didn't prepare any poison. My intention was to kill you or Su Shilong, but I thought about it. It's better to use you, so I casually throw a pill in it. What you ate earlier on was a pill that was produced from Blossom Heart Valley, and it's to increase your chi. And now, the one you just ate was a real, legit poison. Su Yun, you son of a bitch!" he roared. A boundless grounds, a peak so tall that it soared through the clouds as if it wanted to make a hole in the sky. The peak was extremely tall. All the mountains around it looked like stars. The clouds floated around the mountains. Sometimes, some high cultivation-leveled spirit birds would make it halfway up the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a group of 10 over army walked on the rocky roads of the mountains towards the peak. Swoosh! At this time, a series of sword sounds resounded through the air. Then, a flying sword came through from afar towards the peak. Each of the sword was enveloped by the chi, and on each of the sword were people wearing luxurious Blade Master clothes. "Look, they're the disciples of Immortal Sword Sect. TSK. We climbed with much difficulty and the others could just fly up to the peak by stepping on their swords." Who asked the Su family to not know any maneuvering sword techniques? Maneuvering sword techniques? I'm afraid only the people from Immortal Sword Sect would know it? Shay. Who says so? Other than the Immortal Sword Sect, Limitless Sword Master knows it too. The Sword Master not only know how to maneuver the swords, he could control the swords to massacre. He could do this 1,000 miles away. The people from Immortal Sword Sect significantly pale in comparison when compared to Limitless Sword Master. The people from the Su family gossiped. Looking at the easy and graceful poses of those flying in sky, they were all in awe and in shock. Many of them were jealous and hated themselves for not learning this technique of maneuvering the sword. Don't care about them. Let's go. One disciples from the main house shouted towards these inner sect people. The inner sect looked at him and advanced without saying much. Su Dongfang and Ching Er both rode on single-horned bull. They walked at the most front of the army. The cultivation of the single-horned bull was high, and so they could walk the rocky surfaces as though they were walking on flat grounds. Although Wu Shuangju Peak was tall, it did not take them long to arrive at the peak. Ching Er, is this the first time you're participating in the meeting of heroes? Su Dongfang rode on the single-horned bull beside Ching Er. He smiled while asking. Ching Er looked at the front with a casual look, then she moved her pink lips. Has Master Dongfang not attended one before? He. Su Dongfang smiled awkwardly and replied, 3 years ago, my father was the person in charge for the people participating in the meeting of heroes. I had some luck to follow some of my seniors to partake in it. Now the seniors had become pillars of our Su family. I'm hoping that we can become something useful to the Su family after this. Su Dongfang's words were placed beautifully. He did not reveal his ambitious attitude, but it made people feel that he was something incredible. Ching Er looked at him and remained silent. Even though she was quiet, Su Dongfang did not give up. He was talking all the way eloquently, hoping to invoke some attention from the person he adored. The Su family rode their way up the mountain. That was the maximum speed they could go. If they continued this way, they would catch up with the sects ahead. The disciples from 3 items Deity Palace. These disciples each wore luxurious clothing. On their body hung treasures. Each step they took was heavy as they left footprints behind. 3 Items Deity Palace was famous for obtaining treasures. It was rumored that they could instigate and control several treasures at one time. The more treasures they could control, the more powerful a martial artist was. Also, it was said that the 3 Items Deity Palace's female leader could control hundreds of treasures at any point in time and could instigate it together to produce a formidable power. The unique point of 3 Items Deity Palace resulted in a strict regimen for recruiting disciples. The conditions to become one was tough. First, one must possess an inborn treasured body. Their sensitivity towards treasures had to be 10 times better than a normal person. As such, 3 Items Deity Palace would recruit disciples every year, but each time, the number they recruited were very small. There were very few in their sections. No matter how strong they were, their combined powers would not be as strong. The combined force of the 3 Items Deity Palace was not strong in the southern region. They could not even be compared to the Sioux family. On their bodies hung the treasures the disciples either found them or were delivered by the sect. Each of them were covered in treasures. Most of the chi they emitted were odd and unusual. If they were riding, their chi would scare the hell out of the animal. When it came to climbing to the peak of Wushuangju, the 3 Items Deity Palace was not like the Sioux family. They all chose to walk by foot. If they rode on an animal, the animals would be frightened by their treasures' chi and would abandon them to escape to a cave. That would spell trouble for them. When he saw this group of people moving at the speed of a snail in front of him, Su Dongfang was annoyed. He casted a look towards the disciples from the main house. The disciples nodded, seemingly he had understood what his intention was. Then, he rode on the single-horned bull over to the front. Move away, move to the side. Don't block the road. Stand aside. Wait for us to pass you first. Move away. The main house disciples shouted to the people from 3 Items Deity Palace. The road was so narrow. On one edge was the mountain walls, and the other was the cliff. There was no way they could change the roads. They could only move aside to make way for the single-horned bull to pass through. When they heard the main house disciples' shoutings, all the people from 3 Items Deity Palace stopped their footsteps, turned and looked at the people of Sioux family. There were 30 over people from 3 Items Deity Palace. But each of them were reeking of an odd chi. All of them were experts. What's the din about? What are you shouting at? This road is meant for people to walk on. Why should I give way to you? A muffled voice emerged from behind. Then a young man with a figure-8 mustache, whose body was skinny and tall, walked out as though he was the master. The man wore a kasha gown. He had bangles on his wrist and rings on his fingers. On top of his head, he wore a black hat and a plate flowed down his back. He caressed his own mustache and walked out. Big Senior! Big Senior! The 3 Items Deity Palace people on each side shouted. The man nodded. With his mouth shut, he walked towards the main house disciple. It's actually the Sioux family. The man saw the bunch of people with the plate hung on their waist. He suddenly laughed out happily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142. Important matters, small matters. What's so funny? To see this look-alike master studying himself and laughing away, the prideful main house disciple was unhappy. He groaned. Laugh? Of course it's funny. The look-alike master rascal hugged his chest with both hands, cracking jokes. I'm laughing at how you Sioux family don't know what death is. With such low cultivation levels, you're still so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of death? Aren't you scared that the other sects would teach you how to be humble? When the main house disciple heard, he was instantly enraged. His face was flushing red. What audacity you have, 3 Items Deity Palace. Su Dongfang could no longer take it. He rode the single-horned bull towards the figure-8 mustache master and moaned, "All you people from the 3 items deity palace are walking too slow. You're blocking the whole way. Do you want us to follow behind your butt? If the other sects see, they might think we're afraid of you. If this gets out, where can Su family face?" "Oh? Is there such a thing? Heh, I didn't say I won't give way to you." The figure-8 mustache master hugged his chest and said, "But, why can't you tell it to use nicely? Why? Do you think the people from 3 items deity palace are easy to bully? Hee hee, if that's the case, we aren't afraid. You wish to be the one walking head? Sure. But let's spar first. Anyway, all the masters and seniors sent us here to fight. Originally, we're saving our energy to place them on exuding fire sect, but you Su family are so arrogant. I think it's best we spend some energy on you to teach you guys a lesson." The figure-8 master said casually, keeping his gaze away from Su Dongfang as though he was not respecting him. Su Dongfang was furious. With a moan, he got down from his steed and intended to spar with him. Then, he heard a crisp, beautiful voice. "Stop it." The voice soared to the sky like the cries of a bird. The breeze rang. It was soothing to the ears and it races one's heart. It was intoxicating. Everyone looked over to see Qing Er, who had dismounted, and was walking towards them. When the people from the 3 items deity palace saw her, their eyes lit up. What a beautiful woman! A lady in a snow-white blade master clothing, with no makeup on but was still as beautiful as ever, walked towards the master with swift and light footsteps. When she was close enough, she stopped herself, cupped her fists and bowed. There was no resistance, no guilt, she gave him the basic respect. Su family's Qing Er pay respects to all cultivators from the 3 items deity palace. Instantly, a smile appeared on the face of master. He nodded, cupped his fist and said, "I'm Chu Chioyi from 3 items deity palace." "Miss Qing Er, you're too formal." "I see, it's Senior Chu." Qing Er smiled and said, "Senior Chu, this must be a misunderstanding. I hope none of you are angry. If there's anything, we could definitely talk it out. After all, the 3 items deity palace and Su family have some relationship. If there's some conflicts because of such a trivial matters, then it's not worth it at all." "Ha, this is not just about misunderstanding. Miss Qing Er, it seems to me that your people are trying to find some trouble." "What are you talking about?" Su Dongfang frowned. He looked as if he was about to explode. But Qing Er interrupted him and said gently, "Senior Chu, you must be joking. I have absolutely no intentions of that. This road leads to the heaven, anyone can walk. Please. All seniors from 3 items deity palace, continue your journey ahead. I'll wait behind with no complaints." With that, Qing Er muttered to Su Dongfang, "Master Dongfang, let this matter go." "Why?" "Qing Er, I don't fear him." Su Dongfang raged as he whispered back, "I can't tell Chu Chioya's cultivation level. It's definitely higher than me. On top of that, he has a treasured body. He would definitely be a lot stronger. Our army's experts are still at the side of the clan elder. These people in front of us are not matchable to them. But if we alone confront them, it would only be our loss." Qing Er's brow knitted as she said, "Maybe he might also be using the treasures, therefore you can't see his cultivation level. Whether or not it's a treasure, it's best we do not spar with opponents whose strength cannot determine. Only when we know, can we win." Su Dongfang heard and his heart was blazing with fire. But to save his reputation in front of the person he adored, he took a few deep breaths in, moaned and turned without saying another word. He went back to his single-horned bull. The Su family did the same thing too. When Chu Chioyi saw, he smiled again. He looked at Qing Er with a calm composure, then cast a look to the angry Su Dongfang, then laughed away, brandishing his hands. leading the disciples of Three Items Deity Palace on their journey. When they arrived at the peak, it was already half an hour later. The clouds encircled them as the wind blew. Stepping onto the peak of Wushuangju, it was as though someone was walking on clouds and looking down at the earth. On the Wushuangju peak stood 4 statues. In the middle of these 4 statues was a gigantic battle array. Outside the array, all the disciples from all sects helped to draw the big array, while the clan elder in charge was resting on one side. All the sects were as such. Sometimes, the closer sects would gather together to talk. Of course, there were those sects who were resentful of the others who would fight right away, the moment they met on Wushuangju Peak. But, the ones that made a move were the ones whose cultivation level were mediocre and were not taking part in the competition. The real experts tend to remain quiet and motionless. They wanted to reserve their energy for the real battle. A shiny jaded chair was obtained from the storage ring. Then, the Su family carefully placed it in the middle of the big array. The jaded chair was the treasure. When one sat on it, they would attain the highest level of comfort. And it could also ease any fatigue in tense ligaments or muscles, lift spirits, and nourished the body. It was mainly used for the representatives of the sects. 10 meters away from the jaded chair were 10 similar enchantment arrays that could heal wounds and injuries. The enchantment array was as tough as a turtle shell. It was about 2 meters tall and it covered the ground. Within the enchantment array were 3 healing arrays intersecting to form a spiritual healing array. If people meditated in the middle, they could accelerate the healing process. Even a fractured bone could heal in the shortest time possible. It could be said that this was the highest level of healing enchantment array. But these enchantment arrays required consuming extremely expensive ingredients before it would work. The main ingredient for this enchantment array was purity stone and purple pine wood heart. A total of 3,300 purity stones were needed, and each purity stone was sold for 200 spirit coins in the market. Whereas, the purple pine wood heart was sold for 100,000 spirit coins. This means that a healing enchantment array would cost over 70,000 spirit coins. Even more ridiculous was the fact that these healing enchantment arrays had an upkeep. Every time it worked, it would exhaust this amount of ingredients until they were all being used up. Needless to say, this was a type of array an ordinary person would never use. Only the bigger families, clans, and sects would use it. Master, the clan elder's seat has been placed. Master, the 7 dragons flag is flying high. Master, the healing enchantment array has been set up. One by one, the voices emerged. Good. Standing in front, Su Dongfang tilted his head and walked over to inspect these items. Everything had to be done nicely on the surface. This martial meet had no rules. When they put on a good show, it could earn them some respect. Right after, Su Dongfang nodded his head with satisfaction. Not bad. I believe the second clan elder will be happy. All of you go meditate and recuperate. 6 hours later, the clan elders will arrive at the peak, then the opening ceremony would begin. Yes, Master. The main house disciples nodded and started meditating. Behind the jaded chair were over 10 easy arrays being set up. Although they could not be compared to the jaded chair, once someone sat in it, they would be at peace. Once everything was settled, Su Dongfang ran over to disturb Qing Air. It was peaceful now, but a peaceful moment would not last long. A bunch of disciples from Stellar Sun Mountain ran over vigorously. The people from Stellar Sun Mountain had great energies. They cultivated true divine spirit qi. Each and every one of them were sturdy and strong with backs like tigers and waists like bears. Even the girls were at least 1.8 meters tall. It was, of course, pressuring when a group of giants came running here. Xing Er and a few other female disciples were sitting together. When they saw this group of people coming for them, they were all doubtful. Su family, get that bastard Su Shui Chang old man out. A leader who had an inch of head, meaty face, and a build of at least 2 meters wide pointed towards the Su family and shouted in his crude, hoarse voice. "Screw you, Lu Yuzhu. What the hell are you shouting for?" Some of the main house disciples jumped out from their meditation plate and rushed out angrily as they cursed the sturdy build man. Seems like these two went back a long way. All the people of Su family gathered around. But Stellar Sun Mountain were not people who were lazy bums. When the disciples of the huge array came by, there were a total of 100 of them. The two sides confronted one another. There was only 50 of them from the Su family. On this, they had lost half the battle. Su Dongfang was slightly pale. He looked at Cheng Er. Cheng Er shook her head lightly and retreated. Previously, when they quarreled with the people from 3 Items Deity Palace, it was for a trivial matter. Cheng Er would help to resolve it, but now it was not any trivial matter. It was a personal grudge. How could she help out? Shui Chang, what exactly happened? Su Dongfang took a deep breath in and asked. Are you the in charge of the Su family? The sturdy man asked Su Dongfang. Yes. Ah, that'd do. Today, I want you, Su family, to make a stand on this bastard's case. The sturdy man laughed then, with his hoarse, crude voice, he shouted, Everybody, listen up. A few days ago, the bastard from Su family, Su Shui Chang, forced his way into Four-Walled City to settle some matters. At Four-Walled City, he met Wu Mei, he lusted for her beauty, and so he took advantage of the connections between 3 Items Deity Palace and Stellar Sun Mountain to flirt with Wu Mei. He pestered her. Su Shui Chang did not even look into the mirror to see for himself, fancy an ugly person lusting for Wu Mei's beauty. Wu Mei did not bother about him, but Su Shui Chang forced his way by using low-lying methods to purchase forbidden medicine and drug Wu Mei. Luckily the seniors found Wu Mei in time, and saved her. Su Shui Chang ran away and managed to keep clear. Even so, Wu Mei was traumatized by this experience. Day by day, she got more tired and exhausted. Judge for yourselves, for a person like him, should we beat him up? Should we kill him? The sturdy man shouted in all directions. All the other sects stood up and gazed over. Kill! 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 The people from Stellar Sun Mountain started shouting. Their roars were like thunder. The main house disciple named Su Shui Chang's face turned green and white. He was speechless. Shui Chang, is what he said true? The other disciples from the Su family started interrogating. Su Shui Chang hesitated. Then, he said loudly with determination, No, of course not. When the Su family saw, they sighed a breath of relief. How dare you change your words? Lying in broad daylight? The sturdy man was angry now. If you say I have violated your sister, then you got to take out the proofs. If you can't bring out the evidences, then you're just making things up. Su Shui Chang gritted his teeth and said coldly. It was this time, he must not admit. Even if he had done it, he had to pretend he did not. Or else, his reputation would go down the drain. Su Shui Chang's determination enraged the people from Stellar Sun Mountain. None of them could contain their emotions when they saw their opponent being so sly and shameless. Motherfucker, rascal, you're looking for death. The sturdy man spit out and waved. Immediately, the people from Stellar Sun Mountain dispersed and surrounded the Su family. Today, I want to kill all the people from Su family. The sturdy man pointed with his thick finger to the Su family and bellowed, Come on, the bastards of the Su family, I'll let all of you know that Stellar Sun Mountain is not someone you can mess with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143. It's impossible to control everything. Do. Light knocks came at the door. Then, Su Shilong's respectful and low voice emerged from outside. Is that Shirlong? Come in quick! Su Tai shouted from within. Yes, second clan elder. Su Shirlong remained respectful. He opened the door slowly and carefully before entering. Within the room, Su Tai sat peacefully in front of his tea table. He looked pale and had panda eyes, as though he was exhausted. There was fatigue engraved deep within his eyes. Su Shirlong jumped at the sight of this. Master, what happened to you? Why are you looking so bad? Oh, nothing. Maybe I've just tired myself out yesterday. Su Tai forced a smile, then extended his left hand to place on his motionless right hand on his thigh. He reached into his storage ring and took out a black shiny pill and handed over it to Su Shirlong. Shirlong, you've done your part for our Su family. You've been running errands for us, which are all laborious jobs. To award you, I will gift you a pill to increase your cultivation level, to bestow you an advantage. Pill? Su Shirlong looked suspicious. He peeped at the black, shiny pill and asked, Master, what pill is this? Eat it and you'll know. Seeing Su Tai's eyes beaming and face solemn, Su Shirlong hesitated and thought twice about it. He clenched his teeth and swallowed the pill. Gudong! The pill entered the stomach. Su Shirlong cupped his fists again. Thank you for your award, second clan elder. His voice was grateful, honest, and respectful. Don't thank him. Just thanking me will do. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly emerged within the room. Su Shirlong was taken aback. He turned around quickly to see a man walking out from behind the screen. This man was clad in a black blademaster attire. On his back hung a sword and a sword sheath. In his hands, there was a glittering long treasure sword. It was as if his body did not have any chi. As long as he hid his body, the people around him would not be able to detect his presence. You're Su Yun? Su Shirlong looked clearly at the man's face and his eyes grew big. With a whoosh, he stood up and was ready to attack. Don't move! Before allowing Su Yun to speak, the second elder bellowed. Su Shirlong turned to look at Su Tai. He was shocked, his eyes were filled with alarm. You have all taken my medicine. If you want to live, you have to help me do a few things. Su Yun muttered. Bang! A compressed sound resonated from the southern side of Wushuangju Peak. Over there. A huge group of people had formed a circle as though they were watching something. Within this huge circle, two figures stood, fighting one another. Both parties had played their killing techniques. One after another, they were fighting passionately. The fists whistled and the profound spirit chi rippled. There was also a wrecking chi intertwined within it, rippling its way through. Suddenly, a man close to 2 meters tall, who had a strong sturdy build, blinked his eyes hard and stepped forward. Bang! A circle of chi rippled out from his foot into all four directions. Dong dong dong. The ground trembled. The white tiles covering the Wushuangju Peak cracked with his footstep. The chi blew and the people lost their balance. Some of the disciples who had lower cultivation level fell to the ground. It was a terrible scene to look on. The Su family disciples opposing the sturdy man did not take precaution. With this chi wave, all of their bodies started trembling uncontrollably as though there was a pulse of energy traveling within their bodies. Good opportunity. The sturdy man squinted. Pulling both his fists, he pulls out a total of 13 forceful attacks which landed on each of them. The fists crashed onto their flesh and bones. Bang! Bang! The Su family disciples flew out of the circle like kites whose strings were broken, falling hard on the ground. The true divine spirit chi remained on their chest for a long period of time. Each of them puked out 3 mouthfuls of blood, closed their eyes and died. When the Su family saw this, their expressions changed. There was not one of them who did not take a breath of icy cold air. Failed. Master Ku has fallen. Master Ku is the top expert of the main house disciples. He was a 6th level of Spirit Core disciple. How could he not be an opponent for this rascal? What should we do now? What should we do now? The Su family disciples were anxious. 2 Su family girls ran over hurriedly to help Su Ku up to bring him to the healing tent to recover, whereas the others turned their face over to look at the people from Stellar Sun Mountain. Su Ku had failed, who else could manage this battle? As for Su Shui Chang? He had long been unconscious ever since he got punched by this man and pulled to a side for medical attention. The sturdy man glared at the disciples of the Su family who were in fear and smiled slyly. Hee, Su family? You have an undeserved reputation. You can't fight anyone. How can people like you be deemed fit to join the martial meet? You better run back home to your mother. Ha 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 ha. The people from Stellar Sun Mountain laughed out loud. All of their faces were full of ridicule. The Su family was enraged. Su Dongfang clenched his fist tight. He was about to stand up to make a move but was stopped by Qing Er's calls. Master Dongfang. Qing Er called out softly. Qing Er, are you still going to tolerate them? Su Dongfang gritted his teeth. Master Dongfang, don't do things in a fit of anger. Qing Er muttered. Master Baishan and Master Heishui had yet to make a move. We shouldn't also, although people from Stellar Sun Mountain had come forth, this man is not the true expert. You're our elite fighter in our Su family. If you fight with him, the other competitors watching would analyze the way Su family fights. When the real battle comes, our opponent would be familiar with our battle strategy. It will definitely be hard for us to get into the positions at the top. What does the position matter? Su Dongfang turned around and looked at the people sitting in the big array. He teared. He could not listen to Qing Er's words and wanted to head over. Qing Er looked and was frustrated. Su Dongfang was the eldest son of the great clan elder. If he was injured even before the start of the competition, this would then be blamed on Qing Er. On top of that, Su Dongfang would expose the Su family's attacking strategy. If Su family could not get into the top positions, she would be lectured by the patriarch. Deep in her thoughts, Qing Er sighed and fell silent. Su Dongfang pushed around the crowd and walked in angrily. In the circle, he walked up to the sturdy man. The sturdy man studied Du Dongfang and nodded. Not bad, but if you want to defeat me, you might still be losing out a bit. There's no one more powerful in Su family? Stop bullshitting. Su Dongfang bellowed, don't think there isn't anyone Su family. I'll let you have a taste of how strong the Su family is. With that, Su Dongfang actually dashed forward without even greeting. Seemed like he was controlled by his anger. Su Dongfang took out his treasures immediately. A bottle of blue fan flew, and with a few finger manuals, a large amount of wind blade rippled. Wow, how dare you take out your treasures? Good. Good. Do you really think the people from Stellar Sun Mountain are good to bully? Che, I'll teach you a lesson on how to write the word death. The sturdy man roared. Reaching his hand into his storage ring, a huge, gray long hammer appeared. Lifting both his hands, the hammer crashed down furiously, whipping winds with it. It was almost time. It was nearing noon. Su Yun looked to the sky and nodded to second clan elder who was sitting in the carriage. The second elder noted. He pulled down the curtains and muttered, let's set out. Yes. Setting out. The person in charge on the side shouted loud and clear. The army started to advance slowly. Su Yun rode on his single-horned bull in front of second clan elder's carriage. He was leaving Wushuang City, heading towards the tall Wushuang Ju Peak with this army. Report. Just as the army was about to leave the city, there was a series of hurried noises from behind. The army stopped. The second elder used his left hand to pull the curtain up and placed his head out of the window to look back. He saw a Su family disciple riding a purple horn bull towards here. He's the messenger of the clan. One of the main house guards said. There's a letter from the main house? The second elder looked towards Su Yun. But Su Yun had already rode towards the messenger. Main house had sent orders, please look through its second clan elder. The messenger shouted loud and took the letter out from his storage ring. Hand the letter over to Su family disciple, Su Yun. With that, the second clan elder placed his curtain back down. When the messenger heard, he was slightly surprised. But Su Yun had already arrived in front of him. Although he was in a daze, but how would he have the courage to disobey clan elder's words? He handed the letter, which was sealed by profound spirit chi, to Su Yun. Su Yun waved his hands to erase the enchantment around the letter and opened it directly. The great clan elder was about to arrive at Wushuang City? When he saw the contents of the letter, Su Yun's heart dropped. Su Yun, what happened? Quick, hand the letter for me to see. Second clan elder raised his curtains and said carefully. Oh, it was heard that this time the treasure door will release 2 rare treasures. The patriarch had sent the great clan elder to come and support us, and hope that we can achieve a good ranking, and obtain the 2 treasures. Great clan elder left a few days ago, and I think he will arrive here in a few days. Su Yun said and handed the letter over. His heart was heavy. It was not easy that he got control of the entire situation. He never expected the great clan elder to arrive. What? The great clan elder is coming? When the second clan elder heard it, he was overjoyed. Yes. Su Yun smiled at him slightly, his eyes turned sly. Second clan elder shivered as colors drained from his face. Then, he laughed for 2 times and stayed silent. Su Yun kept his gaze and thought deeply. Then, he said, Second clan elder, let's follow according to great clan elder's instructions to stay put and wait for him here. When he has arrived, we will set off to the mountains together. Okay, let's do that. The second clan elder nodded and immediately, he sent his orders to Su Shilong. All the main house guards started to become suspicious. They did not receive second clan elder orders to kill Su Yun. So they did not understand, but since it was like that, they could not do anything. Since when did an outer sect disciple, Su Yun, build such good rapport with the second clan elder and all the administrators within the inner sect? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144. The Heavenly Sacred Mountain Throne. Half a day later. Sounds after sounds of blowing horns. Afterwards, a luxurious-looking carriage entered Wushuang City. Both sides of the carriage stood revered experts dressed entirely in armor. Their steps were heavy and calm. All of them looked solemn and serious as their gazes fixed to the front, walking in neat rows beside the carriage. While the beast pulling the carriage was actually an extremely rare first-stage spirit soul realm existence of the Qilin beast. A Qilin beast. A first-stage spirit soul realm existence, single-horned scarlet scales, body like a lion, peak battle prowess, proficient in multiple mystical techniques, extremely strong physical power and endurance that could shock people, and exceptionally strong destructive methods, extremely loyal. As long as it yielded to someone, it would only view that person as its owner, and would never betray him. Only death can release it, and a person to be able to cause this Qilin beast to yield, would definitely be someone very capable. Once the Qilin beast entered Wushuang City, it constantly attracted the gaze of the people walking along the streets of the city. On the carriage was a Su word engraved, and matched along with such a strong spirit beast. It was a very impressive scene. A few of the sect's important people accompanied down and greeted the people in the carriage. The people in the carriage also gave some face, as they pushed aside the cloth, and greeted them back. When the people realized the identity of the owner of the carriage, they were surprised. Never would I have expected that the Su family would actually send their second in command here. One passerby gazed at the carriage that was gradually being pulled farther and farther away by the Qilin beast, and exclaimed, "This is considered nothing. Every single sect and families are also sending their big shots. Do you think only the Su family is doing so? Let me tell you this, the Immortal Sword sect has brought 2 elders this time round." "What? 2 elders?" That person was shocked. Is this year's meeting of heroes so worth and important to the sects? All the previous year's meets did not have such big shots coming together. Tian, changing Treasured Door to Congregative Treasures sect, it appeared in the previous chapter, as it is a wealthy sect. "Ah, then you do not know, this year's meeting of heroes is different from the rest. Rumors say that this year the Congregative Treasures sect is handing out 2 extreme treasures to be the prize for this year's meet, to act as an incentive, to reward those sects that are deemed worthy from the meet. That is why all the sects and families value this year's meet." "What? Treasures from the Congregative Treasures sect? Quickly tell me, what treasures are they? Hurry and tell me." "AI, how can I know that? The Congregative Treasures sect is so secretive, God knows what new treasures they have. The last time they took out 2 treasures that can increase the cultivation speed of spirit cultivators. Guai, at that time because of those 2 treasures, all those big sects fought over it to the point that blood was spilled, and it was said that there were people who died due to them. Who knows what the Congregative Treasures sect wants to create now? Weird, the Congregative Treasures sect have many treasures, but why are they giving them out? Why are they sponsoring the treasures as prizes for the meet of heroes? I wonder what is their true aim? Only the ghosts will know. According to what they claimed, the founder of the sect settled on an agreement with someone at some point in time. The details of the agreement is unclear, but the Congregative Treasures sect must obey that contract, and the supply of the prizes for the meet of heroes is also due to that contract. Actually, come to think about it, this meet of heroes was also organized by the Congregative Treasures sect. No wonder. I can't be bothered to speak to you anymore. All the elders of the different sects and families have entered the city. I reckon that the meet is about to start. I cannot miss this event that happens once every 3 years. I will take my leave first. I am going to Wushuangju Peak. AI, my friend, wait for me. At the gates of Wushuang City. Upon seeing the carriage, Su Shilong and Su Tai both went over and greeted to the carriage. "We greet Great Clan Elder." N. A deep and low sound sounded out from the carriage. The guard at the side quickly pulled up the curtain of the carriage. An old man with his beard reaching his waist, with a solemn expression walked out. Stepping down from the carriage, the old man gazed around, until his eyes landed on the pale Su Tai. Doubt flitted past his eyes, and he asked, "Su Tai, the matter that I handed to you, has it been done?" Upon hearing that, Su Tai anxiously replied, reporting to Great Clan Elder, "That person is very cunning. On the journey he managed to change to a single-horned bull. We were unable to distance ourselves from him. It was a wasted chance and we had no choice but to give up and find another opportunity." When he heard it, the Great Clan Elder frowned. "Then where is he?" "He went up the Wushuangju Peak." The second Clan Elder hurriedly answered. "Useless ingrates." The Great Clan Elder snorted, "Such a small matter and you are unable to accomplish it. How are you going to handle heavier responsibilities in the future?" Su Tai knows he is wrong. Su Tai quickly blurted out. The Great Clan Elder did not speak anymore. Staring coldly at Su Tai, he turned and entered his carriage, waving his hand. "Move out, to Wushuangju Peak, and join the meeting of heroes." "Yes, sir." At the lower part of the tall and magical peak that seemed to penetrate into the heavens, a man and bull were rushing up, causing a great amount of dust to fly out. Su Yan grabbed onto the reins tightly, as he rushed up Wushuang Peak on the single-horned bull. As he thought more about it, he felt that it would be better to leave earlier. The Great Clan Elder's power was deep and immeasurable. It was inevitable to meet him soon enough, and if he was to be seen with the second Clan Elder, it would rouse suspicions, and at that time, the 2 chess pieces, Su Tai and Su Shilong, would be useless. In fact, Su Yan could actually directly make the second Clan Elder inform the Great Clan Elder that he was handled with, and then hid himself, and quietly control the second Clan Elder from the shadows. But if it was like that, there would be many inconveniences which would lead to many incompletions, and although leaving the Su family would be a sooner or later matter, to rush things in the name of leaving the Su family to Su Yun was not the best idea. Although he would still be facing against the great clan elder underhanded moves, but the number of days where he had to suffer them were numbered. After the meeting of heroes, he would be able to leave. With the sprite's shadow in his possession, the recovery of the heavenly crystal, and having stayed for such a long period of time, what more was there to prepare? Suyun inhaled deeply. For some reason, his whole body was entirely free from worry. His dream for so many years, have it finally come to realization? Senior! Suyun shouted out. What is it, kid? The Sword Elder's old voice came out. The past few days he had been constantly training, thickening the spiritual energy in his body. As compared to before, the current Sword Elder was much more powerful. Where is the Limitless Sword sect located at? Suyun suddenly asked. Limitless Sword sect? The Sword Elder hesitated, and asked, why are you asking about this? After I escape with Chinger, we would definitely suffer from the might of the Su family from all the chasing, and I have already thought of a few places that we can hide. The Blossom Heart Valley, the Mu family and the Purple Star Academy were all possible places, but all of them are temporary shelters. I want to choose somewhere which is quiet and peaceful. The Limitless Sword sect has been in the martial world for a long time, yet I have never heard of it before. Thinking about it, isn't that the most quiet and remote place? That is why I asked that. I want to know its location, and bring Chinger to avoid the danger and live in seclusion there. Live in seclusion at the sect? The Sword Elder was stunned. You want to live in seclusion? Then why are you training with all of your might? To bring Chinger away. Suyun said lightly. Bring Chinger away? The Sword Elder was confused. Why don't the both of you secretly elope? Isn't that fine? It's not that simple. Suyun shook his head. Chinger is someone the Su family plans to give to the Profound Sky sect. She is always under observation, and I suspect, every time Chinger came to visit me, she might be under the watch of the Patriarch already. If I was to stealthily take her away, we would definitely be caught and killed. The probability of that danger is very high. Oh? Then, what is your plan? If you can't secretly elope, don't tell me you are preparing to tell the world that you're eloping? The Sword Elder asked. Suyun laughed, but did not say anything. Still so secretive. The Sword Elder chided, but said, Limitless Sword sect is at the top of Sacred Sky Mountain. It has been such a long time, who knows whether anyone have found that mountain? Scared Sky Mountain? Never heard of it. In the past, that mountain was hardly known to others, a nameless mountain that was desolated. The name was picked by my sword sect. It was a natural sacred mountain to hone the sword. The mountain was shaped like a sword, a myriad of ambience. Brat, if you have the chance you must go there and take a look. I want to know if the Limitless Sword sect still exists today. Sacred Sky Mountain is it? I will definitely go there. Wushuangju Peak. Bang! Thud thud. A set of thunderous sound echoed at the mountain peak. At this point, the disciples from all sects gathered at the northern side of the Peak of Ju to form a circle around the people who were fighting. On one side, the noble Su-Shur great clan elder, Su Dongfang from the Su family stood. On the other side, stood the expert from Stellar Sun Mountain, Chen Man-Hu. Su Dongfang had a folding fan in his hand. He was agile. Whereas, Chen Man-Hu had two huge hammers in both his arms. As he swung the hammers, ripples of wind blew. The two exchanged their mystical techniques. The circle was filled with their profound spirit chi. No one dared to go near for fear they might be affected. This battle continued for another half an hour, yet victory was not named. Just that. Su Dongfang was exhausted. It was as if he could not hold on any longer. On his face, he looked tired. All his attacks were not as strong as before. On the other hand, Chen Man-Hu was getting stronger as he fought. He brandished his hammer ferociously. Dong! The incoming hammer brushed against the fan and struck onto Su Dongfang's chest. Instantly, Su Dongfang vomited blood and fell onto the ground. The floor cracked and dust flew. He was completely defeated. Good. Bro man, who is the best? When the Sun Stellar Mountain people saw, they cheered. The Su family can't even handle a single blow. How dare they spar with bro man who? Ah, they sure know no limits. Now you know how powerful we are? The people from Stellar Sun Mountain got very arrogant. Chen Man, who kept his hammer, and chided at Su Dongfang, who looked dissatisfied on the ground. Rascal, you're such a softy. How can you win me with such little powers? Hee, you're just looking for death. If I want to kill you, you definitely won't be alive now. Chen Man, who smirked and placed the hammer on his shoulders. Waving his hand, let's go. Go. Let's go. There's nothing left to say to these garbages. What a waste of time, let's go. The people from Sun Stellar Mountain laughed and went off. But Su Dongfang was still boiling with anger. He glared angrily at Chen Man, who, as his heart and brain were almost melted by the blazing fire. On this triannual meeting of heroes, in front of all the elite disciples in Su family, in front of the person he liked, he was actually beaten into a sorry state and humiliated badly. As the noble prince of the Su family, Su Dongfang's eyes turned red. Master, get up. Two girls from the Su family ran over with the intention to help him up, but was turned down by him. Leave me alone. He got up suddenly and stared at the backs of the people from Sun Stellar Mountain as they left. With a roar, he rushed up to them. Xing'er saw and instantly shouted eagerly, Master. Then, before she could move, Su Dongfang used the last reserves of his strength to rush forward and instantly slashed with a blade infused with aura, aimed straight at Chen Han Mu. A sharp, ferocious, swift wind spirit chi with endless anger rippled through. Ha! Chen Man, who turned his head weirdly to see a great deal of profound spirit chi had formed into a wind blade, crashing towards him. Right away, he broke into a cold sweat. He retreated hastily, but he was too slow. Pu Dong. He did not manage to dodge it and was sliced cleanly by the wind blade. Chen Man, who fell to the ground. Fresh blood covered the floor. Laying in the pool of blood were two legs. It was numbing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145. Who is the person in charge? Quiet. It was unusually quiet. This atmosphere, this scene was too quiet. Each and every disciples from all the sects were shocked after witnessing this. Looking at the pool of blood on the floor and Chen Man, who was rolling in pain on the pool of blood. Seeing the stunned faces of the Su family and how the people from Sun Stellar Mountain lose their anger and sanity as they looked at Su Dongfang in shock. Usually, Su Dongfang was considered a man who had self-control. He was one who was steady, cool-headed, and a bit logical. Or else, he would not have to bootlick his deceased sister, Su Yurong. He had a motive, he had a purpose. Only today, he had completely lost control. Throughout the journey, he tried to win over Xing'er's heart despite her cold attitude towards him. This had caused Su Dongfang to accumulate resentment within him. To top it off, the incident from 3 Items Deity Palace with Chu Chouyi played a part too. Now, he was defeated by Chen Man Hu and humiliated in front of everyone. That was the trigger. All of the resentment accumulated within Su Dongfang's heart burst out instantly. He finally lost control. He was no longer steady, no longer logical, no longer calm. At this moment, he was insane. My legs. Arga. My legs. Chen Man, who screamed in pain, his face twisted as though he was about to faint. Everything below his knees were sliced away. I'll crush your entire Su family. The people from Sun Stellar Mountain could not take it any longer. Each and every one of them were enraged. they took out their artifacts and rushed over towards the Su family. It was chaotic. Xing'er noted and tensed up. She shouted hurriedly, "Everybody, retreat into the big array and wait for Clan Elder. Quick!" At this point in time, they could only delay till the arrival of the Clan Elder. Su Dongfang's recklessness had resulted in a strained relationship between Sun Stellar Mountain and Su family. The Su family was in the wrong. Sun Stellar Mountain would never let this matter go. If the Su family did not retreat and come face to face with Sun Stellar Mountain, both parties would become grievously injured. Xing'er's face was tensed up. She led in front of the experts right at the front and used her mystical techniques to stop the people from Sun Stellar Mountain from rushing over. Don't injure them. Everybody, please defend. If you attack them or hurt anyone, the problem will become bigger. Xing'er's crisp voice resonated as she shouted. Things have gotten to this stage. Miss, what are you still talking about? One of the main house disciples turned around to shout towards her with his teeth clenched. Yeah, the people from Sun Stellar Mountain have stepped all over us. Don't tell me you still want us to give in to them? Let's all gang up together and fight with them. What are we afraid of? Su Dongfang came back to his senses and shouted. Give it your all. Everyone screamed their lungs out. In a moment's time, their will to fight rose. Xing'er was shocked. She looked at Su Dongfang with a confused look. In her eyes, it was full of frustration. Su Dongfang sliced off Chen Manhu's legs in a fit of anger. By doing that, he was already in the wrong, but at this point in time, not only was he not admitting to his mistakes, he was encouraging the Su family to stand alongside him to make mistakes. He was dragging the entire Su family down. And there were so many people watching at the said, how could they not tell who was in the right and who was wrong? As such, the Su family would become the butt of criticism. Never mind, let them be. Xing'er sighed and fell silent. Ultimately, she was just a slave from the outer sect. Though she was known as a miss, but who actually treated her like one? On the contrary, as the eldest son of the great clan elder, Su Dongfang had an illustrious identity and a halo around him. The people here probably took him as their leader. It was chaotic. The few disciples at the front pulled out some mystical techniques, profound spirit chi collided. It was unusually fiery. The other sects all retreated, unwilling to be involved in this. There was not even one who tried to persuade them to stop this fight. They just watched them burn in hell. Stop! Everyone stop! Just at this time, two shouts came from nowhere. But that did not stop the chaos. Swoosh! Countless of shadows suddenly blended into the crowd and a huge amount of profound spirit chi dispersed just like a spider web. The chi got longer and thicker after every disciple, just like a wall of chi. It broke the people up. What was happening? Xing'er opened her eyes wide and looked at this odd scene in shock. The great clan elder from the Sun Stellar Mountain and the Su family are here. A low yet gentle voice rang at their eyes. Xing'er was taken aback when she heard such a familiar voice. Instantly, she was overjoyed. She turned quickly to see a familiar, intimate face. Young master! Xing'er said fondly. Xing'er! Su Yun, who was donned in a white blade master outfit, revealed a gentle smile and exchanged words with her. Young master, you're finally here. Are you all right? Why is the spirit stallion so slow? Were you delayed along the way here? Xing'er asked as she studied Su Yun secretly for fear he was injured, but did not say it. She looked at him with eyes filled with concern. Su Yun did not know how Xing'er felt towards him. Was it love? It didn't seem like it. Was it infatuation? It didn't seem like that either. Maybe she just felt the need to repay the kindness of his parents for nurturing her. But without a doubt, she was the most important, most precious person to him in this world. The chi dispersed and forced the two sects to separate. There was a resolution to the chaos. Su-yun tilted his gaze to look at the people walking over. It was the two parties. Each party had 20 over people along with them. One of the party was led by the great clan elder of the Su family, the second clan elder Su Tai and Su Shilong. They formed the group of representatives of the Su family. And the other party were the experts from the Sun Stellar Mountain. There were about 30 of them. Each of them had a sturdy build. They were either wearing leather armor or had a metal armor on them. Their muscles were bulging out and they all were reeking of true divine spirit chi, which was frightening. These experts were all at least at 7th level of spirit core realm. They had startling powers and their cultivations were high and strong. The clan elders in charge arrived. Other than the second clan elder, Su Tai, who was weaker, the others had a rank above spirit soul disciples. The clan elder from Sun Stellar Mountain had a short stature. He was an old man who was just over 1.5 meters. The old man was bald. On his body, he wore a loose gray robe. He was skinny. His eyes was of sunset hues. With his hands held behind his back, he looked as though he did not seem to weigh much. But when the old man walked over, the people around him revealed a look to reverence. No one dared to look down on him. I can't believe the Sun Stellar Mountain would send him for this meeting for heroes. Su-yun set his gaze at the skinny old man and muttered. Who is he? Xing looked at her own young master in a daze. He's the great clan elder of Sun Stellar Mountain, Shi Chongshan. He is also an absolute expert, rivaling the patriarch of the Sun Stellar Mountain in power. Su-yun said softly, rumors said his cultivation is strong to the point that he can lift up Mount Tai. No one can compete with him in terms of absolute power. He's that scary? Xing opened her small, pink mouth, but after a while, she shut them and asked him, Young master, how do you know the Sun Stellar Mountain so well? Su-yun heard and laughed. Without much explanation he whispered, Xing we can leave the Su family very soon. Before that, I need to ask you, are you willing to leave with me? Leave the Su family? Xing was confused. Young master, why are we leaving the Su family? If you don't leave the Su family, are you willing to marry to Profound Sky sect? Young master, those are just rumors. Maybe, but they could be true. Su-yun shook his head. Xing looked at him quietly. Then, she smiled cheerfully. Whether it is rumors or not, wherever young master wants to go, Xing will follow through. Since young master wants to leave Su family, then let's go together. Xing was long done with Su family, but for Su-yun, she kept it in and tolerated everything that came for her. During that time, Su-yun was nothing, he did not care about anything. Even if the family fell to the bottom, he only wanted to live without care, leading a befuddled existence. But it was different now. Young master, his cultivation level is stronger, and his thoughts were much more detailed and careful. His behavior and actions were much more mysterious. He could relate to everything as though he knew about everything. He was no longer the drunken lord. He was no longer gambling through the night. It was just as though he was a changed man. If it was not for his face, Xing would not believe this man was Su-yun. Helplessly, she leaned towards Su-yun. Unknowingly, Su-yun gave her a sense of security she never once had. She was in disbelief. Xiao Chongshan came over. Seeing the female disciples treating Chen Manhu, anger flickered in his eyes. From his storage ring, he took out a mini floral porcelain vase and handed to the person at his side. Right away, the disciple took it and ran towards Chen Manhu. Then, Xiao Chongshan walked towards the Su family with a straight face. Clan Elder Xiao, it's been a long time. The great clan elder bowed to show his respects. Clan Elder Su, how have you been? Xiao Chongshan moaned and continued, the meeting of heroes gathers all the heroes for all the sects to spar. Usually, the fist in feet has no eyes. Clan Elder Su, if my disciple, Chan Mahu is not the strongest and was attacked or killed by you Su family people, then I can only blame on the lousy skills of my disciples. I will have no complaints. It's just that, why is it when you Su family has been defeated but yet you guys used an underhanded way to attack? Why, is this how Su family deals with such matters? If that's the case, then I, Elder Chow, will seek justice for my disciples. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I will not let this matter rest. With that, Xiao Chongshan stepped down furiously. Boom! It was as if the entire Wushuangju peak moved. Strong, ferocious, and barbarous. All the other in charge from other sects had arrived, but they did not participate in this. Seeing Xiao Chongshan so determined, the great clan elder knew this matter was not easy to settle. He looked at Su Dongfang standing in the crowd and knitted his brow. Then, he licked his dried lips. After a moment, he said solemnly, "Who's in charge of the Su family's disciples?" The voice was extremely loud. Su Dongfang got out of the crowd instantly. Xing'er looked at Su Yun and sighed before she walked towards the great clan elder. Su Yun frowned. Looking the great clan elder who was fuming, he sensed that something was wrong. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146. 100 Swords Soars. Su Qing'er greets the great clan elder. Father. Su Dongfang and Su Qing'er stood in front of the great clan elder and greeted him. The great clan elder looked at the two expressionlessly. His gaze fell onto Su Dongfang and Qing'er. He scrutinized them carefully before he opened his mouth. Why did such a thing happen? The two of you better give me an explanation. This, Su Dongfang looked lost. He lowered his head and remained speechless. Qing'er kept her mouth sealed. It was the best choice to choose silence because everyone here knew this matter started with Su Dongfang. Why would she make things worse by explaining? Seeing the two silent, the great clan elder groaned and commanded, "Qing'er, tell me what happened exactly?" Yes. Qing'er dared not delay. After clasping her hands together to pay respect to him, she used her crisp voice to describe what happened. The frown on great clan elder's face got deeper, his face turned ugly. Su Dongfang on the side was pale. He buried his head and remained quiet. Only. After that, the great clan elder's eyes was not even on Su Dongfang. But instead, it was on Qing'er. In his eyes, it was filled with anger. Are things like what you've described? The great clan elder asked solemnly. It's the truth and facts. Qing'er replied. The great clan elder stopped and after a few breaths later, his voice emerged with a tinge of anger. If that's the case, why didn't you stop Dongfang? Stop him? Qing'er was slightly surprised. Was Su Dongfang someone she could stop? Dongfang fought with others, his blood was boiling. It was not hard to explain why he would do something so extreme. How can you just stand one side and watch him instead of trying to stop him? As the leader of the Su family, how can you settle things like this? The great clan elder snorted, Dongfan will be punished for his guilt, but Qing'er, your guilt is even heavier. After his words landed, he cupped his fists towards Xiao Chongshan and said in all seriousness, Clan Elder Xiao, I will be held responsible for whatever happened today. Now, I will punish rebellious disciples of the Su family in front of you. After that, the great clan elder frowned and stared at Qing'er. Instantly, he slapped her hard. What the fuck? Su Yun was enraged right away. He wanted Qing'er to be the black sheep. At that moment, Su Yun could no longer tolerate it. He rushed forward and stopped right in front of Qing'er. Instantly, he pulled out his 1,000 deep sword and pointed it towards the great clan elder, hitting onto the incoming palm. He was reeking of pure divine spirit chi. The 1,000 deep sword was like a razor-sharp metal pole. Great clan elder's face sunk. He kept his palm and stared angrily at Su Yun, bellowing, "Su Yun, are you betraying me now?" "Fuck off." "Betraying you?" Su Yun was looking sly. His eyes looked hazy. "Let's not talk about other things, great clan elder. Why do you have to touch Ching-er? What had she done wrong? What has she done wrong?" As the person in charge, Ching-er hesitated in acting promptly, and so, the entire Su family made a grave mistake towards the people from Sun Stellar Mountain. Now, our relationship with them is strained. This dire consequences had to be Ching-er's responsibilities. Ching-er's responsibilities? Then what about your precious son? Su Yun was fuming. He could feel his heart burning. When he looked at the great clan elder, his eyes was full of anger. "I'll punish Dongfang too. But now, I have to answer to the Sun Stellar Mountain," the great clan elder said. When he said those words, the surrounding people were not content. Despite this, everyone knew that Su Dongfang was the great clan elder's son. Su Yurong was already dead, and now Su Donghao was injured. Since he was only left with Su Dongfang, how could he bear to hurt him? Only, Su Yun did not expect the great clan elder to cover him up. It was not enough to just scold or beat him up now. What is giving an answer to Sun Stellar Mountain has got to do with Ching-er? The person who sliced Chen Man, who is your precious son, Su Dongfang. Su Yun raged. Instantly, he pierced 1,000 deep into the ground and shouted, "Great clan elder, Su Yun will not care about what happened today, but I have to say, if you want to touch her, you have to deal with me first." His voice was barbarous, with not an ounce of hesitation. When Ching-er heard his words, she became intoxicated. She looked deeply at this tall, sturdy silhouette. Her heart was thumping fast. That was arrogant. Is he a disciple from the Su family? What a man! He is challenging the great clan elder for his woman. What's his name? His woman is so lucky. He does not know what death is, but he'll know it very soon. Anyways, he won't be living for much long. The disciples around them from all sects started discussing. They either gasped, complimented, exclaimed in awe, or despised him. There were all sorts of emotions spewing out. A rebellion. A rebellion. A rebellion. Are you sure you want a battle against me? The great clan elder face was fuming red, his mustache trembled. His sunset hue's eyes was instantly painted with an intention to kill. As he clenched his teeth, he enunciated, "Good. Since you're challenging authority with me, then I'll show it to you." The great clan elder bellowed. Without caring for anything else, he made a move. At this time, if he did not kill Su Yun, how could he save his face? Moreover, he had wanted to kill Su Yun anyway. This was a good opportunity for him to kill the person who murdered his son. "Just come on, you think I'm scared of you?" Su Yun was completely furious. The sprite's shadow and the heavenly crystal were all waiting to make a move. At worst, he would have killed this old dude and bring Ching-er to flee with him. Maybe it was a little too hasty, there was no time for preparation. But in such tense situations, he could not care less. "Wait, great clan elder. Please stop, if there's anything, we can always talk." In a split second, a silhouette emerged from the side and stopped in between the two of them. Seeing the incoming person, it was the second clan elder, Su Tai. Even Su Shilong ran over hastily. "What are you both doing? Get away!" The great clan elder roared. "Great clan elder, Miss Ching-er is brought up by the patriarch. It's also the patriarch's intention to let her attend this meeting of heroes. That you can't hurt her or else you can't answer to the main house," Su Tai said carefully. When the great clan elder heard him, his face changed slightly. Moaning, "Then how do you think we should settle this? Don't tell me you want me to tolerate these two outrageous disciples?" "Well, of course not. Whether it is Su Yun or Ching-er, they both have sins, but they are also both contestants for this competition. They are representing our Sioux family. There will be extreme battles waiting for them later. If you injure them now, then they can't obtain good results during the competition. If the main house is trying to find faults, then that spells trouble. Why not wait for the competition to end first, and when we get back to the Sioux family, then we can settle this. How about that? Su Tai suggested with tactfulness, but everyone could hear his underlying motives. If the great clan elder punished these two now, they would be at disadvantage during the competition. When he got back, he might be blamed by the patriarch. In the end, he would be losing out, as it was him who caused the Sioux family not being able to obtain good results. As to why Su Tai stood up, the reason was also very simple. The great clan elder simply wanted to kill Su Yun. But if he died, then who else was he going to ask for an antidote? After listening to their suggestions, his face was red then white. He did not know how to put this matter to an end. Then, he waved and said in a low voice, "Since that's the case, then you shall settle this for me. Given good answer to our friends from Sun Stellar Mountain." "Yes, great clan elder." Su Tai bent his back and bowed. Following that, he walked towards Chao Chong Shan. "Clan elder Chao, the matter regarding your disciple Chen Manhu, the one who will take responsibility will definitely be my Sioux family, but as young people loves to fight, they are all hot-blooded, and it is very common, and the matter is irreversible. The only thing we can do is to compensate you. My Sioux family is willing to donate the spirit medicine, and personally administer the treatment for Chen Manhu's recuperation, and furthermore we would like to offer some treasure to Stellar Sun Mountain as tribute, and hope that clan elder Chao will be magnanimous, and to look over this matter. I, Su Tai, offer my apologies and am making amends to you, clan elder Chao." Finished, Su Tai bent and bowed down. Receiving the apology, the opposing party all started to talk in soft voices, and Chao Chong Shan's face became slightly better. "Then I shall not make things difficult for your Sioux family. How Chen Manhu was like previously, you all have better bring him to that exact same state, and that tribute? My Stellar Sun Mountain is not some greedy sect, you all better watch yourself." "Humph." Saying that, Chao Chong Shan swung his sleeves, turned and brought his disciples away. At long last, did the episode come to an end? Did the Sioux family disciples finally exhale their breaths? Wasn't it better if the great clan elder did that earlier? Stupid, can't you see? The great clan elder cannot lose his face, that's why he used young Miss Ching Er to shoulder the blame. The second clan elder is different, he is very slick and sly. Both elders' way of doing things are very different. And, that is true, but coming back to it, Su Yun sure have big balls. It looks like when we return to the Sioux family, he will be subjected to punishments. He doesn't even know he is standing at the death's door. The surrounding chatters were all soft and quiet as they discussed about the event. The great clan elder coldly gazed at all the disciples, and all of them immediately kept quiet. No one dared to make a sound. Su Yun stared at the great clan elder for a while. After that he sat beside Ching Er, and did not care about him anymore. "We are leaving straight after the opening of the Meeting of Heroes." Su Yun looked at Ching Er seriously and said, "So fast?" Ching Er was stunned. "If not for a few inconveniences, I would have already planned to flee right now." Su Yun exhaled, and said indifferently, "If we continue to stay in the Sioux family, the matter will become even worse. Ching Er, go through the competition casually, don't be too serious." N. Ching Er nodded her head slightly, and lightly replied, "Dawn. Dawn. Dawn. Dawn." At this time, repeated low bell sounds came from far away. Everyone heard the sounds, and started to see a sight to behold. In the faraway horizon, there was a gigantic dragon boat, floating in the air, slowly flying towards them. The dragon boat had 9,981 spiritual arrays appearing at the bottom as support. The surface layer of the boat seemed to be completely filled with bright and resplendent gem crystals. The entire thing looked like a long colorful dragon, splendid and dazzling to the eyes. "That's the Rainbow Dragon Boat from the Congregative Treasures sect. People from the Congregative Treasures sect are coming. Someone waved. People from the Congregative Treasures sect? Su Yun gazed up. If they were here, it means that the competition begins. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147. 100 Swords Soar, Part 2. The Rainbow Dragon boat slowly proceeded forward. On the both sides of the ship, 100 drummers beat on their drums with all their might, the beats overflowing and filling the entire sky. One flag after another waving along with the wind. On the flags was a huge golden imprint of the word. At the front of the dragon boat, 100 people dressed in jade-colored long gowns, their hair in coils, an entire body dressed in flickering golden and silver treasures, all standing straight together. In front of them was a middle-aged man seated on a wheelchair with long sideburns. Both of his legs were not moving, and as if they could not be straight, one of his hand held a feathered fan, another hand held a cup of spiritual tea, smiling and gazing outwards. The scene was very majestic. This was the real Congregative Treasures sect. Just the dragon boat itself was a priceless treasure. All the decorations on top, all the arrays, was definitely worth a heavy price as well. The people from the Congregative Treasures sect were a group of treasure lovers. They did not seek cultivation, did not seek power, did not seek position. As for money, that was not needed, they already had so much. The people from Congregative Treasures sect were widely known to collect treasures from the whole world. Their wealth was so attractive that people would drool just thinking about it, and to prevent any disaster, the Congregative Treasures sect would always gather on this huge dragon boat, where it would hover overhead in the sky, its whereabouts indefinite. Other than the meeting of heroes, no one could ever find them. As the big boat got closer, it hid the proud sun, and the entire Wuju Shuang Peak was covered in a dark shadow. The boat came even closer. Su 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 su. Numerous shadows flew out from the dragon boat, and directly flew to the center of Wushuangju Peak. The people from Congregative Treasures sect had arrived. Woo! Just then, a melodious bugle horn sounded out from the summit entrance. It was deep and low and extremely oppressive, like a dragon roar. Hearing that, many of the sect people hurriedly walked out from the big array, and gazed towards the summit entrance. The road up to the summit entrance. It was constantly flickering with golden light, like gods descending down, causing people to wow in surprise. They then saw one after another of men and women dressed in golden long gowns entering the Wushuangju Peak. All of them were handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies. Every single one of them had thick and vast profound spirit chi, as if it was a vast ocean, like an endless sky. They were dressed to the nines, entire body flickering with gold light. Even the treasures on them were full of gold color and luster. Every single one of them had a golden plate at their waist. On it was a golden dragon print. In the middle of the crowd, there was a gigantic golden glazed tile sedan chair floating in the air, and a huge and wide-statured person, dressed in a golden gown robe, sat in it. His sight was upright, eyebrows solemn, looked serious and powerful. His entire body was covered in a grandeur that could compare to the work of God. It was extremely tyrannic. People from the Long Ao nation has arrived. Someone shouted loudly. That should be Long Ao Tian? What? The Marquis of Long Ao Nation, Long Ao Tian? Why is he here? Why did the Long Ao Nation send him here? Long Ao Nation total power in the southern continent could be considered the number 1 or number 2, and have gotten who knows how many times of first place in the meeting of heroes. Never did I expect that they would even send Long Ao Tian this time. It seems like they are trying to set a record. If it's like that, if I want to achieve first place, and receive the treasures from the Congregative Treasures sect, it'll be difficult. A pair of eyes gazed complicatedly at the incoming golden and splendid godlike convoy. Everyone's heart were filled with helplessness. Long Ao Nation's power, the strongest of the southern continent, with paramount supremacy, no one dared to fight them. Shwa shwa shwa. Just as the Long Ao Nation was entering the field, the air was suddenly filled with a large amount of shadows. All of them were wearing robes, carrying swords behind them. their style was plain and simple as they stepped on the air as they approached. Swallowing Heaven's sect. The other powerhouse that is as strong as Long Ao Nation, the Swallowing Heaven's sect? They are here too. Is this their famous sect skill traverse of 1,000 miles? Traveling in the sky, one step is 1,000 miles. Not bad. Do not just see that the Swallowing Heaven sect are all Tao warriors, they are actually the biggest competitor against the Long Ao Nation. In all the previous meetings, the three contenders of the top three top powers were Long Ao Nation, Swallowing Heaven sect and Profound Sky sect, while the promising sects that could break into the top three were Immortal Sword sect and Exuding Fire sect. But Immortal Sword sect would always be defeated by the Swallowing Heaven sect in the past. I wonder if this year will be the same, where they will suffer in defeat. One of the small sect clan elder told his disciples. The disciples all nodded their heads in surprise. For the first time, everyone was excited to participate in the competition. Suffer in defeat? Is that so difficult? The Immortal Sword sect will be champion in this year's meeting of heroes. Everyone will know of us. A confident and loud voice echoed throughout the area, causing everyone's heart to shiver. Everyone gazed up, to see a few colorful rays flying out from the horizon, and a few ladies dressed in Blademaster clothes stepping on their long swords flying towards everyone. They were graceful and confident, looking at them caused people's eye to have a hint of desire. The person in the lead was the great clan elder of the Immortal Sword sect, with the looks of about 40 to 50 years in age, but in truth her real age was even older, dressed in green jade robes, looking very solemn, a red dot in between her eyebrows, the chi around her body constantly revolving. Beside her was two beautiful ladies. Everyone looked left. She was a beautiful and young lady, her expression was very solemn, her brown eyes was unable to conceal the blazing competitiveness inside. High in the eye on her sword, her gaze swept on every single person on Wushuangju Peak, the battle intent in her eyes growing stronger and stronger. While beside this beautiful lady was a lady that was prettier. She was pure white, with long black hair, flowing along with the wind. Her features were very delicate, skin as white as snow. Her body disposition was exquisite and elegant, like an angel from heavens, attracting everyone's gaze. No one could take their eyes off her. Her expression was indifferent, looking at everyone with her gem-like eyes, her pure white neck moving slightly, as though she was looking for something. Finally, the angel's gaze landed on a person dressed in white robes at the back of the group, her captivating lips moving slightly, and very quickly again moving away. Her line of sight drooped away, and did not look at them anymore. Third elder, what's wrong with you? Bai Yen Shan, who was beside her, asked curiously. Nothing. Long Xianli said indifferently. A few of the Immortal Sword sect disciples found their seats, and began seating down. With that, the entire place became more quiet. Shin Hong's solemn expression swept around everyone, and realized that most of the male disciples of the sects were standing there gazing blankly, their eyes all stuck onto Long Xianli's body. He immediately snorted, and directly broke the atmosphere. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. After quivering, they hurriedly got back their senses, and kept their gaze. He. The disciples of the Immortal Sword sect all could not help but laugh. It was not their first time seeing Elder Long. As a result, they were not as bad. They could keep themselves in check, as whoever who saw her would be instantly attracted, and their hearts would be stolen by her looks. This kind of situation, Long Xianli was already used to it, and did not find it weird. She just sat in her own seat, closed her eyes, lightly revolved her chi, and ignored her surroundings as if she was cut off from the rest of the world. Seeing her cold demeanor, everyone's gaze started to turn back to the young lady in the yellow Blademaster outfit. One older and one younger beauty, both had their own implicit charm. It was sure that the beauties from the Immortal Sword sect thrashed the females of the other sects. Profound Sky sect has arrived. Just as everyone's eyes were stolen by the two elders from Immortal Sword sect, a loud voice shook the entire Wushuangju Peak. Su Yin, who was at the back of the Su family, heart thumped faster upon hearing it. His eyes had a trace of evil contained within. He raised his head, and looked towards the summit entrance. At the summit entrance, entered 30-odd figures. All of them were dressed in black robes with white outlines. All of them looked apathetic, their chi was concealed, and people were unable to tell their depth. They did not have the flamboyancy of Congregative Treasures sect, the oppressiveness of the Long Ao nation, the free and easy spirit of the Swallowing Heavens sect, the strict and powerful vibe of the Immortal Sword sect. But what they have was simply one word: confidence. Yes. The people from the Profound Sky sect was only 30+ people. Small sects could not possibly send such self-confident people, but they actually had them. It was so obvious that the Profound Sky sect had utmost confidence in their own power. In their eyes, this group of people was enough to obtain the championship in the meeting of heroes that was held once every 3 years. The people from Profound Sky sect chose an area for them to stop to rest alone by themselves. Without sending a disciple prior to find it for them, but as it was not too late, one of them took out some sort of treasure, placed it on the ground, and a big array suddenly came out. Su-Yun's gaze was always on the people of Profound Sky sect. Tian-Shi. 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 Not here. Even at this time they were sending out those useless heroes? Su-Yun's eyes moved swiftly, his mind deep in thoughts. Young master, what's wrong with you? Xing'er turned her head and looked at Su-Yun's puzzled face. Oh. Nothing. All the strongest sects had arrived, and the Congregative Treasures sect was also present. That meant that the meet would officially begin. After everyone was seated, the master of the Congregative Treasures sect, who was seated on a wheelchair, lifted up his hand towards the golden bright ring of his finger and rubbed it. The ring released a bright light aura, enveloping both his hands. He suddenly waved his hand, and 2 circles of jade light flew out from his palms. The balls of light rose into the sky, floating upwards. The Congregative Treasures sect master quickly made hand gestures, using high speed of hand arts, quickly forming 2 chi rays, sealing the 2 jade rays in the sky. After that, someone spoke. Ladies and gentlemen. A triennial event, at Wushuangju Peak, the meeting of heroes, everyone has come together for a competition of masteries and the championship. Today, it is my southern continent's most prestigious Wushuangju meeting of heroes. Today, it is also the time for the sects and families around the southern continent to exchange and spar. I am the God Treasure King. I represent the Congregative Treasures sect to sponsor 2 of my sect's treasures, to act as the prize for the winner. Whichever sects can achieve the first or second place, will be entitled to obtain the treasures. God Treasure King said with a smile on his face, let me introduce the 2 peerless and absolute treasures above treasures, a star-level treasure. A very rare treasure indeed. A treasure that is close to star level. Everyone gasped, their blood all started to boil. Although they could guess that the 2 treasures were very powerful, nobody expected that the 2 treasures would actually be ranked at the star level. On the left is the treasure called Big Dipper. It is a deity sacred sage life treasure. It can relaxingly absorb any kind of attack, and contain the attack inside the treasure. When prompted, it can then release the attack stored previously, entirely onto the attacker. Maybe all these might not be enough, but everyone please do not be anxious, it still has another powerful use, which is something that cannot be overlooked. As long as the user wears it, the user will experience the treasure's inner celestial cleansing power, resulting in an increase in eye power that cannot be overlooked. Regardless of what mystical technique or array formation or concocting pills, that will help a lot. Cannot be overlooked? A protective treasure that can even improve the user's body? With these words, all around discussions erupted. There was surprise, envy, hope, all sorts of words coming out. Without saying, it was really a powerful treasure. To possess it, even if the user were to meet someone much stronger than him, he could still had a chance to fight. The God Treasure King laughed as he looked at the audience's surprise. His face expressed happiness, and he shouted loudly. This Big Dipper is just the second prize bestowed to the second most elite. Everyone please hold your surprise, and watch for the number 1 treasure. The God Treasure King waved his hand, and the treasure floating in the sky vibrated, and flew out. It was a rainbow crystal emitting and flickering with light. It was roughly the size of an eyeball, with the sunlight shining on it making it very beautiful and nice to look at. What is that? I can't feel any chi from it. And I do not know what rank item it is. Listen up, all of the masters of the sects, these two treasures are both high-ranked, and must be achieved. Also, this one can be considered even more priceless. All the sect people all turned up their ears. The God Treasure King started. This treasure is called Monarchical Force. It is a treasure for enhancement. Its capabilities is not complicated. As long as it is tempered in the heart, the user can utilize profound spirit chi with all 5 types of spirit chi attributes power. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. That also means, once the user wears it, he can utilize True Divine Spirit Chi, Scarlet Star Spirit Chi, Frigid Aqua Spirit Chi, Swift Wind Spirit Chi and Spirit Life Chi, simultaneously holding the power of the 5 elements. The voices subsided, and the whole field became quiet. It was so silent that it was eerie, as though if a needle dropped, the entire field could hear it. Everyone was stunned. Not just the disciples, even the elders, were completely astonished. In that moment, no one was in a right state of mind. Get it? You must definitely it. Su Yun. It is meant for you. The days after these will not be so easy. Get it? You must get it. In a flash, the Sword Elders exhausted his throat as he exploded out from the limitless sword art manual, shaking Su Yun. Su Yun looked up into the sky, at the bright gem, his mouth muttering, Monarch Occult Force. All right. Seeing everyone being shaken, the God Treasure King was lazy to beat around the bush. With a wave of his hand, the Monarch Occult Force moved to its original position by itself. The God Treasure King shouted. The meeting of heroes will now begin. Will all sects take turns to come up to battle? I will evaluate all battles that will be set. The weak will be eaten, the winner will be king. Who will have the last laugh? Who will these treasures belong to? Hearing that caused everyone to be awoken from their stupor. Instantly, the burning desire for battle appeared in all the sect people's eyes. One of the expert of a sect did not waste any time. Instead, he immediately stood up, and jumped to the middle of the huge array, bowed with a cupped fist, and said, Color Rock Sect Chosen Disciple Zheng Ban Bao, I am here to receive the teachings from my seniors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148. 100 Sword Soars, Part 3. Even the small Colored Rock sect dares to come up to fight? With that being said, a disciple from Smoky Wind Valley jumped into the battle array, and started fighting with Zheng Ban Bao. Both of their cultivations were not high, at the second stage of the Spirit Core, but they were both chosen to come up to Wushuangju Peak to fight. How could they be classified as normal disciples? Seeing the two of them do a few bouts of exchanges, their profound spirit chi covering their bodies, and they started to crazily explode out to kill each other. Different mystical techniques were exquisitely performed and were combined together to attack. The fight was intense and in full swing, widening the spectators' view, all of them applauding and cheering. All the disciples in the previous years were not as outstanding as this year's, and this is just using up the normal disciples. I wonder at the end of the competition, how exciting it would be. The master of the Congregative Treasures sect watched the two figures fighting it out in the array, and nodded his head. Their power are certainly not bad, but their styles are excessively just for show. There are many loopholes. My Long AO nation can randomly choose someone and win against them in 5 breaths of time. Without waiting for the Congregative Treasures sect to speak, a thick and deep voice sounded out from behind. The God Treasure King turned behind to look, to see the resting point of Long AO Nation. The Prince of Long AO Nation, Long AO Tian, sitting up drinking spiritual tea, said that while laughing. When the elders of the Colored Rock sect in the Smoky Wind Valley heard that, their faces became ugly, but they did not say anything. In terms of power, these two sects together were not strong enough to be the opponent of Long AO Nation. But they were merely just junior disciples. When the elite disciples take the stage later, that would be the more significant fights. Even if their power was inferior, but to the disciples discussing about power, they believed the disciples on stage were very powerful. The meeting of heroes on Wushuangju was actually a fight where the winner stays in, while the loser gets exchanged out. The disciples with lousier cultivation base and power would take the stage first, to exhaust the other sect's disciples' power, until the elite disciples have to be on stage, then they would continue exhausting their power, to aid their own elite disciples and give them an advantage, to create the circumstance where they can be the winner. The more people the sect sent, the more power they had, as the meeting of heroes did not limit the number of people each sect could bring, but it had always been the bigger stakeholders winning, although people would look down on them, but everyone had to seize every opportunity they could. Who could care for bullying? Pang! Just then, a smothered sound from the battle array sounded out. Everyone immediately turned to look, and saw a figure flying out of the array, fiercely dropping onto the ground, spat out a few mouths of blood, and just as he tried to stand up, he dropped and fainted. Winner, Smoky Wind Valley. The God Treasure King stood up and said, "Yeah." The disciples of the Smoky Wind Valley stood up one after another, and excitedly shouted. The elders were all relieved, and laughed. But the people from Colored Rock sect, their faces turned black, while two disciples ran out from their rest area, and retrieved the person who fainted. There was a rule to go up on stage. If one sect lost, they had to wait 2 rounds before they could continue sending out a disciple up to fight. If 2 sects sent out their disciples at the same time, then that would start a 3-way brawl, but this did not happen much, although it was still fighting, but by showing consideration to the fighters of the other sects was the way they abided in. Of course, there were those special circumstances, like if after 2 disciples from the first-rate sects fought, other sects who were scared of them would not send anyone up to fight, so the sect that just lost could once again send another disciple up for another challenge. Cling. The sound of a sword hiss sounded out, and a splendid-looking sharp-flying sword pierced into the fighting array. Everyone was shocked, and when they turned to see where it came from, a man dressed in expensive Blademaster outfit gracefully landed on the sword hilt, graceful like a goose feather. It was a disciple from the Immortal Sword sect. This senior brother, I seek for your advice. The disciple from Immortal Sword sect smiled, cupped his hands and said. The Smoky Wind Valley disciple's face turned fierce, and replied, watch out. The 2 of them started fighting. Everyone's gaze was fixed onto the attractive fight that was going on. Moves after moves to kill, mystical techniques were casted one after another, as more and more started to emerge. A few people who were confident in their own power started to become more excited. If they were on stage now, could they win against them? At the Su family area. Su Qing-er. The great clan elder's eyes was on the battle, as he called out deeply. When Qing-er heard him, she wanted to go over, but Su-yan held her back. Relax, young master, everything is fine. Su Qing-er's dainty smile, lightly called out in return, and released Su-yan's hand and walked over. Su-yan's eyes swept towards the great clan elder, and saw the second clan elder looking straight at him, made a few meaningful eye signals to let him see. The second clan elder and Su Shilon's lives were in Su-yan's hands. How could they dare to disobey him? They nodded instantly. Elder, what instructions do you have? Qing-er bowed and asked. Get prepared, you will be going up in a while. The great clan elder said coldly. What? When he said that, Qing-er was stupefied. Not only her, even the surrounding disciples were surprised, as though they heard wrongly. This great clan elder, Qing-er is our Su family's seeded player. She will be left for the last few matches. How? How can we send her up straight away at the start? Don't we have many seeded players? The great clan elder said indifferently, there's Bai Shan, He Shui, Bai Guang, He Dian, the 4 of them are sufficient. Therefore, Qing-er will go up first, and raise the prestige of our Su family. This. Qing-er felt troubled. What? You want to disobey my orders? The great clan elder's face changed, and said. Qing-er's face changed, as she hurriedly replied, Qing-er do not dare. Then that's good. The great clan elder turned and looked at her, saying coldly, go and prepare to go up. The Smoky Wind Valley disciple will be defeated very soon. Yes, Xing'er nodded her head, not saying anything else. She went to the side, sat down cross-legged, and began warming up her body. Su Yun's eyes was harboring an intense and exceptionally strong grudge, but in the end he did not make a sound. He could only be patient at this time. "You're Su Yun, right?" Just at this time, a voice asked. Su Yun turned to look, only to see a vaguely familiar face in front of him. He was roughly 20 years old, donning on the Su family plate. To be able to come here, he must be one of the experts of the inner sect. "Who are you?" Su Yun asked. "Su Xiao," he said softly. "Su Xiao?" Su Yun's brain rummaged through a few memories, and there was an impression of him. "I have seen this person some time ago while training at the Martial Bone Mountain. Do you need anything?" He turned and asked. "Su Yun, this sword sheath on your back. What is it for?" Su Xiao gazed at the sword sheath, his eyes had a look of confusion, and asked. Su Yun heard his question, his heart suddenly became alarmed, looked at him and said, "What is the use of a sword sheath?" "It's to be used with a sword, what's up?" "Oh. Nothing much, I just felt that this sword sheath is good looking." Su Xiao expressed a smile, his pale face still showing a bit of confusion. The current Su Xiao was thinner and frail than compared to before, his hair was past his shoulders, which covered up half of his entire face, which was exceptionally pale, no longer the attractive and intelligent look he once had. Seems like the previous incident caused him to suffer a huge setback. The surprising thing was, he was an outer sect disciple that quickly rushed his way into the inner sect, and was considered part of the elite disciples. Seeing that Su Xiao was not going to speak further, Su Yun turned back, and continued watching the fights in the array. When he shifted his view, he felt a cold gaze from the Immortal Sword Sect area. There was a person secretly looking over, and when Su Yun looked over, she quickly closed her eyes, her expression remaining tranquil and calm, but her long slender jade fingers on her knees were shaking nervously. "This woman, what is she looking at me for?" Su Yun was very baffled. "Poochie." Just then, the sound of flesh being cut open could be heard. The disciple of Smoky Wind Valley was chopped straight through, and his blood flowed everywhere. "Loser, Smoky Wind Valley." Xing'er looked at the great clan elder, but he did not say anything, and so she did not do anything. So, a figure flew out from Long Ao Nation. Compared to the other sects, the people from Long Ao Nation was already causing a stir. Having a good fight was the nature of theirs, so there were many rumors spread that they were the southern continent's strongest hidden danger. When the representative from Long Ao Nation arrived on stage, without saying anything, the fight immediately begun. Seeing him moving like a beast, without even releasing his treasure, he directly got close to the disciple from Immortal Sword Sect, threw 3 punches out, exploding on the sword body. In a moment the explosion caused the disciple to retreat. He was caught in a disarray, and put in a disadvantaged position already. It was only 3 breaths of time. The 4th breath. At this time, the prince of Long Ao Nation, Long Ao Tian, suddenly said. When the representative of Long Ao Nation heard that, his body suddenly erupted out, his speed became so fast, he suddenly appeared in front of the Immortal Sword Sect disciple, and directly kicked him out. Pang! The Immortal Sword Sect disciple was thrown out of the fighting array. It really took them 5 breaths of time to defeat the opponent. Victory, Long Ao Nation. Hua la! An expert from Swallowing Heaven's sect entered the stage. Everyone became very focused. No one expected that very quickly the 2 first-rate sects would send people to fight. Long Ao Nation people and the Swallowing Heaven sect people disliked each other, instantly using all of their strengths, the entire ground being shaken because of them. If not for the array that could help weaken the damage to the floor, definitely for sure, the entire Wushuangju Peak would be destroyed by these experts from the various sects. The 2 sects started fighting without end, but the Swallowing Heaven sect used all their strength to gather more insider information, which proved to be helpful, as in this first match, they obtained victory against the Long Ao Nation. Seeing that, Long Ao Tian frowned, but did not say a word. After two small sects sent up their disciples and lost, he once again sent an expert to go up to fight. The meeting of heroes was exceptionally intense. Suyun stared at the great clan elder, his heart feeling very uneasy. Didn't he plan to send Ching-Er up? Why is he still holding back? All of the other sects were not sending their disciples out, as they were all watching. But if they did not send out anyone in the long run, they would be looked down upon by the other sects. Finally, after a lengthy while, the disciples from Swallowing Heaven sect and Long Ao Nation began to become impatient after fighting for about 5 bouts. A golden ray of light swept across, a dragon roar rose abruptly filling the entire mountaintop, and landed in the fighting array. A golden flower appeared in everyone's eyes. They were not able to see clearly, but could see someone landing inside the array. Long Ao Nation disciple. Please advise. When he said that, the disciple from Long Ao Nation instantly attacked. Without a trace of holding back. Without a trace of hesitation. Without a trace of leniency. Long Ao Nation's tyrannical chi directly erupted, all of the profound spirit chi enveloping the disciple from the Swallowing Heaven sect tightly. His entire being was being oppressed. He wanted to revolve his chi for battle, but surprisingly realized his own profound spirit chi was being directly suppressed by the opponent's chi, difficult to revolve. Dong! A burst of sounds resonated out. Only to see the disciple from Swallowing Heaven sect was directly punched into the air by the opponent, the whole body smashing into the ground, which caused the entire ground to break, and all the dust and sand flew out. The chi wave from the punch erupted out as powerful as a whirlwind which swept in all directions, like the effect of a bomb. Whether or not the disciple from Swallowing Heaven sect was alive or dead, no one knew. So, the disciple had no time to even draw a breath. So strong. Everyone could only think of that. This was definitely a seated player of Long Ao Nation. Ching-Er. At this time, the great clan elder shouted out. Ching-Er looked distracted, as she raised her eyebrows to look. Enter the stage. His voice shouted out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149. 100 Swords Soaring, Part 4. Suyun finally understood. Previously the opponents were too weak. If Ching-Er were to fight them, it would be too easy, but now it was different. The opponent was not only strong, but fierce. The great clan elder had actually chose a strong and fierce opponent for Ching-Er. Was his intention to take revenge on her? This old bastard. Suyun scolded secretly. What's up? Just then, the sword elder's voice suddenly came out. Senior, why are you out? Ha, such an interesting meet, how can I miss it? I feel many strong chi, so I came out. AI, what were you scolding about just now? The sword elder asked, so Suyun told him everything. Upon listening, he became quiet. After a while he shook his head and laughed bitterly. As a great clan elder, his mind is so narrow-minded. For your Su family to be able to hold on until now, I can say that you're powerful. As the head, you must first have the capacity to be far-sighted, but this great clan elder is so focused on vengeance, that's such a failure. I don't care how narrow-minded he is, as long as Ching-Er can safely leave this place. She is the only kin I have left in this world. She's everything that I have, so I hope that she can be peaceful and happy. If she were to be injured, even if I have to sacrifice everything, I will kill him. Suyun said softly, his voice slowly revealing the devil in him. You. The sword elder laughed bitterly. Is that worth it? What can be more worth? He did not care about authority, or power, and even power. If not for Ching-Er, why did he train with all his might? Hua! Ching-Er, wielding the Cloud River sword, entered the fighting array. A luster of glossy array barrier covered her entire body. Everyone's line of sight gathered at the body of the young and delicate lady. Donning a clean set of Blademaster cloth, a delicate face, autumn-colored eyes, hair jet black as ink, her skin was so white that it looked like she had dabbed makeup on her entire body, her appearance was lovable, and it was very difficult to imagine that this wonderful person was Su family's seeded player. Was she really the expert the patriarch had delicately groomed? All the people from the different sects felt puzzled. Xing Er wielded her sword with one hand, slowly walking forward one step at a time. Her pair of jewel-like pupils lightly gazing at the Long Ao nation's representative, who was covered in an overbearing chi over his golden robes, sword in hand. He had a cold intent. "Please advise me," she gently said. But this phrase was like a button for a bomb. The bomb was the opponent. Once she said that, the man in the golden robe moved, forming an insane golden wind, fiercely pressuring her. This person did not have a shred of mercy. Both his hands released golden light. It was actually his treasure, golden gloves. Ho! It was mysterious and inexorable, just like a godly dragon roar. His solemn face had golden lines appearing on it, like a mystical dragon spiraling around his face. Hua! The energetic and strong gale blew over. Everyone watched with attention in their hearts, holding their breaths, so much that their hands were covering their mouths. They did not dare to witness such an attack. But in the time of the electric light appearing, a biting cold light flew out. It was like a meteor in the night sky. It shone and disappeared. The spectators almost missed to catch the sword image, and saw a ray of profound spirit chi suddenly bursting forth. It was soundless, fast yet graceful. Only to see the girl sheathing her sword, the profound spirit chi dissipated, and everything gradually vanished along with the sword. All the movements were completed in one breath of time. The overbearing representative from Long Ao nation body suddenly pulled out and stopped there. Everyone was stunned. The entire place was quiet. There was no dragon sound, no sword sound. Everything disappeared and returned to the silence prior to the fight. Just then, they saw the chi on the person crumble, like a mountain collapsing, and fell down. People who were sharp and attentive to look could see that his shoulders had a long sword cut. The sword cuts were very accurate. It was not fatal, yet had cut his chi meridians, leaving all the profound spirit chi in his body to leak out, and interrupting his chi flow, cutting off his mystical techniques. Xing Er swayed slightly sideways. Plop! The person from Long Ao nation immediately dropped onto the floor. All of skin suddenly split open, as a huge amount of blood flowed out. He was immediately inflicted with serious damage. Silence. It was exceptionally quiet. Quiet to the point of disbelief. All of the clan elders stared tightly, and gazed at the lady sheathing her sword lightly, that absolutely clean person, all of them having different thoughts. All the disciples were dumbfounded, their eyes were as big as a cow, all of them staring at her. One move. The entire fight was only one move. 2 actions. That was an expert from the Long Ao nation. He was actually defeated just like that. Was that possible? Is that an expert from the Su family? Long Ao Tian stood up, aggressiveness manifested between his eyebrows, and he said, "Zhang Ming. Get ready." "Yes, Prince." One participant standing at the side immediately went out to prepare. The immortal sword sect sighed. "Yen Shan. Disciple is here. Go and get ready. When she has been depleted, you will go up." "Yes. Teacher." Wu Shuangju Peak was in an uproar because of that fight. Discussion were held without restraint, buzzing and talking sounds coming from everywhere. The Su family was already celebrating. After fighting for so long, and after a few disciples going up to fight, Xing Er was the first one to gain victory, and it was a complete victory of only one move. How could they not be excited? Although she has not reached the spirit soul disciple stage, her sword arts have already reached the highest state. She is very natural, like flowing water. From today on, she is not a normal existence. The God Treasure King nodded his head. His face was full of a satisfying smile, and he stood up and shouted, "Victory, Su family!" When he said that, the celebrations became louder. "Then let me come and seek advice from this sword arts." Very quickly, another person jumped into the battle array. Everyone turned to look. He was an elite from the Exuding Fire sect. His strength had already reached the 6th stage of the Spirit Core disciple, while Chang'er's cultivation level was still unknown, which might be hidden by some treasure that could hide cultivation. As the expert groomed by the Patriarch, she had to hide her cultivation level, so that no one could casually do research on her, if not anyone could easily counter her. Please advise me. Chang'er bowed, her lovable face was filled with unswerving determination, as she stared at her opponent, and released her sword and flew over. The surrounding chi became dense. The steps steadily got faster. The sword tip was sharp and accurate. Her sword was raised to the same height of her eyes. Wherever she looked, her sword pointed. Her attack stance was perfect. Her defense did not have any loopholes. Seeing this, Su Dongfang's eyes immediately grew an intense desire. This woman, why is she so dead set on following trash like Su Yun? Su Dongfang clenched his teeth and hands while thinking. After 10 exchanges, the lady in the battle array was still standing straight with sword in hand. On the floor, there was a disciple from the Exuding Fire select. A disciple from the 3 items deity palace was also on the floor, fainted, with their entire body filled with sword cuts. His long spear was also lying on the floor. From the opponent's point of view, Chang'er did not have a trace of disadvantage even after facing so many opponents. Victory! Everyone did not dare believe it. Single-handedly defeating the different sects' famous experts. All the clan elders could not sit still. No one could have thought that a lady from the Su family would be so strong. Haha, I didn't expect your little maidservant is so strong. That's sword arts. Kakik, common people would bitterly train for at least 10 over years to achieve that. The sword elder complimented. But she had only trained for a few years only. Su Yun's face expressed a smile. I did not expect Chang'er to be so powerful. Seems like I worried for her for nothing. Strong is still strong. The other sects are holding their aces. She has continued battling for a few rounds, and have consumed too much physical strength. Let her continue. She will lose eventually. Lose then lose. It's fine, I do not wish for her to fight with all her might. Whatever the Su family gets is not my business. Chang'er clumsily held her sword. She was panting heavily. After fighting for consecutive rounds, she had consumed too much physical strength, and it was obvious she was unable to continue. Yan Shan! Just then, a voice shouted, which resonated the entire peak. Only to see at the Immortal Sword Sect area, a female with a similar age to Chang'er walked out. Her gaze was intense, in her eyes was a fiery blaze. Staring tightly at Chang'er, one step at a time, she walked forward. In her hands was a sword, which was shivering. Below the stage, Bai Yan Shan was watching Chang'er's every move and action. Previously there was an agreement made. There will one day be a battle between them, and today was the day that the agreement will come to fruition. Younger apprentice sister Bai has gone up stage. Yan Shan? Older apprentice sister Bai, all the best. Younger apprentice sister Bai, you must win. The disciples from the Immortal Sword sect were in an uproar. All of them stood up and started shouting. Just then, Bai Yan Shan had already entered the array. Seeing Chang'er panting, she did not make a move. I will give you some time to let you recover. You can have some chi recovery pills, and then fight with me. Bai Yan Shan said coldly. The fighting intent in her heart was so thick, she yearned for battle, and yearned even more to cross swords with a strong martial artist. No need. You can show your hand anytime, Chang'er said after taking a deep breath. Oh? Bai Yan Shan frowned lightly. After thinking for a while, she asked, You do not wish to fight me? Chang'er did not say anything, as she slowed her breath and lifted up her sword, in a prepared stance. She had already defeated over 10 experts from the different sects, and had already spent all her power to compete with Bai Yan Shan now. There was no chance for her to win. What was the point of persevering? Also, she had agreed to Su Yun to fight casually. There is no need to account to the Su family. Just that. Chang'er was someone who was rational and fair. but in Bai Yan-shan's eyes, she was thinking that Qing Er saw her as a nobody and was insulting and provoking her. "I'm not worthy of you?" Bai Yan-shan frowned her long and shapely eyebrows, fire spewing out of her eyes. Without saying a word she rushed forward, the tip of her sword was eerie and overbearing. "Have you forgotten about the agreement from the last time? Today, no matter what, we shall see who is stronger," she shouted. Her sword tip was aimed to kill. She was aiming for vital parts, without the intention of being lenient. If Qing Er did not defend, she would die. Everyone's heart clenched. They did not think that Bai Yan-shan, who was calm on the exterior, was actually so ruthless. Su Yun stared seriously at the fight, his heart wishing that Qing Er could leave the battle as soon as possible. "Su Yun!" Just then, a voice sounded out. Su Yun raised his head, looked out, and realized it was the great clan elder's voice. "Disciple is here." His heart tightened, as he controlled his anger and walked over. "Get ready," the great clan elder said coldly. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 150. 100 Swords Soar, Part 5. Hearing the great clan elder's words, the people from the Su family all turned their gaze to Su Yun's body. Su Tai's heart was afraid that when Su Yun dies no one would give him the antidote. After thinking for a while, he walked over. "Great clan elder, this is not appropriate. Bai Yan-shan is the directly handed-down disciple of the great clan elder of the Immortal Sword sect. Her cultivation is of a profound mystery, and her entire body is filled with top-grade treasures of the Immortal Sword sect. Her power is very strong. Su Yun is just an outer sect disciple, and came to the meeting of heroes to watch. Is considered a blessing for him even in 3 lives, to let him go up. Isn't that too early?" "Early? What early?" The great clan elder was indifferent. Qing Er has exhausted Bai Yan-shan's great amount of energy, although Su Yun is an outer sect disciple, but his cultivation is not simple, and very quickly to the 8th stage of the spirit intermediate disciple. To fight with Bai Yan-shan, who is not at optimal physical strength, should be enough, right? "Enough, your motherfucker!" Su Yun wanted to scream. He had removed the heavenly scale divine eye. If the great clan elder could not see his cultivation, it would lead to problems. But as an 8th stage spirit intermediate disciple, to fight against an expert of the spirit core disciple? What kind of pressure would that be? Although he had the test previously from killing the evil and wanted people, but those were all done by fully utilizing the Limitless Sword Manual and the Death Sword's power. All of it was dependent on the mystical techniques. If all these were exposed to everyone, wouldn't that mean exposing himself as the Limitless Sword Lord? The Immortal Sword sect expert was now on stage. Would they let go of him? If he was not able to use any of the moves, how could he fight against Bai Yan-shan? But it was fine. Su Yun did not plan to win. To go and get it over and done with would be fine. He cupped his hands and said, "Since great clan elder has said it like that, then Su Yun will obey." AI? Su Tai and Su Shilong did not understand. Seeing Su Yun going to the side, and looking down at the battle array, he sucked in his breath, sat down cross-legged, and began slowly revolving his profound spirit chi, letting his chi meridians warm up. In the battle array, Bai Yan-shan was tyrannical and ferocious. Every sword was aimed at vital points. Qing Er's sword arts weak, swift wind spirit chi enveloping the long sword, causing it to be very exquisite, but she was coping with the lack of physical strength, continuously fighting with 10 experts. How could she be an opponent for the genius Bai Yan-shan? The two of them crossed swords for 10 moves. Qing Er was at a disadvantage. She was very passive, unable to guard. That girl is strong. That other girl already cannot fight, and plans to surrender, but she does not give her a chance. Every move she makes has the intent to harm. Once she slacks off, she might lose her life. Analyzing the situation in the array, the sword elder shook his head as he spoke. This great clan elder really has some eyes. Su Yun turned to look at the old man, and said, he already knew of Bai Yan-shan's personality, and intentionally planned so that Qing Er will not end well. Such a cowardly man, how can he be a great clan elder? Su Yun really did not understand. Was he doing it for revenge? This kind of person with power really would care about such small things? Not good. Just then, a disciple from the Su family shouted out anxiously. Su Yun's heart jumped and turned back, only to see Bai Yen Shan's long white fingers on her jade sword, with a dazzling row of sword images, in a moment circling Qing Er. Qing Er desired to withdraw from the sword, but the profound spirit chi was difficult to keep up. She was getting slower by the moment. Her eyes looked at the sword which was about to pierce her body. Without a choice, she could only use her sword to block it. Bang! Qing Er's body was directly hit by the sword chi. Her entire being flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Her chest was heaving heavily, fresh blood spurted out, her face was extremely pale, and her body had a sword wound. She stood up with difficulty, and after a second, Bai Yen Shan had already rushed forward, a sword aiming for the chest. Su Qing Er. Bai Yen Shan overlooked her, her voice overbearing. I always thought you had some power, but I didn't expect you to be so weak, although you have defeated a few experts. But to me, you should more power to yourself. Why did you lose so quickly? I have not shown all my power yet. Qing Er did not say anything, her pupils were misty, her eyes did not have much luster, it was obvious the injury was not light. Victory, Immortal Sword Sect. The God Treasure King stood up and shouted loudly. Bai Yen Shan nimbly kept her sword, turned around, back facing Qing Er, her expression was full of disdain. In her eyes, Qing Er was already not worthy to be her opponent. Qing Er could hardly stand up anymore, she staggered her way, her face becoming white and whiter. The blood trace at the corner of her mouth was flowing more and more, her frail body moving. In an instant a spurt of dark red blood came out of her mouth, and her entire being fell down. That meant she had injured her chi meridians. Qing Er. Su Yun's eyes cracked. How could he care about anything? He rushed forward, hugged the girl up, and anxiously rushed her to the nearby spiritual medical treatment. Some of the female disciples of the Su family rushed over to check on her. Hurry into the spiritual array, quickly. Where are the pills, the recovery pills? Hurry up and let her consume them. Slowly, don't panic. All the disciples were clumsy. Once Qing Er was in the array, the treatment began healing and fixing her wounds, her chi was stable, and the blood had stopped flowing. Su Yun's luminous gaze looked at Qing Er who was in the array, seeing that her pale face had regained some color, and her eyes opened, she had regained consciousness, slowly but surely becoming more stable. Qing Er, are you okay? Su Yun rushed over, and asked. Sorry for the inconvenience, young master, Qing Er is fine. Qing Er said softly. She raised up her cold hand, grabbed onto Su Yun's big hands, and blamed herself. Sorry, young master, Qing Er have implicated you. I actually wanted to. Don't say any more. Su Yun cut her off. Fighting situations can change any time. How can you so lightly surrender? He stood up, looked to the left and right to the people of the Su family. Please take care of Qing Er. I, Su Yun, beg of all of you. Finished, he turned and walked straight to the great clan elder. Are you satisfied? He walked over and asked softly. What? Great clan elder's gaze did not change and asked coldly. After that, Su Yun did not say any more, stared at the fighting array, his gaze ice cold. Bang! The disciple from Swallowing Heaven's sect had his shoulder broken by Bai Yen Shan in one hit, and his entire body was beaten out of the array. All the disciples from Immortal Sword sect instantly burst out in cheers, astonishing cheers. All the previous time, whenever the Immortal Sword sect met the Swallowing Heaven sect, they would lose. No one would have thought Bai Yen Shan would be able to change that today, and defeat the opponent, who would not be excited. Gotcha. At this time, Su Yun adjusted the sword sheath on his back, patted his laps, his eyes solemn, he walked out. The great clan elder gazed at him. He had already walked out of the Su family area. The people from the Su family all diverted their attention, as they stared in surprise at the figure walking towards the array. And who is he? Is he from the Su family? Does the Su family still dare to challenge the Immortal Sword sect? Do they know what is death? Is he new? I have never seen him before. So good looking. Hey, everyone look at the plate on his waist. Su's outer? Su family's outer sect disciple plate? He is an outer sect disciple? He is Su family's outer sect disciple? What? They actually dare send an outer sect disciple to challenge? What are they thinking? Unless they still think of exhausting the power of Immortal Sword Sect? Such a huge difference in cultivation level, what can he exhaust? His power is lacking too much, one move is enough to clear him. 7th Stage Spirit Intermediate Disciple. He was just a 7th Stage Spirit Intermediate Disciple, and he dared to go and challenge the Big Power Spirit Core Disciple. That was like hitting a stone with an egg. All the disciples and elders from the big sects were in an uproar. Guayamoju was the person in charge of Blossom Heart Valley. Seeing Su Yun go up on stage, he was really astonished. Why did the Su family send Su Yun up on stage? His medical knowledge is beyond anyone, but in terms of fighting, he is lacking. At the Immortal Sword Sect on the side, Long Xianli, whose eyes was always shut, suddenly stood up. Her face was full of astonishment. Why did he run up? Xianli, what's wrong? Shen Hong turned and asked. Long Xianli hesitated for a while, before bowing. Great Clan Elder, Yan Shan's opponent is just a 7th Stage Spirit Intermediate Disciple. He is a nobody. Ask her to be lenient, and take it easy for him. How is that possible? Shen Hong shook his head. Now there are so many sects watching, regardless of who it is, our Immortal Sword Sect will give our all to challenge. But Long Xianli wanted to say more, but after thinking for a while, she held back. On the Su family side, all of the Su family disciples all held their breath as they stared at Su Yun. They did not know what would happen. Nobody could guess what an outer sect disciple can do. Their only hope was that this outer sect disciple could hold on for a while, and not throw the face of the Su family. Great Clan Elder indifferently stared at the battle array. His face was expressionless, and nobody could guess what he was thinking. Hey! People of the Su family. Do you all still have people? You even send one outer sect disciple up? Are you looking down on me? At this time, a coarse and rough voice sounded out. Everyone looked up. The person who said that was Long Ao Tian, the prince of Long Ao Nation. After his shout, the surrounding people all erupted in anger, all of them shouting out their heartfelt words. That's right, Su family, are you looking down on people? Why take out an outer sect disciple to this event? Even if you want to exhaust the opponent, at least send an inner sect disciple? The exuding fire sect people shouted. Ah, everyone please don't shout. This Su family was already taken care of by our stellar Sun Mountain and have no more people, all the experts dare not come out. Ha 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 ha. All the insults and sneers came out. Su family, compared to all these sects, were considered not a strong existence, so even when they were made fun of, they could only be angry in silence and not rebuta. The Great Clan Elder's expression was indifferent, but all the disciples had rosy red expressions, their fists clenched tightly. Bai Yan Shan gazed at the person entering the array, felt that he was very familiar. After looking properly, she then realized he was Su Yun, who retreated from the marriage back then. Now, he was very different. His face was not as pale as last time, his gaze had a lot of spirit, his steps were stable and strong, especially his chi aura was even more threatening, like an unsheathed sword. The change was definitely very big. Pity. His cultivation was just too weak. Bai Yan Shan shook her head lightly, and said coldly, so it's you. I didn't expect that in a short period of time, you would have changed so much, but your cultivation although did grow surprisingly fast, but you're still too weak, you're not my opponent, give up. Such a weak opponent, she did not even wish to engage with them, at least, someone of the same caliber as Qing Er. Su Yun did not make a sound, raised his hand, and touched the sword sheath behind his back. A ice-cold long bright sword was slowly taken out by him. The sword tip was resounding, the cold chi threatening. Upon seeing this, Bai Yan-shan's eyes contracted. "You're not giving up? Are you prepared?" Su Yun raised the sword, and asked softly. His voice was soft, and very slowly. Not knowing why, Bai Yan-shan's heart suddenly shivered, an unspeakable throb surfaced. Suddenly, Su Yun moved. He released his sword, the sword tip naturally falling down, and when the sword tip touched the floor, in a few steps, it was at Bai Yan-shan's front. The distance between the two of them was less than an inch. Bai Yan-shan's pupils contracted. She suddenly felt Su Yun's breath. In a moment. So, one after another of profound spirit chi threads from Su Yun's body exploded out, in a moment connecting to Bai Yan-shan's body, wishing to do harm. Voila! All the disciples of the different sects all stood up, as shock appeared on all their faces. Not good. Bai Yan-shan's face changed, her nerve throbbed, her body anxiously retreating. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151. 100 Swords Soar, Part 6. So, endless sword images circled around Su Yun's body. Bai Yan-shan managed to evade in time, and avoided the vital parts, but her body was struck by 100 swords, although they were extremely minute cuts. But many of these places were chi meridians, turning the profound spirit chi in her body in a mess. Blood was flowing, her chi was crumbling, her body injured. The situation was dire. Only one move. The entire stadium was shot. That's impossible. Shen Hong immediately stood up, her face dark as she stared at the battle. What is that sword arts? Long Xianli stood up, and stared in astonishment. Does the Su family have such wild and strange sword arts? In a moment, that sword already revolved around 81 rounds. What grade of sword arts is that? An outer sect disciple of the Su family have such capabilities. Why didn't Qing Er use it just now? Discussions were held at every corner of the arena. Surprise, astonishment, excited all the ears around. Good overbearing sword arts. Such a weird sword arts, I have never seen it before. They were like chi swords, resembling the immortal sword sect's imperial sword technique, just that it was an outer sect disciple of the Su family. How could he know about it? Shirtian Daoran from Swallowing Heaven's sect stared intently at the figure in the array, holding his chin and thinking. Imperial sword technique? Master, isn't that the magical technique that only the immortal sword sect holds? How can other people have it? A disciple at the side asked curiously. Only they hold? Shirtian Daoran bitterly laughed, who said the imperial sword technique is immortal sword sect's own god technique. In the past there were many famous sects with the imperial sword technique, it is just that you have never heard of them before. Although today they have vanished without a trace, the skills they had might still be passed down in the Sky Martial continent. Maybe someone had a lucky chance to attain it, and have practiced these god techniques. Oh, is that destiny then? You can say that. Shirtian Daoran nodded. Everyone was flaring up because of Su Yun's breathtaking technique. He was like a red-hot iron piece submerged in ice water, causing the water to boil. Su Yun leveled his sword, his glare ice-cold, staring straight at Bai Yan-shan, the abyss of his pupil getting increasingly deep and powerful. The slothful, disdainful, icily arrogant eyes was like a needle, piercing into Bai Yan-shan's heart. Seems like I cannot look down on you. Bai Yan-shan's heart burned with flames. She secretly bit her teeth, endured the pain on her whole body, suddenly drawing her sword and rushing forward, full of swift wind spirit chi soaring up. Like lightning, her body movements was fluid and graceful like a flower, but this move was filled with terrifying killing intent. So, the cold light attacked, the sword tip shook, as the swords changed thrice, but normal people could only see the sword image plainly, and unable to capture the incoming sword tip. But, just as the cold light was reaching closer, the man in the white robes lightly moved his sword to his front. Dang! Bai Yan-shan's sword was blocked in an instant, the sword tip hitting his sword body, and all the swift wind spirit chi was like water poured onto the floor, instantly scattering. Bai Yen-shan was stunned, her heart was startled. Comparing speed, I am actually losing. Despicable. Not so easy. All the tyrants were focused, how could she be so easily defeated? Just then, Bai Yen-shan clenched her teeth and started to revolve her profound spirit chi. As the energy in her entire body started to react, she took her sword, leaking the swift wind divine chi, her intent forced into her own long sword, pointing straight at Su Yun. But at the same time, Su Yun's eyes suddenly turned gray, one ray of light rushing over. Huge rock spirit nucleus. Someone outside the array shouted. Bai Yen-shan's body was immediately covered by a layer of limestone. Whether or not it was dense, it still made her rigid. Chance. Su Yun's expression suddenly became fierce. He drew out Thousand Deep Sword, hacking towards Bai Yen-shan, without a trace of hesitation, like previously how Bai Yen-shan treated Ching'er. Each move was meant to kill. Buzz buzz buzz. Thousand Deep Sword dropped. Bai Yen-shan's heart trembled fiercely, her face was deathly white and she hastily raised her sword to block. Clang! The sword resisted. Very good. Bai Yen-shan's heart felt a tinge of happiness, her left hand anxiously moved, staring straight at the open spot on Su Yun's chest with the previous exchange earlier. Pushing her finger arts, and initiating her mystical technique, her profound spirit chi expanded out. But at this time, the sword close to her body suddenly erupted with a terrifying true divine spirit chi. It was like a big hammer smashing onto her. The power was astonishing. Bai Yen-shan was holding onto her sword with one hand, while most of her concentration was on her left hand using her finger arts. She did not expect that Su Yun would use this time to suddenly burst out a powerful attack. She had no time to defend. Under the powerful force, her sword pierced into her shoulder. A great amount of blood started to flow out. Bai Yen-shan's face turned pale, fear in her eyes. True divine spirit chi? How can he release true divine spirit chi? Was it because of the sword? How can he have such fierce and fast reaction speed and power? How is his chi stronger and fierce than mine? Isn't he just a 7th stage spirit intermediate cultivator? How can he control me, a spirit core disciple? Why? Why? Bai Yen-shan's mind was in a mess. She was unable to believe that this person was someone she saw as garbage at the wedding. Kung! Just then, the sword tip once again had a cold light, and a bigger amount of true divine spirit chi exploded out, with the Thousand Deep Sword in Su Yun's hands once again slicing down. Poochie! Bai Yen-shan's entire body shivered. She felt her own left shoulder was being cut out by her own sword. She looked at the pupils of the person in front of her, his ferocious expression, his eyes. Those eyes. Bai Yen-shan seemed to have thought of something, and her whole body shuddered. Why were those eyes so familiar? Gloomy, domineering, bloodthirsty kind of eyes. Where did she see them before? Didn't that person that time have the same eyes? Unless this person was? Stop. Just at this time, a powerful shout broke Bai Yen-shan's train of thoughts. She immediately regained her senses, only to see her opponent twist. His sword tip erupted with power, following, a pressure as heavy as an tie pressed down on her. The sword pushed down where Bai Yen-shan could not even defend. Once that cut continued, her entire arm would actually be chopped off. Bai Yen-shan was stunned. Her mind was blank, she did not know how to react. Voila! A yellow goose-color figure flew out from Immortal Sword Sect, directly crashing over. The person had a deep cultivation and a strong chi. Once she was near, she raised her finger, and a cold aura from her fingertips came out, in a moment pulling Bai Yen-shan's sword out of her shoulders before it could cut any further. Clang! Thousand Deep Sword flew up, spinning a few rounds in the air, stabbing onto the ground, shivering continuously. Hua! Everyone was shocked. The two of them that were fighting actually had someone intervening. This kind of matter had never happened before. Su Yun retreated a few steps. He felt his arm frozen very strongly. He slowed down his breath, and stared at the person coming towards him. Who? Me. A deep voice sounded out. He saw Shin Hong angrily standing in front of Bai Yen Shan. Su Yun's eyes had a cold glint, and asked, in the midst of a battle in the meeting of heroes. Great Elder Shin actually came out and showed her hands. That is too inappropriate, ain't it? What I want to do, who are you, a small person, to point out? Shin Hong fumed, and you? Your hands are so ruthless. Your moves are all fat all. Or are you really trying to take a life? Ruthless? Fatal? Su Yun heard that, and laughed out loud. Great Elder Shin is really amazing. Previously your disciple attacked my Su family disciple Qing'er, was that not ruthless? Was that not fatal? Why did you not show your hand then, and now when I am the one doing it, and your useless disciple cannot contend against me, then you show your hand? Ah, Elder Shin's eyes are so biased. Such audacity. The chi surrounding Shin Hong's whole body shivered, she was agitated and angry, immediately stepping out, rushing towards Su Yun. What kind of small person was he? To dare to teach her? How could she accept that? Su Yun's face changed, and anxiously retreated. He did not expect that Shin Hong would actually make her move without saying a word when she was angry. As the chief great clan elder of the Immortal Sword sect, Shin Hong had a very profound and dense cultivation. This move, the speed was so fast that even the afterimage could not be seen. Her swift wind spirit chi was like a gigantic wave, covering everything, no one could run from it. Master, stop! Bai Yen Shan's face changed, as she shouted in panic. Great Elder Shen! Hurry, stop! The meet must not be interrupted. The God Treasure King face changed, immediately standing up and shouting. However, Shin Hong did not have any intention to stop. This movement would not stop until she had killed someone. Su Yun's pupils became big, desiring to use the heavenly crystal and sprite shadow to block, but he could not. Shin Hong's speed was too fast. No one expected that this person's heart would be so narrow, so arrogant. She did not care about anything. Once she made her move, she needs to kill. Young master. Qing'er, who was in the spiritual medical treatment array, opened her big eyes, weakly stood up, tearing her heart and splitting her lungs to shout. A thread of happiness was seen in Su Dongfang's eyes, the corner of his mouth curving upwards. Elder! Hurry, make your move, stop Shin Hong. Su Xiao, who was at the side, walked a few steps forward, and shouted at their great clan elder. But the great clan elder did not move, as though he had not heard him at all. Bang! In the time for a spark to ignite, Shin Hong already attacked. She did not use her sword. To handle a weak and low disciple, all she needed was a finger. A boundless power came forward. Su Yun felt that his entire body was being drowned out. Fuck it, fight to the death. Su Yun clenched his teeth. He could not use the heavenly crystal or the sprite shadow at this time, but he could use the 10,000 grief pill. With these pills, as long as he was not beheaded, he would be fine. But, as fast as lightning, a voice came out. Brat, do not easily use that. You are just an outer sect disciple from the Su family. If you were to use that unique pill medicine, you will attract a lot of attention. Let me block this for you. Senior. Su Yun was stunned. He felt from the pit of his stomach, a burn was igniting, following that a golden light exploded out, pressing against Shin Hong. Bang! A vast and violent ripple raged outwards, like a destructive storm. The chi exploded out, sweeping out in all directions. The battle array violently shivered. It must have been ravaged by the strongest power since the beginning of history, while all the people from all the different sects in all directions, regardless if it was an elder or a disciple, all retreated backwards. They were forced back and had difficulty in taking half step forward. They saw Shin Hong, her entire body flying backwards. While she landed, she retreated a few steps, her chi and blood was in a mess, her face turning pale. Su Yun was not well-to-do too. His entire person was lifted up and flown back, directly breaking the stone steps that he fell into. Young master! Qing'er forced the people in front of her away, frantically running over. pulling Soo-yun up, her beautiful tears whirling, hugging Soo-yun's body, sobbing frantically. Until she realized, Soo-yun's entire body did not have any damage. Those eyes, they were as dark as the abyss, but without a shred of anger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152. 100 Swords Soar, Part 7. Long Xianli's delicate and cold face turned and flew towards Soo-yun. After arriving, she anxiously checked his entire body once, and upon finishing, she was surprised to find that Soo-yun's entire body had no injury or whatsoever. So weird? Elder Long, young master is fine, right? Xing'er's eyes had tears in them, as she asked sorrowfully. Long Xianli's mind concentrated, and once again carefully checked Soo-yun's body once, following that she suspiciously said, "Not only is he okay, even a trace of injury is not found after such a strong mystical technique, why is he not injured at all?" Hua la la. Just then, a group of Blossom Heart Valley people ran over. "How is it? How's Master Soo-yun?" Gue Moju was very anxious as he brought a few elite disciples, and shouted in panic. "Master Gue, you've come at the right time, please help me take a look at him." Long Xianli could not find anything wrong, so she asked the professional for help. On the other side, upon seeing that Soo-yun was lying on the floor, Shenhong did not move, nor did she make any other move. Instead, she snorted, and turned to leave. Immortal Sword sect is so despicable. Suddenly, an angry shout came out from the Su family. Everyone looked over to see a skinny, pale man standing. He glared and pointed angrily at Shenhong. "The two disciples from the two sects are fighting, fists and legs have no eyes. If someone is fearful of death, and they admit defeat, why do you continue? Seeing your Immortal Sword sect, when you lose, you start to intervene, not only stopping the results of the competition, you still beat him up. Good. Good. Your Immortal Sword sect is very powerful. Today, I Su Shao have seen and recognized you. Su Shao, since when are you qualified to speak? Shut the fuck up." The great clan elder turned and bellowed. But Su Shao was unafraid. He continued to shout, "Shenhong, you have to give us a proper answer in front of all the almighties from all sects, don't you?" "That's right. The people from Immortal Sword sect has broken the rules and injured the disciple from my Su family. This is unacceptable. I want to seek justice. We want justice. The Immortal Sword sect has to give us the justice." The people from the Su family shouted, each and every one of them were agitated. The great clan elder frowned tightly. How dare a small, puny Su family oppose with my Immortal Sword sect? When Shenhong noted, his brows knitted. He was about to blow up any time. Clan elder Shen. Before she made a move, someone shouted. Shenhong froze. She looked over to see God Treasure King being pushed in a wheelchair towards her. It was not just him. All the other clan elders from other sects started standing up. Shenhong frowned even more and bellowed, "Is there anything you would like to comment, Treasure King?" "Of course not." God Treasure King moaned, "But I hope Clan Elder Chen knows what this place is. This is the site of the meeting of the elites. Yet, you're creating a din. And broken all the rules. According to regulations, I will cancel your qualifications for this meeting of the elites." What? The anger in Shenhong's eyes did not grow any lesser. She said sarcastically, "You're merely a 7th-stage spirit intermediate disciple and you're going to cancel the qualifications of the Immortal Sword sect to take part in this meet? Clan Elder Shenhong. If you're going to continue with this attitude, breaking all the rules. Even if I don't cancel your qualifications, all the sects and almighties from all sects will not let this matter rest. I hope you understand. Or else, do not blame our Congregative Treasures sect." The God Treasure King muttered. Shenhong heard and looked over to see the looks of all the sects. Obviously, her actions this time were over the top. Shen Hong noted and fell silent. Groaning, she turned to take a step and brought Bai Yang Shan back to the big array of the Immortal Sword sect. As to give an explanation, how could she even give any? You're as useless as garbage. Once they entered the array, Shen Hong placed Bai Yan Shan down and started lecturing. Bai Yan Shan remained silent while a few female disciples brought her into the array for treatments of her wounds. You're an 8th stage spirit core disciple. So what if you have to waste half of your energy fighting with Qing Air? Your opponent was a 7th stage spirit intermediate disciple. The cultivation level and realm between the two of you is massive. Yet, you're in such a sorry state because of him? Did I teach you nothing these past few years? Shen Hong was raging. She got louder and louder. All the disciples surrounding them dared not make a sound. Bai Yan Shan remained silent too, she had yet spoken a word. The God Treasure King arranged people to check on the battle array. After the sects all around calmed down, he then arranged people to go up once again to continue with the competition. As for Su family, they had yet to express their views on this. The great clan elder of the Su family did not treat Su Yun as his family. He did not ask, nor did he care. If it was not for the disciples of the Su family who stood up for Su Yun, everyone might have thought Su Yun had nothing to do with this group of people. Great clan elder, Su Yun. He. Su Tai muttered with worries. What happened to you? The great clan elder looked at him suspiciously. Why are you stuttering? Su Yun is just a disciple from the outer sect, why are you worried about him? After all, his surname is Su. Ha ha. Su Tai laughed it off. The great clan elder kept his gaze and replied blandly, go take a look at the situation. If I continue to sit back and watch, the other sects are going to call me a cold-blooded animal. But, you should understand my meaning, right? Also, let Bai Shan, He Shui prepare and continue the competition. Okay. Su Tai cupped his fist and quickly replied him. Then he walked over to Su Yun hurriedly. Just as the chaos ended, Shen Hong's anger also died down. The competition had to go on. She could not delay this triannual competition just because of a low-lying disciple, Su Yun. Most of the people from Blossom Heart Valley were taking care of Su Yun's wounds. As the most important person to Pill King, Gue Mo Ju did not hesitate. Only, after checking around, Gue Mo Ju found out there was not a single injury on Su Yun. Elder, what exactly happened to him? Long Stanley opened her peachy lips and looked at him with worries. Gue Mo Ju shook his head continuously, his face sunk slightly, I don't know why, but... Although there is not a single injury on his body, he still isn't moving. I don't know why is he like this. Let's place him into the big array of Blossom Heart Valley first. Our healing array is different from other sects, let's see if we can determine anything then. Since that's the case, then I'll hand it over to Master. Long Xianli stood up. A complex radiance flickered in her eyes. She sighed slightly and took out a green bottle from her storage ring and handed it to Gue Mo Ju. Master, these are some of the medicine from the Immortal Sword sect. It should help him a bit. Please take it with you and feed it to him. These are? Gue Mo Ju asked with suspicion. He took a look at it and his expression changed drastically. 3-point pills, pseudo-jade pill, clan elder Long, all these pills are expensive pills. You are just giving it to him? Long Xianli looked at Su Yun quietly. In her mind were all the memories that she had with Su Yun in that ruined hut. When she remembered how this bastard peeped at her body, she blushed instantly. She said softly, this man was injured by my people. Is there something wrong with me passing some pills to him for healing? I hope you, Master, can heal him before the competition begins. Long Stanley will bid her farewell here now. With that, Long Xianli turned right away and walked towards to the Immortal Sword sect. Gue Mo Ju was shocked. He was confused. On the contrary, Qing Air was looking complexed. The outside regained its peacefulness again. This was just a twist of events. Although it was like the end of the world to some, but for others, especially to the big sects, it did not have much effect. The meeting of the elites would continue. No one cared about the one who was attacked by Shen Hong. No one bothered about the one who came from the outer sect of the Su family. Xing Er teared silently. But she did not know, Su Yun was not injured at all. On the inside or on the outside, he was completely well. But Su Yun, his heart was still icy cold, and still in pain. He was not hurt, but Sword Elder was severely injured. Shen Hong's cultivation was high. She was comparable to Long Xianli. She might even be higher than Long Xianli. In a fit of anger, she struck without thinking of the consequences. Sword Elder was just a spiritual body, how could he have defended against her attacks? Suddenly, Su Yun, who had been lying motionlessly on the ground, got up. Master Su Yun, you're all right? Gue Moju was happy, and asked worriedly. Young master. Xing Er was crying tears of joy, her sorrowful heart finally turned for the better. But, without saying a word, Su Yun started taking his steps and ran out of the tent. Young master. Xing Er chased after him. And those at the Immortal Sword sect looked over with glistening eyes. That bad guy is okay? Long Xianli said softly, then why did he run? Where is he going? Her heart was not at ease. After thinking about it, her body moved, and quietly left. On the road of Wushuangju Peak, Su Yun ran frantically for a distance, suddenly opening up a parchment from his chest. He carefully opened up the parchment on the floor. Senior. Are you okay, Senior? His pupils was vibrating, his lips pale white, as he asked with his words trembling. Naughty brat, didn't I tell you, I'm fine? He. This old man's life is tough. Cough. A frail voice emerged from within the Limitless Sword manual. With just merely a few sentences, his voice shook and got weaker. Senior. Su Yun clenched onto the sword manual as though his fingers were going to peel through the manual. His heart was boiling with anger. Young lad, you have done well. You're the most motivated and scheming person I have ever met, but the only thing there is not enough, cough, is that you don't have much time. Shen Hong, her talent is not comparable to your schemes and is not as patient as you, but she was able to pressure you just based on the fact that she has cultivated for a longer period of time than you. She is older than you. Cough. Sword Elder's voice trembled as if he was about to disappear any time. Earlier on, the attack was completely fended off by Sword Elder. Not a single injury was inflicted on Su Yun. Longer time than me? Su Yun's heart turned cold. His eyes was painted with a tinge of red. His tightened his grip. I might not be able to hang on any longer, young lad. Before I go, can you promise me one thing? The Sword Elder's voice shook so badly, he could hardly be heard properly. The spiritual chi within the Limitless Sword manual grew weaker. Just say it, Senior. No matter how small it is. Su Yun will try to make it. Su Yun clenched his teeth and pushed back his tears. Accept the offer to become the sect leader of the Limitless Sword sect. From today onwards, you shall be the sect leader of Limitless Sword sect. That's all I ask of you. Bring glory to the Limitless Sword sect. No. Senior. You have to be the one to bring glory to the Limitless Sword sect. I reject. You're the only one to be the sect leader. Su Yun stared at the Limitless Sword sect scroll and shouted. Don't be foolish, young lad. The Sword Elder chuckled, I'm already in such dire states. How can I bring glory to Limitless Sword sect? You shall be the one to take over. You have the Everlasting Stone to help you. Once you cultivated the Limitless Sword manual, you will be insurmountable. Then what about you, Senior? Me? The sword elder laughed lightly. I have been in this position for too long. He had been hiding in the sword manual for thousands of years. Maybe he had enough of it. Amongst this loneliness, who would understand him? The chi within the sword manual dimmed. The spiritual energy from within grew thinner. Quickly, Suyin held the sword manual in his hands as though he wanted to feel each and every ounce of the chi, but he felt nothing. Brat! The sword elder's weak voice came out. Senior! Suyin seemed to be grasping onto the last thread of life, anxiously shouting. Ultimately, I'm just a spiritual body after I die. I will turn into a stone. Do you still remember the sacred sky mountain I brought up to you once? If you can find the sacred sky mountain, look for the site where the limitless sword sect is, find my source of life and place my stone on top of the sword. Then I can turn into a soul and enter the sword. Maybe we might meet again. Of course, I'll let nature take its own course. As the voice grew weaker, it started fading. Suyin stared into the manual in a daze. After a long while, he came back to reality. Sacred Sky Mountain. The Sword of Life. Sword Cobble. Kacha. Just then, a white cobble suddenly dropped out from the limitless sword manual. Suyin frantically picked up the cobble and kept it. This would be the sword cobble of the sword elder. He carefully kept the cobble into his storage ring, but his pair of scarlet eyes had difficulty regaining the tranquility they once had. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153. 100 Swords Soaring, Part 8. Perhaps maybe sometimes I should put everything into a fight. Perhaps maybe sometimes I should not worry too much. Since I am determined to do it, why constrain myself? Since I have already set my heart to it, why apprehend myself? Suyin stood up, the blood-red color in his eyes becoming even more dense. He turned his body, only to see Qing'er quietly standing behind him. She was holding back her tears, quietly and peacefully watching him. She did not disturb him, only quietly protecting him, quietly watching him. Just like his last life, she had always been like that. Regardless whether it was the old Suyin or the current Suyin, her heart had never changed. Qing'er! Suyin hoarsely shouted. Young master, are you okay? She lightly asked. She did not ask anything else, she only cared for his safety. I am fine. Suyin expressed a pale smile. Qing'er, be good, go back to the Su family first, I'll be there shortly. Will you really come back safely? Qing'er was thinking of reject him, but seeing the determination in his eyes, she dropped the thought and lightly asked. I promise. He said softly. Qing'er nibbled her cherry lips, her delicate face cleverly nodded. She took a deep breath, turned and slowly walked back towards the peak. As the small and frail body walked further and further, Suyun's heart became more and more distant. She was the sole person to ever remember that I am a person, the last line, all along, wasn't that what I am protecting? But now. Suyin realized that Qing'er was not the only person he was protecting. Maybe I have neglected all those who have cared for me. He firmly spat out the impure qi, a strong gale around him lifting him up, blowing on his long robes. He looked at the tattered white robes on his body. After that, he kept it in his storage ring and changed into a pitch-black Blademaster outfit. Next was the pitch-black death sword lying there. Lastly, was the broken mask. After taking them out, looking at the mask that was still stained with blood, his mind suddenly tensed up. The mask was lightly placed onto his face, his blood-red eyes penetrating through the mask, his hair messy, his complexion becoming more and more pale. The gloomy cold wind blew up, the pitch-black qi soaring up, causing the clear blue sky to darken. Why tolerate further? Kill until everything turns upside down. In the darkness, a pair of eyes quietly watched everything. Dawn. A gray shadow flew out from the battle array. The expert from Long Ao Nation stood there loftily, using disdainful eyes to look at the Su family disciple Heishui, who was on the verge of fainting, and snorted, "Bring up someone stronger. These sort of trash from the Su family, please do not come up anymore. It is a waste of time." Damn it! The disciples from Su family all bit their lips. Other than Su Yun and Qing Er, who had gone up previously, almost all of the Su family were utterly defeated, and had never won, causing them to be disheartened. But now, Qing Er, who had fought consecutively for 10 rounds, was too weak. Su Yun was struck by Shen Hong, who intervened in the match, incapable of joining anymore, while by Shan and He Shui, these people, how could they contend against Long Ao Nation and Swallowing Heaven sex people? Su Tai and Su Shilong stood behind the great clan elder, with panic in their eyes. If Su Yun was dead, how could they dispel the poison from their bodies? Su Shilong carefully eyed at the great clan elder seating down on the chair, and asked softly, "Second clan elder, what do we do now?" "What can I do?" Su Tai exhaled, "We can only hope that that brat Su Yun is fine, if not we are goners too." This competition was stirred to a total mess by the great clan elder. Qing Er was our last ace. Now that he had done so, it seems like our Su family cannot get any good ranking this year. Are you an idiot? Even at this time, who cares about what name or ranking? Saving our own lives is more crucial. Upon hearing that, Su Shilong did not say anything more. Bang! Once again someone was sent flying. In such a short time, Long Ao Nation had already threw off 6 experts from the other sects. Laughing arrogantly in the array, no one could defeat him. All the sects were not resigned to it. They chided their own disciples to go up on stage and meet the enemy head-on, but people who could contend against the one on stage was getting less and less. At the Immortal Sword Sect. "Jioli, you're up." Seeing Long Ao Nation's crazy strength, Shen Hong felt her chest and stomach on fire, and said softly, "Jioli, here." Bai Yenshan looked up. Seeing her senior called Jioli, she helplessly shook her head. "Master, although Senior Jioli is a 7th stage spirit core disciple, contending against that person is very difficult." Bai Shan thinks, inspecting the entire Immortal Sword sect, no one is able to win against that person there, and what's more, their Long Ao Nation spirit cultivation characteristics can counter the swift wind spirit chi. It is difficult for us. "What are you saying?" Shen Hong's face became twisted, and said coldly, "How can you extinguish other people's resolve and might? Whether or not you win the opponent is not seeing the state of your cultivation, but seeing if you have the courage to fight for it. Who says people with low cultivation can't win against people with higher cultivation? See that Su Yun just now? Didn't he also almost cut your arm off?" Upon hearing that, Bai Yenshan's face changed. She turned her face and did not say any more, but the anger in her eyes was burning strongly. This anger was not toward Shen Hong, but towards Su Yun. That eyes, that look, that sword sheath, that weird sword arts. She suddenly remembered it, and took a deep breath. "Master, disciple has a suspicion in her heart, and have not said it." "Suspicion? What suspicion?" "It is regarding Su Yun." Bai Yenshan thought about it for a while, and said softly, "Maybe his identity is not just that of an outer sect disciple of the Su family. Disciple thinks he could be." Boom! Just at this time, a dark lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. Following that, a surprising thunder boomed out. The thunder from the blue sky scared and startled the people on Wushuangju Peak. The sky is perfectly alright, why would it give birth to thunder? Was it going to rain? It is just the sound of thunder. Long Ao Tian had an overbearing expression. He stood up from his own royal seat, turned up his nose towards the heroes. "Are there anyone willing to enter the array to challenge? If there is no one else challenging, then this year's meeting of heroes first place will be taken by my Long Ao Nation." Saying that, the representative from Long Ao Nation in the array patted his chest, showing a satisfied look on his face, his eyes provoking all the other disciples from the other sects. "The people from Long Ao Nation are really savage. We can even defeat Swallowing Heaven's sect. Why fear the Long Ao Nation?" Shen Hong could not take it. She gazed left and right, in the end, landing her gaze on Bai Yenshan. "Yenshan, can you fight once more?" Bai Yen Shan's eyes showed a dense fighting intent. She moved the arm that was almost cut off, although it was still slightly stiff. The wound had not fully healed, but her heart was strong and her willpower led her to ignore them. "Let me try." Bai Yen Shan stood up. "Junior sister, don't be reckless." A disciple anxiously stood up, cupped his fist. "Clan elder, junior sister has not recovered from her injuries. Although that person from Long Ao Nation has depleted a lot of his chi, junior sister still might not be able to win against him. If she suffers another serious injury, it would affect her cultivation. The gains do not make up for the losses." "Yes, clan elder, please reconsider," everyone pleaded. Upon hearing that, Shin Hong was furious. "All of you retreated and do not dare to go out to fight, and not let Yen Shan to fight. How can you all have the face to say all these?" When she said that, all of them were embarrassed. Boom! Just then, the frightening thunder boomed again. A large amount of dark clouds was gathering. The heavy dark clouds were like numerous mountains coming together, pressuring people downwards. They were constantly rolling and gathering, constantly forming together, giving rise to a dark gray gradient. At the end it was pitch black, like a demonic and sinister evil behind the clouds. Not right. All the experts on the peak were all startled. Lightning? How was it possible to have lightning? Used the treasure gemscope to take a look. The god Treasure King's face was gloomy, and told the person beside him. "Yes, master." The disciple of the Congregative Treasures sect speedily retrieved a purple-colored gourd-shaped treasure. It was roughly a meter tall, requiring 2 people to carry it. Then sitting cross-legged, both hands on the gourd, they rotated their profound spirit chi to it. The gourd released a purple light, shooting out straight to the clouds. But from the jet-black dark clouds, a 10 feet large black blade edge suddenly shot out, cutting down from high above, cutting the light, and directly destroying the gourd. Bang! The gourd exploded. The 2 disciples were blown away. The god Treasure King immediately slapped his wheelchair, both him and the chair soaring into the sky, floating in the air. He gazed at the black part of the sky, and shouted loudly, "Which expert has come to the meeting of heroes? Please show yourself." After saying that, there was no reply. Suddenly, wind wiggled out of the jet-black dark clouds, like a waterspout, a large sword shooting out from the convex of the blue dome of the skies, directly cutting straight to the side of the Immortal Sword sect. The face of Shin Hong and her sect changed. That blade was tyrannical and fierce. If it landed, with that one strike, the entire Wushuangju peak would explode. "Great clan elder." Just then, a voice sounded out, only to see Long Xianli stepping on her sword and rushing over. Shin Hong turned her gaze, only to see Long Xianli clenching her teeth and shouting, "Hurry! Run! Run!" Shin Hong was stunned. Suddenly, a voice with heavenly might sounded out from the skies. "Elder Shin, since no one is willing to represent the Immortal Sword sect, let me do it." The voice landed out, the dark clouds scattered, a gigantic vast sword the size of a dragon head directly shot out towards them. The sword was heavy and gigantic, like a dragon head. It was close to 1,000 feet, its surface was sinister and had blood-red vein lines, its chi extremely terrifying. While on the tip of the sword, was a person wearing a mask covering half of his face, dressed in a jet-black Blademaster outfit. Impossible. That is a core-level mystical technique. Cleaving the heavens, beheading the dragon. It is the supreme skill of the Void Sword Sage from 500 years ago. Shirtian Daoren stood up, his eyes in panic. Cleaving the heavens, beheading the dragon? Void Sword Sage? Such a supreme being, that is someone we can absolutely not contend against. Who is that? Unless it is the Void Sword Sage? No. That is Sword Lord. Limitless Sword Lord. Someone shouted in surprise, and his voice resonated around. Sword Lord? The low-profile Purple Star Academy people all looked up. Especially Purple Star, she excitedly walked up a few steps, and gazed up. If not for Limitless Sword Lord who took action then, and killed the Blood Spirit, the Purple Star Academy would have been eradicated by the Blood Demons. All these elite disciples would have perished. Who knew that Limitless Sword Lord would appear at this meet? Everyone's heart was boiling, as the entire Wushuangju Peak instantly became chaotic. Shenhong opened her eyes wide, as she gazed at the gigantic and sinister sword. Her face became very ugly. Violently falling onto the ground, the sword tip pierced and split the earth open. It was like breaking an egg. All the Immortal Sword Sect disciples felt themselves being pressured down. It was very painful. All of them retreated. Who could even care to attend to Shenhong? At the same time, Shenhong trying to retreat, seeing the gigantic black sword, without hesitating, she turned fierce, her whole body revolving the swift wind spirit chi, using all of her power, and bursting out hitting towards the sword tip. 99 Mysterious Sword Chi. She shouted out with power, as a blue light spread out. A vigorous sword chi that could split the heavens from Shenhong's hand spread it out, holding her sword tightly. The chi encircled her sword tip hitting onto the black sword. Boom! A big and small sword tip clashed into each other. In that moment, Shenhong felt her entire body, even every single strand of hair being pressured by the gigantic black sword. Her body became like minced meat. The dense and terrifying force was intolerable. So, from the side came a ray of rainbow, killing towards the man in the mask. He swerved, dodging the person's killing technique. His gaze was cold. It was the third clan elder Long Xianli of the Immortal Sword Sect. Long Xianli stood on her flying sword, her slender fingers pointing on the sword manual. Her entire body was covered with sword chi, her beautiful face staring straight ahead, staring deadly to the person in front. Stop! She said coldly. Her tone was ice cold, but it contained a trace of unspeakable complicatedness. The masked man looked at her once, turned his head, not saying a word. The gigantic sword was still clashing onto Shenhong, as if trying to break her body. This cleaving the heavens, beheading the dragon had much more unspeakable power that no one could think of. For Shenhong to take it, she definitely did not have any more power to block Limitless who was approaching. Stop! Long Xianli once again rushed to the front of Limitless, horizontally slashing her side, the sword tip aimed straight at his chest, her silver teeth going to break from clenching, as she said coldly. No! Limitless shook his head, the corner of his mouth was very gloomy. She must pay with her life. Once he said that, the masked man extended out his hands, and took out a jet black sword from his sheath on his back. Clang! When his sword was drawn, in a moment, a ray of light flooded out and flew out from the sword sheath on his back, soaring into the sky. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of swords unsheathing kept going. In the next moment, the sky was brightly colored, with many colors in the sky, filled with sword chi covering the sky. Strenuously propping herself up on her beheading dragon sword, Shenhong opened her eyes wide, as she was shocked looking at the majestic and vast scene in front of her. See? 100 swords flew into the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154. 100 Sword Soars, Part 9. Talking about the Imperial Sword Technique, in the entire southern region, Immortal Sword Sect was the one to bear the brunt. The Imperial Sword Technique of the Immortal Sword Sect was not as simple as just flying on the sword. After training to become skilled, while fighting, the user can do things without holding the sword, using the heart to bring the swords to dance. But, to reach that kind of level, to completely break away from using both hands to control the swords, and purely using profound spirit chi to control the swords, it was very difficult. What the Immortal Sword Sect's Imperial Sword Technique discussed most, was bridging the profound spirit chi from the body to the sword to fly, and not just depending on the chi to control the sword, regardless whether if it was controlling the Imperial Sword to fly or to kill, it was like that. But today, they have understood, and have seen, there was an even more exquisite and terrifying Imperial Sword Technique existing on the same continent. Purely using his chi to control the swords, moreover today, the opponent was using the Imperial Sword Technique, not only on one sword, but 100 swords. Let's not talk about Shen Hong, even Long Xianli was stunned. All the Immortal Sword Sect disciples were petrified. All the experts from the surrounding sects were all stunned. The 100 swords soaring in the sky, dancing in the sky, what could be more spectacular? What could be etched so deep into the heart more than this? Seeing Limitless drawing his sword, wearing the sprite's shadow, the death sword became multicolored, flying towards Shen Hong. In the next moment, all the 100 swords in the air seemed to have received some sort of instruction, their sword tips trembling, all striking towards Shen Hong. 100 flying swords. The sword shrieks resonated through the air. The magnificent multicolored swords in the air. The stone heart sword that weighed like a mountain. The inexhaustible sword that was boundless. Heaven Spirit's sword that was majestic and powerful. The soul leaf sword that was calm and peaceful. The intangible invisible sword that was formless and shapeless. The Emperor Absolute sword that was tyrannical and overbearing. The misty sword which was faintly discernible and agile. The swords moved back and fro, the sword chi spreading out, following the jet black figure, using an unstoppable force, killing towards Shen Hong. Ah! Long Xianli's bright pupils widened, watching the majestic scene unfold, finding difficulty in moving her body unable to move. All the hair on Shen Hong's body stood erect, she bit her teeth, her face turning ugly, and shouted out once. Pushing a palm out against the incoming, cleaving the heavens, beheading the dragon, causing the gigantic sword tip to be pushed away, and all the 100 swords scattering in the air, but this caused Shen Hong to become weak, all the chi in her body disappearing. If you were to say that she had become powerless, that would be shaming the name of the great clan elder of Immortal Sword Sect. Enduring Blood Sword of Flowers. Shen Hong took out a treasure, an iron flower flying out of her hands, dancing in front of her. During the dance of the flower sword, it slowly blossomed, the heart of the flower releasing a circling dense and powerful wall of chi, quickly covering the front of Shen Hong, acting as a defensive shield. Dong 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 dong. The 100 swords started striking, like a machine gun sweeping the place, violently piercing the wall of chi. The wall of chi shook violently, like a small boat in a torrential storm. Shen Hong's complexion was pale, clenching her teeth strongly and holding on. Long Xianli's pupils dilated, as she anxiously shouted, "Where are the disciples of the Immortal Sword Sect?" With that, she rushed towards Limitless. Long Xianli's calls caused the disciples to not fear anymore. Together, they rushed towards Limitless. But Limitless' speed was as fast as black lightning. While the 100 swords struck onto the wall of chi, he had already landed beside the wall of chi, raised the death sword high, and cut down. Voila! To be able to absorb life force and change it into profound spirit chi, the death sword broke through the wall of chi like slashing through a window pane. Shen Hong's face changed, retracted a few steps. In a flash, a silver-blue water sword appeared in her hands, as she wildly danced up, her sword chi wreaking havoc. Only to see the sword images surrounding her, the 100 swords that had broken through the wall of chi surrounding Shen Hong constantly striking, hacking, piercing, chopping, knocking. Shen Hong blocked majority of them, but was unable to completely block everything, the clashing of sword sounds consistently sounding out. Shen Hong's sword dance was very fast, adding on the chi from the dance. The speed of the water sword moving was impossible to catch with the naked eye, swift wind spirit chi becoming denser than normal. Just that. Surrounding her was still 100 swords. Even if Shen Hong's cultivation was high, facing against such a condensed and gathered mystical sword technique aimed to kill, she was considered good. Moreover, the current Limitless cultivation was extremely strong and dense, totally on the same level as Shen Hong. Adding on the heavenly crystal, matching with the sprite's shadow 72 mystical techniques, why would Limitless, who was Su Yun, be afraid of Shen Hong? Just as Shen Hong was unable to cope, the disciples of Immortal Sword Sect, along with Long Xianli, rushed over, attacking Limitless. A large amount of sword light rippled out, like a large steel mouth. Limitless' moves became lighter, his body was like a feather, floating away. In his hands the sword suddenly jerked. Voila! A long crescent-shaped sword chi came out. Dawn! The sword chi swept everything away. Everyone tried to resist, but was blown away by this sword blow. So strong. Long Xianli charmingly tried to concentrate, her elegant body blinked across, her bright gem sword dazzling out a million sword images, rushing towards Su Yun. Bang! The death sword resisted the white sword. With one big force, both the person and the sword were flung away. The figure exploded out, continue rushing towards Shen Hong. In his eyes, all the other people were nothing. What he wanted was just Shen Hong dead. Why does he want to kill Shen Hong? What enmity does Shen Hong and him have? Everyone was suspicious. Everyone, do not hesitate. Make your moves, and provide assistance to Clan Elder Shen. If this goes on, Elder Shen might die. Someone shouted. Right. I will come quickly to help the Immortal Sword Sect. But, that is the Sword Lord. If we were to help Immortal Sword Sect, doesn't that make us offending the Sword Lord? Who dares to touch the Sword Lord, means you are going against my Purple Star Academy. Sword Lord saved my Mu family. Young Lord Mu Feng, who dares to touch Limitless Sword Lord, my Mu family will be your enemy. Purple Star Academy and the Mu family representatives all stood up and shouted. Some of the people who were wishing to use this chance to strike up a good relation with the Immortal Sword Sect heard that, and immediately stopped in their tracks. But that was only a small part. That did not mean they owed anything to the Purple Star Academy or the Mu family. Hualala sounds resonated, only to see a big number of shadows flying out, rushing towards Limitless. Evil Limitless, do not think that you can hurt Elder Shen. Eat my blade. Their shouts all came out, 10 over figures rushing out from everywhere, joining the battle. Fellow cultivators from the Smoky Wind Valley, Colored Rock Sect and Relentless Heart Pavilion, thank you. Long Xianli was grateful, and shouted clearly. If Elder Long wants to thank us, do it after we kill him. Lord Zisu from Smoky Wind Valley said, releasing a purple light towards Limitless. Upon seeing this, Long Xianli's face changed, and anxiously said, everyone try not to hurt him. Just chase him away. When she said that, all of them felt a drop of perspiration from their forehead. Lord Zisu looked towards Long Xianli with astonishment. Elder Long, what did you say? Chase? You want to let him go? Upon hearing that, even Su Yun was also startled. Long Xianli then realized she herself was spouting nonsense. She bit her lip, her expression a panic, and said, just do as I say. Finished, she lifted up her sword and flew to Shen Hong. Su Yun was surrounded, unable to escape from them. He could only control his 100 swords to strike at Shen Hong. He took a deep breath, his fingers moved, and the black storage ring started shining in a black light. 4 tiger heads suddenly appeared around him, opening their mouths, roaring in all directions. Roar! All the cultivators were astonished. They felt their profound spirit chi around their body being struck. It was painful. The Tiger King multidirectional roar. A profound level mid-stage mystical technique. That is the Northern Region's skill. How can he use it? The God Treasure King gazed at the Limitless Sword Lord, startled. Master, what do we do now? It is difficult to continue with the meat like this. Seeing the mess that was happening, a disciple asked. God Treasure King looked around, only to realize that when the sect saw the mess, but had no intention to retreat, and even had the burning gaze, his heart went cold. He raised his head and looked, to see the 2 treasures still intact hovering in the sky. The meat is unable to continue. It will further be determined in the next few days. Quickly start the dragon boat, and protect me as I keep the treasures. God Treasure King anxiously shouted out, casually moving his both hands, activating his strength, removing the seals and keeping the 2 treasures that were to be the prizes. Just at this time, a tyrannical chi pounced over. Ah, God Treasure King. No one dares to challenge my Long Ao Nation, so it is reasonable to say that for this meat the first and best goes to my Long Ao Nation, so the 2 treasures should belong to my Long Ao Nation. Right? Quickly give me the prizes. A crazy laugh resonated out, only to see the side of the Long Ao Nation all rushing out. Long Ao Tian, who was at the lead, exposed himself aggressively, bellowing out, forming a golden light, directly grabbing towards the Big Dipper and the monarch occult force. Master Long, do not be reckless. The meet is not over yet. The placings have not been determined. Do not break the rules. The God Treasure King shouted. But, would Long Ao Tian care about all that? He directly rushed forward, extending his hand, grabbing onto the treasures. Clang! The protection that had not been removed entirely blocked his hands, emitting a raging ripple. But, Long Ao Tian did not have the intention to retract his hand. He released more QI, his power rising to its maximum. It was obvious he wanted to snatch the treasure. Good. Long Ao Nation people are powerful, without laws and constraints, openly seizing treasures. It has been an eye-opener today. But, if you want to take the 2 treasures, you have to ask my exuding fire sect if we agree to it first. 3 items. Deity Palace is here. Long Ao Tian dares to be violent. Hurry, stop. Disciples of the Stellar Sun Mountain, rush forward with me. Would the other sects sit still? With Long Ao Tian leading, everyone was trying to seize the treasures. Maybe the attractiveness of the Big Dipper was not strong enough, but the monarch occult force was definitely priceless. Everyone yearned for it. AI, the human heart, is so hard to be cleansed. They can speak of being devoted to righteousness that inspires reverence, but who is not for profits? All these famous sects are after all a group of hypocrites. Guamo Ju looked at the mess on Wushuang Ju Peak, shook his head, and led his disciples to leave. While at the side, Profound Sky Sect and the Swallowing Heavens Sect sat there quietly. Many of their disciples were unable to hold their anger, but Tian Du and Shur Tian Daoren sat there quietly watching everything, having no plans to join the mess. Long Ao Tian ignited a war for the treasures, while the Immortal Sword Sect side was still as tensed. After the Tiger King multi-directional roar was released, Limitless immediately rushed out of the human pack, rushing forward, like a strong wind sweeping across the disciples of the Immortal Sword Sect, the Death Sword intensely piercing through. Long Xianli, who was always beside Shen Hong protecting her, immediately brandished her sword to block. No matter what, do not let him near Elder Shen. Block him. Long Xianli shouted, her expression very solemn. Just then, that person suddenly released his hand. Released the Death Sword. The pitch-black sword dropped onto the ground. Did he give up? Upon seeing this, Long Xianli looked distracted for a moment, then her heart suddenly jumped. Not good. She turned her head and shouted. Suyin retreated a few steps, his hands doing some seals, his forefinger and middle finger intertwining together, shooting out a ray of profound spirit chi. Clang! The 100 swords surrounding Shen Hong suddenly opened up, all of the swords suddenly splitting and cracking into 2, the surrounding swords became 200 swords. Shen Hong did not even have time to comprehend what happened, and the sword came cutting in. Poochie poochie poochie. The void sword cut the protective layer of sword chi, cutting through her body. Shen Hong was struck, her body was frozen, the water sword that was blocking the 100 swords also stopped.